This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
sort of hovering below us, below the bench in front of us, and doing whatever with the cables, because the autism poet has tweeted at Sunderland Sport. I think he's or she has tweeted you. There seems to be a problem with the sound on the YouTube feed.
That's nothing to do with me and JMO.
No, there's no sound on the live stream either, according to Dave. David Enders.
No, but we are. Yes. Anyway,
it's all right now.
Moving swiftly on. Yeah. I think we're working now, Kevin James.
Right. So should we not refer to it ever again?
You can if you want to. Okay. It's entirely up to your good self.
Mohammed Abbas from our commentary in the Vauxhall Land is going to be bowling to Ryan Patel, also a left-hander as well. Length ball, Patel pushes forward. It goes out to backward a point, where it is fielded by James Fuller. No, it's not. It's Nick Gubbins. I apologise.
I looked at Abbas's figures. First innings last week, 13 overs, 3 votes, 2 for 28. Second innings, 10.2, 4 for 22. He might fancy this morning as well. Because last time they played here, they'd come off the back of a game, Abbott and Abbas, hadn't they, where they bowled loads of overs and were a bit tired, I think it's fair to say. Yes,
the game against Gloucestershire at the Aegeus, where Abbas comes in again, and that's a thick outside edge, and this time Patel didn't quite know where it went. It went slightly finer this time to backward a point. Gubbins runs back. Surrey pick up 2 and move on to 6 without loss now. Patel is off the mark. Yes, you were right. It was actually Hampshire's 4th game of the season, if you remember. And between them, Abbott and Abbas in this game here last year only got 1 wicket between them, and they bowled 34 overs, which actually wasn't a lot for them. But because they bowled so much in the previous game, trying to whittle out the Gloucestershires in their second innings, I think they're about a day and a half in the field. Took a lot out of them. Forward is Patel, plays it back to Abbas, and there is no run. So yes, they were just a little bit worse for wear coming into this game last year, which didn't help.
Just from a opening pair point of view, Rory Burns and Ryan Patel, 117 they put on for the first wicket last week at Edgbaston. And as I say, Ryan Patel did look in particularly good touch for his 75.
Abbas again then, 4 slips weight at that pavilion end. Bowls slightly fuller this time, and Patel nudges that away to mid-wicket, fielded by Barker.
Good start this from Abbas and Barker. Not a lot to let go so far. Had to play virtually everything. They have Messrs Burns and Patel this morning. 2 left-handers at the top of the order, then Hashim Amlet to come at number 3. Ollie Pope at 4, Folkes at 5, Smith at 6, Jacks at 7. It's a good-looking batting line-up for Surrey. Jordan Clark coming in at 8 and Overton at 9.
Needs some early wickets to back up that decision to bowl first. Just plays inside the line there, Patel, as it goes through to Ben Brown. Yeah, you are under pressure to take some wickets here, because otherwise Surrey could cash in.
Plenty of options for Mr Vince. Abbott, Holland, a bit of Fuller, and then of course Mr Dawson as well.
Felix Organ with his off-spin.
Oh, of course, Felix Organ with his off-spin as well.
Into that Keith Barker rough, who started over the wicket. I like that, because there is some rough there already. Although, of course, there won't be much. 6 without loss then in the second over of the morning. Last ball. Abbas runs away from us. Bit of bounce there as it wraps Patel high up on the thigh pad. Goes out harmlessly on the leg side. End of the over then, 6 without loss. Burns has 2, and so does Patel.
Yeah, and it's a nice start this from Barker and Abbas, but this proper game of cricket this. You look at the 2 sides, and as I say, proper lineups these. And Messrs Patel and Burns get together for a little bit of a natter in between overs. And this morning when I walked to the ground, gorgeous morning, blue sky, sun beating down, a bit more cloud cover now, which Hampshire won't mind seeing at all. So a bit more cloud cover, warm enough for it to swing, you'd have thought. And umpires Robinson and Milnes have just been having a bit of a natter out there. Umpire Milnes is still at the pavilion end, and umpire Robinson, who was at Edgbaston last week. So I've seen a lot of Mr Robinson so far. He's out there at square leg. Keith Barker then with 4 slips, coming left arm over the wicket towards us to Rory Burns, and Burns forward, covers up, plays this one back up the pitch, and again there's no run.
I was looking at an interview actually with Rory Burns during the week. I think it was on the Surrey website. Just, I think pre-season media day that would have been done. I think
it was the one question he got about Surrey.
And everything else was about England.
It was, yeah. I think he had about out of an hour, he had 59 minutes about England, and then someone sort of perked up and said, how do you think Surrey will get on this season? As Barker comes in over the wicket again to Burns, and Burns is letting that one go. That just climbs a bit more outside his off stump. And that's taken by Ben Brown, moving away to his left-hand side. And there's been an awful lot of talk, and it's that time of the year as well, about changes in technique and quirks and all of that good stuff. All I would say is that Edgbaston, everything seemed to be in the right place. And he might get a good one today, or, dear old Dom Sibley. All that prep during the winter, and then dragged his first ball back onto his stumps ball. As in over the wicket once again comes Barker. That's a beauty to Rory Burns. That's the length, that's the line. Burns has to have a play at that. It's a lovely delivery from Keith Barker. And Rory Burns just comes down, does a bit of gunning, and checks exactly where his stumps are and where that has pitched as well. So Rory Burns, 2 not out. Ryan Patel, 2 not out. Green tinge to this wicket. If you're watching it on the live stream, I think it sort of accentuates.
It does a fraction. I was just thinking
doesn't
that,
it? Yeah. As in comes Barker. Nice shot from Rory Burns. Likes it there. Round about middle of the leg. And just turns the wrists on this. Out it goes towards deep mid-wicket. Felix Organ's quick. Gets the throw away. They'll get back for 3. And Rory Burns moves on to 5. And Surrey move on to 9 without loss. And Ryan Patel comes on to strike. I haven't touched anything. I've literally just sat down and done what I normally do. So nope, I've not touched a thing. As Ryan Patel takes his guard and waiting once more. For the first time it is for Ryan Patel on strike to Keith Barker, and Barker's driving Patel outside the off stump. Good length ball, not exactly where he intended. Ryan Patel, and that squirts away down to the third man boundary rope and away for 4. And not exactly where he intended. He'll be positive, Ryan Patel. It's very interesting, Mr. James, that Ryan Patel, I mentioned it last week, he played a one-day knock at Guildford last year, where it rained and the game got reduced, and I think he was 1 not out when he went into the pavilion, came back out and smashed 140 and hasn't looked back since, and will look to be positive as Barker is in over the wicket, and forward goes Patel, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Barker does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 3 gone, and Surrey 13 without loss. Burns has 5 and Ryan Patel's on 6.
Well, he started the season reasonably well, hasn't he? 75 and 16 not out last week. Just looking at his figures last year, played 6 championship matches, averaged 25 with a top score of 62. But still only 24 years of age. That's no age, really.
No, and also I think what he's got now, and it's great having Varron here as well, he's got an opportunity here to cement the opener spot. He's been up and down the order. He's now got this opportunity to nail it down, because of course Mark Stoneman's gone across to Middlesex, so this is a really big opportunity for Ryan Patel.
So it's going to be Abbas to continue. Still waiting for Rory Burns to remark his guard, just taking a little bit of time. 13 without loss, still those 4 slips there. Abbas looks like he's just taken a little while to get into his stride here. Here he is with his second over of the morning. Bowls to Burns on the line of leg stump, but that's whipped away nicely behind square on the leg side. It will be picked up just inside the rope, That's Fuller away to our left, and that'll be 2 more to the Surrey total. Move on to 15 without loss.
Yeah, Rory Burns, again, everybody knows he likes it roundabout there on his legs. He doesn't. The funny thing is, I mentioned it last week, but there was a lot of talk after that first delivery of the Ashes. It's probably the ball he'd have dreamt of from Mitchell Stark. I wonder about the leg stump.
Doesn't help when you're at first ball of the series, does it? I mean, that's here comes Abbas again. That's a bit straighter and played up to mid-on by Rory Burns. It doesn't help the first ball. I'll ask Steve Harmison with that first ball of the Ashes, which went to first or second slip. I mean, it's kind of the ball that's remembered, especially if something happens which stands out.
But as I said, the funny thing is, 99 times out of 100, Rory Burns is just clipping that away through mid-wicket for runs. Just happened to miss that one, and it would be the opening ball of the Ashes, wouldn't it?
Here's a Bass again then to Burns, leaves that alone outside the off stump. Ball just dies a little bit as it goes through to Ben Brown. 77 runs in his 6 innings in the Ashes. Rory Burns averaged 12.
I've said it, and I'm sure we'll talk about it again, but you know, it was a shambles, and the people I felt most sorry for were the players. You know, going into an Ashes series with no preparation at all, it's not easy, is it? It's not straightforward, and trying to find your form in the middle of an Ashes series, God dear, good luck everybody.
Not the place.
No.
Burns again faces Abbas, who bowls, beaten outside the off stump. Decent delivery there from Abbas, just angled across the left-hander.
Yeah, that's nicely bowled by Abbas. He's a lovely bowler to watch, isn't he? Because he works people round the crease as well.
You don't feel as though he's taking too much out of himself either. I mean, he's not quick at all. Very much medium, just a bit above, but just that little bit of nibble on the seam. Don't need to be quick when you bowl accurately and get it to nibble. Perfect for English conditions. 15 without loss. Here's Abbas again then. Runs in and length ball, which is played again straight by Burns back to the bowler this time. So we had 17 minutes this morning. I don't think there's too much there for Surrey to worry about. Maybe the ball's a little bit too new. Maybe the umpire's just having a look at Abbas's follow-through, which is a little bit worrying when you've only played 20 minutes of a 4-day game.
Yeah, as you say, sometimes it takes 45 minutes, doesn't it, for things to really start to happen.
But it's warm out there, so last week you could say Abbas is just taking a while to get warm. Bit of extra bounce, but again, Burns is comfortably in behind that, plays that back to the bowler, end of the over, 15 without loss, Surrey. Last week you could definitely say Abbas was taking a few overs just to get warm. I think it wouldn't take you too long here today.
No, not at all. And actually, Kemar Roach will be over the moon. I think he's been waiting for some warm weather. Hashim Amla will be over the moon as well. And it is a point, you know. It was freezing last week, so with a bit of heat around. I seem to remember last year as well in this fiction, not a lot happened for the first 45 minutes. Then it was Ricky Clark and Jordan Clark. Yeah. Suddenly got the ball to go all over the shop.
6 for 21, Ricky Clark.
That's right. As Patel is on strike here to Keith Barker from the pavilion end, coming in left arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel is forward, playing this one solidly. Back up the pitch, they like that in the slip cordon. Round of applause for that delivery from Keith Barker.
It was certainly warm in the commentary box when I arrived.
Well, the air conditioning was on, pumping out hot air, which and it was very, very hot anyway. So, yes, I lost about 1.5 stones within about 20 minutes this morning. Plus, I did have an Easter egg that was given to me, which is completely melted. So
you got one.
Yeah, well, as over the wicket once more comes Barker, and Ryan Patel forward. He's timed this nicely, straight back down the pitch. That just hits Keith Barker and whistles up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But that was very nicely timed by Ryan Patel.
When the Easter eggs arrived, I was just about to put out my hand, and then I realised that they weren't coming my way. It went your way, guys at the back doing the stream. It went everywhere, but one coming to me, and I don't know, I felt a little bit left out.
My Easter egg's run out the door on its own now. It's just a flow of chocolate now going out the commentary box doors. Waiting once again is Ryan Patel with that bat raised high in the air. Barker's into him, and that's just nipping away. Wide, in fact, is signalled. And that was wide and went wider. And umpire Milnes signals wide back towards the Mickey Stewart members' pavilion. This 4-tiered pavilion, lots of people sat out there, lovely to see, and I say also a lot of people down there in the JM Finn stand, and up there in the MAR Galadari, the new Peter May, and lovely view from up there.
JM
across
Finn?
London. That's what this is called now.
Oh, of course.
As forward goes Patel, will pick up a single as he just pushes a good length ball out into the offside. And Ryan Patel will move on to 7, and Surrey move on to 17 without loss.
I thought it was a former Surrey player. Obviously not.
No. I don't know. We had Steve in here the other day.
Yes.
Probably the nearest to it. He'll be out there having a bowl, I would have thought, at some point today. We'll have a look at the other scores, because Sussex have gone off to Derbyshire. So Sussex are in Derby, as over the wicket comes Keith Barker to Burns. Burns gets a shortish delivery, gets in behind this and plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Gloucestershire and Yorkshire, all day ones of these. Gloucestershire, 1 without loss. Kent and Lancashire at Canterbury. Lancashire 11 without loss, of course their first game of the summer, and Yorkshire's. Somerset 15 without loss against Essex. Derbyshire 9 without loss against Sussex. And Durham 12 without loss against Leicestershire. And Nottinghamshire 25 without loss against Glamorgan, as Keith Barker is in over the wicket to Burns, and Burns is forward again, just pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So fairly quiet starts all around the country this morning.
Yeah, weather pretty good around most places, I would have thought. This looks, I mean, I know there's a little bit of movement here, but I just think if I'm a Surrey batter, there's nothing here that's what would worry me.
Yeah, nothing's happened as yet. 22 minutes gone, 17 without loss. As in over the wicket comes Barker, and Burns is checking a drive up towards mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. 17 without loss then. Surrey, Hampshire winning the toss, bowling first on this opening day in Division 1. Burns 7, Patel 7. I've just looked at the Sussex batting lineup. Okay, so Division 2 game at Derby. At number 4, Pajara. At number 5, making his debut, Mohammed Rizwan. It's not a bad 4 and 5, is it?
Wow.
So there you go.
Allsop at 3?
Allsop at 3. Or Haynes, Allsop, Pajara, Rizwan. It's not bad batting lineup, that is it, in Div 2.
Yeah. Talking about Div 2, how was it last year at the back end of the season being in Div 2?
Well, there wasn't a lot going on, I'll tell you that much for nothing. Well, it was cricket. There wasn't a huge amount on it, I have to say.
I wasn't expecting to get that one in so early, but it seemed an opportune moment. There's a length ball which Patel plays up towards mid-on, fielded by Abbott. I was going to bring that up at some stage, but I didn't think I'd get that in the first 25 minutes.
What I remember about it was the trip to Durham sadly got cancelled because of COVID, so that was one game down. But then I genuinely can't really remember. But I do remember that the last game of the season here was a very high-scoring affair against Glamorgan, Ricky Clark's sort of retirement. I remember that.
Abbas in again. Patel leaves that one alone, although it comes back into him a fraction.
So yes, I for one personally, I'm very pleased we're back to sort of relegation and promotion. I think it does add a bit to it, and I totally understood the reasoning behind everything with COVID. Nobody could have expected all of that, and I think everyone's very much agreed that did really well to get cricket, but I'm pleased we're back to where we should have been for 2020, I have to say.
Don't want to be playing Division 2 for too long, do you really? Or even Division 3, for that matter, last year, as outside the off stump, and again Patel's leaving that one alone. Congratulations to Kent, by the way, for winning Division 3 last year.
Yes, Division 3. Yes, I'd forgotten about all of that.
Yeah, well, it's very forgettable, let's be honest.
It was at the back end of the season, but it was cricket. And I remember the last game here, it was 700 played 700, I think. But the sun shone. It was lovely. It really was. But yes, I think sort of good to be back to promotion relegation.
17 without loss. Here's Abbas again running away from us, bowling to Patel, and again Patel's able to leave that one alone outside the off stump. Paul Williams has tweeted at Sunset Sports, says morning to you from a beautiful warm central Portugal. Hoping for another good match and obviously a Hampshire win, but think it may be a bit more difficult this week. Well, watching this first 25 minutes, I think already it looks a little bit more difficult in terms of, yes, there was a little bit of nibble at the Aegeus last week, but apart from a little bit of movement here, actually what we're also seeing is that the ball's coming on quite nicely to the bat at the moment as well, so batsmen you would think will get full value for their shots. There's Abbas again, bowled a little bit straighter and off the front foot. Patel pushes that up to wide mid-off where it's fielded by Felix Organ.
Look, Abbas and Barker have hit good lines, good lengths. not a huge amount has occurred as yet. But I remember Surrey didn't bowl very well in that 45 minutes from memory last year. But then when they got it right, oh dear.
Yes, they did.
Bit of chaos on that first day.
Yeah. 92 all out, and then Surrey replied with 560 for 7. Things changed very quickly as Abbas comes in again. It's outside the off stump, and Patel watches that go by. So both batsmen out there, or batters I should say, are on 17 without loss. Surrey having lost the toss and been invited to bat on a greenish looking wicket, although there are patches of more brown anyway, but I guess if the ball lands on those green patches then it'll do a little bit more. But at the moment, as I say, you'd look at that pitch at the start of play and think, well, I might have a little bit of work to do as a batter, but I think these two are playing well out there. They're particularly good judges of line at the moment, leaving well. Hampshire just probing away, but maybe not getting as much help from this pitch as maybe they thought.
Barker to continue, still got his 4 slips in there. Brown with the gloves on, of course, as Keith Barker left arm over the wicket from the pavilion end to Rory Burns, who just lets this one go again off a good length outside his off stump. Lovely to have Varun Chopra with us, and first thing he noticed as well, and I hadn't really spotted it, but obviously the marquee's been up where the Surrey team have trained in pre-season, but at this time of the year you can always see where the marquee was because it's left sort of a big scar across the outfield there. Looks a bit like the desert, as I say, away there to the left, and fielding on that could be interesting as over the wicket once again comes Barker, and Burns forward, just nudges this down through backward point. It's a pretty short boundary there for the left-hander down to the third man boundary rope, and Rory Burns moves on to 11 and Surrey move on to 21 without loss.
Yeah, full value on that left-hand side, even across that sand. It's been well sanded, hasn't it, in areas, but even a thick outside edge is racing away towards the gasometer side.
It's always quick here, always quick outfield here in South London. Harleford Road is busy as always. Archbishop Tennyson's is away to our right hand side, that familiar view. Dan Norcross's surprised looking flats away there in the distance as Barker is in. This one's left alone. Outside is off stump once again by Rory Burns. He wanders off towards square leg, the Crystal Palace antennae away there over the back of the pavilion. And then behind us it will be Houses of Parliament, the Gherkin
Shard,
the big wheel thing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that's called these days.
Big wheel.
The Shard, Thames,
London Eye. It used to be called London Eye.
It did. Is it still called that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It is. Yeah,
it is. As in over the wicket comes Barker. Hello. That's climbed on Rory Burns. He's played that very well, Rory Burns. And that did just climb a touch on Burns. Just back of a length from Barker. And taken by Ben Brown. Moving away to his left-hand side. But nice bit of bowling that from Keith Barker.
Have you been on the London Eye?
No.
Have you not?
No.
Never?
No.
No, Varun hasn't either.
I'm not great with height.
Well, I'm not.
No. And it goes around quite slowly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So once you get to the top, it takes a while to get back down to the bottom. As over the wicket again comes Barker, and this one's left alone. Outside is off stump once more by Rory Burns. But I should think on a day like today, the view from up there would be extraordinary.
It will.
And yes, it's Easter holidays at the moment, so London's very crowded. Lots of people for the Easter weekend. But thankfully, the weather's meant to be good for the whole of the Easter weekend, which is great.
Yep.
Really nice.
How lucky we are to be in the centre of London over Easter.
Absolutely. As in once again comes Barker to Burns. Burns, full face of the bat, just checks this one up towards mid-on. Kevin James is heading next door to do his first update of the day for BBC Radio Solent, which means we can bring Varun Chopra in for the first time. So thank you to Mr. James. He'll be putting in a few steps today to get next door, and all the commentary boxes today being used. I think Dan Norcross, for those of Test Match Special enjoyment and BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra enjoyment and familiar voice, of course, to everybody. It's his birthday today, and I believe he might be popping in to visit a little bit later. It will be Mohammed Abbas to continue from the Vauxhall End. Farron Chopra, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Lovely to have you with us. And early thoughts on this one is actually not a great deal as yet has happened, but we'll wait to see as Mohammed Abbas comes round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, when I arrived to the ground around 10:30 this morning, I certainly felt it was a good toss to lose from a Surrey perspective. Yes, the wickets, it looks green, but to me it doesn't look like live grass. It looks like the grass is just there to keep the pace and a bit of bounce in these over wickets. But as you say, so far it's been pretty calm for the Surrey batsmen.
It has. As Abbas with his 4 slips down below us, where's number 38, runs away from us high up in the stand at the Vauxhall End, and forward goes Patel, punches up towards Carl Abbott, stood up there at mid-on, and there's no run. It's lovely to be back and have a crowd and a bit of an atmosphere and the sun shining. Look, last 2 years have been terrific, but this feels like county cricket again, doesn't it, today?
Yeah, it's great to see the public back into stadiums, and obviously the Oval, one of the nicer grounds in county cricket. You always get decent support here, so it's nice as an opposition player to come and to bat at the Oval.
Yeah, they're normally all right, aren't they? As round the wicket once again comes Abbas, forward goes Patel, flickish inside edge, flies out towards Barker there at mid-wicket. You said, I was with you on Monday, you said one of the most fascinating things, there's been a lot of talk about wickets at the beginning of the summer. Just explain to everybody what you thought, because I'd never think you, because your theory is they actually should be pretty good because the ground staff have had 6 months to get them ready.
Yeah, just from my experience, the first sort of home game at the ground is generally one of the best wickets of the season, especially if you've had decent weather building up to the game.
As Ryan Patel waits again, and this one's left alone coming back from Abbas. Good leave, good bit of bowling from Abbas, going over the top of his off stump. Ben Brown's taking that, flying away towards square leg. That's a lovely bit of bowling, but good leave from Ryan Patel.
Always asks questions, isn't he, of the batsman and of your technique, just always probing at that top of off stump. But no, the wickets, I think the groundsmen have had time to prepare it. They're on the roller, the weather's been pretty good building up to this for the last 2 weeks, so I'm sure the groundsman's really happy with the preparation time he's had, and it looks like it's playing pretty true. And
we saw that last week in the first round of games as well, as Abbas is in and Patel punches this one up towards a bit. And just having a look to see if that was yes it was. Good spot from you, Mr. Chopra. So no ball from Mohammed Abbas. That'll be 2 more to the total, 23 without loss. Yesterday I was doing a bit of the old IPL and there was a no ball and the alarm went off, and I thought it was the fire alarm in the commentary box.
It's delayed as well, isn't
it? It is.
IPL,
so there was this, all of a sudden there was this alarm going off and I wasn't sure what was going on, but thankfully Mr. Papara was alongside to tell us exactly what was happening. But yeah, there was an alarm went off as round the wicket comes Abbas once more, and Patel forward drives up towards mid-off, and again there's no run. I'm sure this would have been one of the places you enjoyed batting and playing.
Yeah, certainly. As a batsman, you could trust the bounce at the Oval all the time, which was great for someone like me who preferred it going through his waist high and higher. And then the speed of the outfield as well, you just got great value for your shots. As we can hear today, the ball just makes a nice sound off the bat, which helps. And yeah, it's definitely a good place as a batsman.
Around the wicket comes Abbas to Patel. He's letting this one go again outside his off stump, so tidy-ish over that from Abbas, but haven't seen too much playing and missing as yet. Sort of the odd 1 or 2, but nothing spectacular. And 35 minutes gone, Surrey 23 without loss, and Farron Chopra is alongside us, and as you say, it's a pretty comfy start, this.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with their start. They've looked assured, some good decision making, as you said. Ryan Patel's been in good form, hasn't he, this pre-season, with some runs behind his belt, and it's a big year for him. He's obviously got the opportunity at the top of the order to put a stamp on his career. Really, he's been around for a while now without, making too many noticeable performances or a string of performances. So here he's got a real opportunity opening innings on good wickets here at the Oval to try and cement his place in this 4-day side.
Absolutely, and I think with Mark Stoneman making the move across to Middlesex, there is that spot open at the top of the order. One of the slips has come out now for Keith Barker, so they've now got a man in the covers and a man at mid-wicket. We've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm again down there at the pavilion end. Everybody's settled down now as Keith Barker then runs towards us, coming in left arm over the wicket to Rory Burns, who's forward, punching up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I just looked across at the live stream there, and they missed a trick at the back there, because your name's dropped quite rightly. Varun Chopra over 10,000 first-class runs. Mark Church, absolutely, they could have put no first-class runs. That would have been the best thing there. But there you are, over 10,000 first-class runs.
Slipped him a tenner on the way in.
No, absolutely, you were one of the best to watch, Mr. Chopra, I have to say. As in over the wicket comes Barker. Ooh, now that's a late lead from Rory Burns. It's a late lead from Rory Burns, taken by Brown. And then Burns comes down to do a bit more gardening. Nicely bowled again. I was saying, Keith Barker for me has always been one of the most underrated cricketers in first-class cricket.
Yeah, obviously a very good teammate of mine at Warwickshire. Played many successful seasons with him, and he's just super consistent, isn't he? Very economical with his action, not much of a follow-through. In again, he comes, and this is left alone by Rory Burns. But he's just a real reliable performer. So if there is a little bit of movement in the wicket, he will find it. He's developed as well over the years, coming around the wicket to the right-handers. He's a very good batsman, actually, as well. People often underestimate his batting coming in at 7, 8, or sometimes even 9. It really is a pain in the backside for opposition bowlers when you see Keith Barker coming in that lower order. Barker, in over the wicket he comes once again, and this is tucked away by Burns off his hip. In there to short mid-wicket, Organ does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, because I can remember it used to be, so against Warwickshire, when Surrey used to go there, Surrey would be quite pleased because they got rid of you, and you know, Trott had disappeared, Bell might have been around as well, and then all of a sudden, sort of 5, 6 down, out walks Ricky Clark, followed by Keith Barker. It's like, oh, come on, really? Yeah, we used to call it the engine room. So we used to have like Wokes, Barker,
oh yeah, of course, Clark, Wokes as well. Yes, and, absolutely. Even Chris Wright, Jita Patel, they were all kind of dangerous lower order players who were more than capable of doubling the score up. Barker is in to Burns. Burns, letting this one go as well. It's a good leave that from Rory Burns. He's probing away outside that off stop, and that's one of those, as Burns has let it go, it's just kept going and taken by Ben Brown, moving away in front of first slip, and Rory Burns again very particular and just checking where that has pitched and where his off stump is. Yeah, it looks like Keith's in his rhythm now. He just moved his 4th slip out to cover. I think that just given him a little bit more confidence to relax and go a fraction fuller perhaps. Here he comes once again, Barker to Burns, and Burns just, that's a bit shorter, and he's just letting that one go outside his off stump. And then end of the over from Keith Barker. I just wonder whether, not that Barker and Abbas have bowled badly at all, but just wonder whether Mr. Vince might think about a bit of Abbott quite soon. Yeah, it's always the case as a captain. You win the toss and you bowl. You're always searching for those early wickets. You know, you don't want to feel the wrath of the bowlers. Why have you put us in there? You'd have quite enjoyed captaining this Hampshire bowling attack. There's a few options in there for you as skipper, aren't there? Yeah, I mean, Abbas, Abbott, Barker, 3 quality bowlers. Perhaps a little bit short in the spin department, which Hampshire haven't quite nailed that position. I know they tried to sign Nathan Lyon, didn't they, a while ago? That was which would have been a great signing. I mean, I've got a massive theory on the team with the best spinner often wins the championship. If you just look at the results of the championship, how Surrey won it a few years ago, how Sussex used to win it all those years back. Even when Middlesex won it recently, Rayner got 50 wickets that year. Obviously, Harmer's been unbelievable at Essex. Jita Patel at Warwickshire. As Abbas is round the wicket to Ryan Patel, he's forward and plays this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. Barker in there under his white floppy sun hat. Well, Warwickshire last year, Danny Briggs. You know, I think it was 38 championship wickets for Danny Briggs last year with his left arm spin. It's a huge part of it. It really is. Liam Dawson, of course,
Yeah, he's a good spin bowler. He's a good spin bowler, Liam Dawson, but he's not really a 50 wicket a season spin bowler. He's a fantastic cricketer.
Yep.
You know, standing second slip, very good at the bat, can bowl.
Yes. Abbas is in again, and Patel lets this one go. Well, of course, Sussex had Mushtaq for all those years as well, didn't they? And then here at Surrey, Saki and Ian Salisbury. So yeah, as you say, and at Warwickshire, Jeeton, and Harmer at Essex. Interesting, isn't it, that he's back now? But he won't, you know, with the way he bowled against Bangladesh, he'll be playing in the series here against England. So Essex might lose him for a bit, but he obviously loves the place as well. As waiting once again is Ryan Patel. Forward goes Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And you know him well, Simon Hunt. For me, he's always been best off spinner in county cricket. And it was almost a bit of a waste that he wasn't playing international cricket.
Yeah, certainly Essex's gain. It was on the outskirts, wasn't he? A bit in the wilderness, and Essex took what seemed back then as a bit of a punt on him. And obviously what a punt it was.
Really good to see him playing against Bangladesh with Maharaj. They combine very nicely actually. As forward goes Ryan Patel to another good length ball from Mohammed Abbas. But yeah, I think actually, as you said, in that Surrey dressing room, after 42 minutes, they'll be sitting there thinking, well, this is all right at the moment. Yeah,
certainly. I think the openers have looked very calm and assured. Just there, Ryan Patel, just two really solid full defences, back up to mid-on. Always a good sign as a batsman if you're defending straight down the wicket. Abbas is still asking questions. He's been very accurate and miserly, but without real threat at the moment.
And he comes again, and that one just bounces a touch more on Ryan Patel. He's playing it off the front foot, and Kevin James made a really good point that game last year, I think it was 5th game of the championship season, and Abbas and Abbott had performed beautifully, but they were absolutely exhausted by the time they got here, I think. And Surrey made hay while the sun shone.
Yeah, one thing you would say about Hampshire's attack is that if there's seam movement, it's a horrible attack to face because these guys will definitely exploit it. But if the conditions are good and there's not much seam off the wicket, you can definitely get your iron against these bowlers.
As Patel forward, he comes once again, punches this one up towards mid-on, and there is Abbott to do the fielding. Yeah, I suppose James Fuller's that point of difference in that he can bowl rockets if he gets it right. He sort of did that in the second innings against. He did it to Surrey a couple of years ago at Arundel as well. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 23 in that second innings. So he can genuinely run in and bowl quick, can't he?
Yeah, it's just how often he can do it though. He's a little bit daisy, isn't he? Some days he does, some days he doesn't. So. But he's been in good form this pre-season bowler count, so perhaps he's worked and had a good pre-season and found some rhythm, and his bowling is clear because he's got great attributes. He's tall, he's got pace. You know, he's a brilliant fieldsman. He can hit it a mile with the bat as well. So he's a talented cricketer, but he's just never quite pieced it together as yet.
Barker continues, left arm over the wicket for the pavilion end to Rory Burns, and Burns is just playing this off the stumps in typical Burns fashion. Just that little flick of the wrists from Rory Burns, and that is his absolute bread and butter, and Burns moves on to 15-27 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot, just a bit too full and a bit too straight there from Barker, and that's exactly where Burns wants it. That's the patience he's shown. He's been leaving the ball well outside off stump, and the bowler's just got a little bit too straight, and once you beat the infield here at the Oval, you know it's 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and put away very, very nicely by Rory Burns as Barker. He comes once again to Burns. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, he'll be determined, won't he, Rory? Yeah, Rory Burns. It's always interesting to see how a player reacts after being dropped by England. It can often go one or two ways, really. From experience, I've seen guys who get dropped and try and reinvent the wheel, and then they fall back a little bit. Or you see guys who are really determined and want to get their place back in the side and have a good season. So
I think he hasn't made too many changes here, Rory Burns. This one again is just tucked through the leg side. That beats the dive of Organ. That was travelling as well from Rory Burns. And Organ got something on it. Might just pull this up inside the rope. They do. And they might run back for 4, an all-run 4. That's exciting on the first day. So an all-run 4, that'll get the statisticians in the crowd excited. But it's good running from Ryan Patel. He spotted that was going to just hold up in front of the boundary rope, sprinted back for the 4th. Burns moves on to 19, and Surrey move on to 31 without loss. But yet there's no huge changes from Rory Burns here. I think that little pronounced look towards mid-wickets disappeared, but other than that, he's just picked the bat up, and everyone always banged on about moving parts, but when he's in good form, the most important thing is he's in the right place when it matters, as Burns lets this one go outside his off stump, and that's into the gloves of Brown, moving away to his left-hand side. And I always think that at the moment as well, because there's a bit of chaos about who's picking sides and whatever else from an England point of view, but sort of it's that currency of runs, isn't it? If you're a batter, make runs.
Yeah, it certainly helps. I guess the argument is now as a selector or whoever is picking the team, we're not quite sure.
It's Barker. In over the wicket he comes again to Burns, and Burns off his hip just works this one. Oh dear, and a misfill from Felix Organ in there at mid-wicket, so they'll pick up a couple, and that's a freebie for Rory Burns there, and Felix Organ will just want to sort of forget about that one. I think we'll dust over that. 33 without loss, and Burns moves on to 21.
He's cost Keith Barker 6 runs this over. I don't think he'll be avoiding him at lunchtime for sure. Keith doesn't like going for too many runs, and a little bit sloppy there, Hampshire, in the field.
As Burns waits again over his batters. Here comes Keith Barker once more to him, and that's down the leg side. Burns just sways inside that, taken by Brown away to his right. End of the over. I wonder if James Vince will think about a change now, because not a lot's happened so far. Sorry, 33 without loss. Farron Chopra alongside here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Silent, and on the Surrey live stream. And Burns 21, and Ryan Patel has 7.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Balance was probably the clearest example of someone who got pigeonholed as having a county cricket technique. Was consistently one of the lead run scorers in the game, but was told to make technical changes, I guess, and go further at the ball and not play so back in his crease, and regardless of how well he did, he wasn't going to get back into the side. So you do get runs. Of course, runs are important. Runs are the currency as a batsman, but there are some players who have a ceiling, I guess, a ceiling level which is slightly higher, or the ability to score, something like bigger runs. I look at someone like Dan Lawrence, obviously I know from Essex days, who is a good player. He might not score the most runs in county cricket every year, but he certainly has the ability to play international cricket and face all types of bowling in all conditions, you'd feel. So it'd be interesting to see if England have sort of put Rory Burns in the Gary Balance bag.
We have got a change in bowling. Sean Abbott is into the attack to replace Mohamed Abbas, and looking to drive is Ryan Patel up towards mid-off. The bit I can never get my head around, right, is if you get picked for England, you're a good player, yeah. And the ones that always worry me slightly is when you're picked and you go on a tour and then they start tinkering with you while you're on the tour, or, as you say, reinvent the wheel, and it never really works. As in comes Abbott, and this is punched by Ryan Patel up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's not an easy job to pick sides, and I guess to be quite brutally honest, the standard of batting in county cricket hasn't been that high recently. I think it's been extremely difficult with the conditions and the bowlers, but you just look at the runs scored, it is less than previous years.
Around the wicket again comes Abbott to Patel. That's a nice looking shot, clipped away by Ryan Patel down the ground. Now Abbas will give chase. He's done well there actually, as Mohamed Abbas, sort of the boundary rope was approaching quicker than he thought for a second there, and he's managed to get down to it and flick it back, and they'll pick up a couple. And the other thing is there's not a huge amount of room between that boundary rope and the advertising hoardings as well, so just for a second there I thought if he gets this wrong
Not the most athletic, is he, Abbas?
No, but he did
Bit
well
like
there. He did well.
He moves a bit like a young giraffe.
Yes, he
But
does.
He did do well. After a long spell, put the effort in.
As round the wicket comes Sean Abbott again, and forward goes Ryan Patel, punches up
in the
towards
action
mid-on.
again there. Ball's following him now, Mohamed Abbas.
Yep, he
Hoping
did.
for a little rest after his first spell at mid-on.
It's always the way, isn't it? As soon as you finish your spell, the ball follows you around a touch. Nice looking shot again from Ryan Patel, full face of the bat, and just punching that down the ground for a couple. That wasn't sort of whipping it through mid-wicket from Ryan Patel. That was full face of the bat. Sorry, 35 without loss as Abbott round the wicket he comes, and Patel drives. Good looking shot again, but it's well fielded. In there at extra cover, Weatherly, I think that is, diving away to his left, Gubbins, apologies, diving away to his left hand side to do the fielding. Very fine fielder is Nick Gubbins. Of course, he's made that move. Now, I think his first game for Hampshire,
100.
it was against Surrey last summer when he made the move. I think it was his opening game was down at the Aegeus Bowl against Surrey. When he made the move. My memory's terrible, as this is flicked away off leg stump by Ryan Patel from round the wicket on that angle. Just flicked away by Ryan Patel down to a short fine leg boundary, and a good bit of fielding by a gentleman in the crowd there. And 39 without loss as that flicked the rope and flew over the boundary boards, but just on the angle there from Ryan Patel, just a flick of the wrists, and that flew off down to the boundary rope and gave that gentleman a bit of a fright behind the boundary board, I think. But Ryan Patel moves on to 13, and Surrey 39 without loss, Varun Chopra.
I think we're going to see a double bowling change, are we here?
It looks like it.
It's,
Mr. Holland, I think, coming into the attack, and 1 for 21 in the first innings against Somerset. And of course now started off the season opening the batting again, Mr. Holland, with runs. He loves that, doesn't he? He loves opening. Sort of slotted in there perfectly over the last 18 months, and very handy with the ball is Ian Holland. So he's into the attack to replace Keith Barker from that pavilion end of the ground. So 5 to 12 on this opening morning. If you're just joining us, good morning to you. Hampshire winning the toss, having a bowl first. Hampshire run changed. Jamie Overton coming into the Surrey side for Reece Topley. That is the only change for Surrey. And at the moment, nice solid quiet start for Surrey after 12 overs. Here is Holland then. Right arm over the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns pushes off the back foot out towards cover with his hair flowing behind him. Rory Burns. So he's going again with hair free flowing for batting at the moment, and the video of him having a bowl at Edgbaston in the Championship with his hair down, that did the rounds as well. But
I've actually faced him as well in the Championship game, believe it or not.
was he bowling his off spin or his medium pace?
Medium pace, it's got a little bit of swing.
Yeah, it does nibble it a bit, doesn't he? As over the wicket again comes Holland, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rory Burns. As I say, I think the most exciting thing about his bowling at Edgbaston was when he did actually unleash the full mane. As we said, it was like watching Jack Sparrow have a bowl. But no, he's picked up. I think he's picked up 2 or 3 first-class wickets. A couple with his off spin.
I haven't seen his off spin actually.
As over the wicket once more comes Holland, and this one's let go again by Rory Burns. I seem to remember he bowled it at Lord's, and I think he got Chris Rogers out with it. Rogers was about 190 at the time, but I think he got Chris. But now if he does come on, it is his. And you faced it, and you know that. Is he quicker than he looks?
No, he's quite medium. Let's describe him.
But he does swing it.
Yeah, he did swing it. Thankfully, I wasn't one of his victims.
No, waiting once again is Burns. As over the wicket comes Holland too, and Burns drives, gone. Caught at second slip, neat and tidily by Liam Dawson, and Holland on a goodish length. Rory Burns couldn't resist a drive at that. Good catch from Dawson, and Holland into the attack, makes the breakthrough. Burns gone for 21, and Surrey 39 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. Rory Burns, Holland into attack, just moving the ball across the left-hander, having a big drive, and good hands from Liam Dawson, who doesn't drop too many at second slip. But what would have been a very solid first hour for Surrey, not too much was happening. They're looking very calm and collected out there. Ryan Patel, Rory Burns, and he just goes with that big drive, just trying to force the issue. A good bowling from Holland, just pitching the ball up, inviting the drive, and getting his rewards.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good catch from Liam Dawson as well.
Yeah, very good fielder.
Took it to his left-hand side, up above waist high. So that will bring Hashim Amla down the steps and out to the middle. Made 2 at Edgbaston, but I think it was the first time he'd held a bat probably since the last game of last summer. So Hashim Amla will be better for a few nets. And it was Hampshire last year. He got the double 100, wasn't it? And then, but then retired hurt with a neck injury, because everyone 215 not out, and he had we thought he'd had enough, and I've got to, but actually he couldn't move his neck at all, poor chap. But yeah, 215 not out here. He's also, just as a little stat for you, 18,805 first class runs, so he's getting towards 19,000 now. A lot of those, of course, test match run as well for Hashim Amla, but still a wonderful player. But even the great Hashim Amla needs a little bit of time in the middle, doesn't he?
Yeah, it won't take him too long to get into the groove, though, I'm sure, for the Surrey fans. He's a real special player. Had the privilege of playing with him as well in my career when he joined Essex for a stint. When I was just a youngster, I think he peeled off 400 or 500 in a month that he was with us, and it was phenomenal.
I think one of those was against Surrey at Guildford, I remember, making runs down at Guildford from memory.
Yeah, not only does he make runs, he just makes it in such a nice way to watch as well, doesn't it? He's always a joy to watch, just a true craftsman.
Yep. So he's out there taking his guard in his short sleeve sweater. I'll vacate at the end of this over and bring Kevin James in to join Varun Chopra. But yeah, very interesting first hour. I think we've got a steward who's sat himself on the steps under the side screen here. I think, oh, now he's moving. I think we'll be all right. As Holland, first ball for Hashim Amla, and Amla, as always, playing this very late, just drops it down in front of him. That's the thing with Hashim Amla. There is minimum movement. Plays everything so late. But I think the thing at Edgbaston, even the great Hashim Amla, without much cricket, you could tell he was just trying to just get things moving, and the ball was nipping around a bit at that point. As he waits again with that bat raised, as over the wicket comes Holland to him. Oh, now shout for LBW. That must be very tight. Oh, that must be tight. And umpire Milnes keeps the hands down in front of him. So Hashim Amla, second delivery, great first over from Holland. Wicket made, and the wicket of Rory Burns, but Hashim Amla, is that hit bat pad outside the line of the off stump? Just trying to watch it again here. Oh, I think, it's tight. It's very, very tight, but it's pretty straight. I think it's back pad, and it's whether it's hit him outside the line of that off stump. High up, he's sort of fiddling with his abdominal guard there, if that's the polite way to put it. End of the over. Varun Chopra, a few thoughts from you, and then you'll be joined by Mr. Kevin James. Yeah,
a nervy moment there for Hashim Amla. He would have had his heart in his mouth for a moment. Perhaps the height, the bounce of this over wicket just saving him. As Abbott round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who just plays it back calmly back to the bowler. But 39 for 1 off 13 overs, and that wicket just changes the complexion of the morning a little bit.
I got very excited there, Varun.
You gave it out, didn't you?
I did.
From up here,
yeah,
100 metres away.
Yeah. From deep mid-off.
It was close.
It was, wasn't it?
You probably would have referred it, wouldn't you?
Oh, would I? Twice. Abbott bowls and it's edge just short of second slip by Ryan Patel. I would, if I'd been bowling and that had hit him there, I think I'd still be appealing. I don't think I would stop unless the umpire said to me, Kev, unless you stop now, I will give you the red card. And you're going off. I mean, I listened to some of what you were saying there, Varun, just as I was changing commentary with Churchy in that. I heard some of it. The height.
Slightly high, I imagine, is the only thing that could have saved him.
Yeah.
It certainly looks straight.
Here's Abbott around the wicket, and Patel pushes that up to mid-off. Of course, if you're watching on the live stream, you've got I wouldn't say a bird's eye view, but a pretty good view as well, other than those that are listening online, of course, who are relying on us conveying what happened in that previous over. If you've got a thought, at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com, let us know what you thought of that delivery to Amla. I know Hampshire would have been desperate to get rid of him for what you guys were saying a little earlier, because he's got a bit of a reputation against Hampshire in the last year or so. As that's turned away square on the leg side by Patel, there'll be runs. It won't quite go all the way to the rope. Fuller just drags it back inches away from the boundary, and Surrey move on to 41 for 1. What have you made of the first hour or so?
I think it's been a pretty good standard so far. The Hampshire bowlers have asked decent questions. Surrey looks solid. Both their batsmen, I thought, were lining the ball up pretty well, shaping up well, and not too many alarms really. The ball hasn't darted around as much as Hampshire would have thought or had hoped. So I think from Surrey's point of view, if they can go into lunch 1 down, they'll be very happy with that.
Yes, I would agree with that. As Abbott runs away from us, bowls the left-handed Patel again. It's outside the off stump, and Patel leaves that one alone. Did you score runs here over the years?
Did okay. I'm not sure if I scored 100. I think we often actually played at Guildford, unfortunately. Well, actually Guildford. No, sorry, I take that back, because I scored runs at Guildford. I liked Guildford. It was a brilliant place to bat as well. But
great if you play square.
Yeah, not quite the stadium of the Oval, Woodbridge Road, but. No, we always found ourselves at the outgrounds quite often throughout my career, actually. I missed out, but...
Abbott again, short, and it's pulled away by Patel. It's in the air, he's got it in front of square, hasn't quite got hold of it, but the ball will make its way all the way over the rope to that short boundary side. I'm sure he was in total control of that, even though he got on it early.
It looked like he was trying to actually get underneath that and flick it for 6, a very short leg side boundary, and he just looked like he toe-ended it a little bit, and... chalked it a little bit over mid-wicket, but a very small hit out there.
It is, isn't it?
Across that practice square, the long practice square at the Oval, which was where the marquee was for pre-season. Done a bit of damage.
And miss it is a comfortable 4, isn't it, away on that side. We are not a long way over to the left as we look, but certainly a considerable amount. 45 for 1 then, Surrey. Patel moves on to 19 at the end of that Kyle Abbott over. So it's interesting you played a lot at Guildford then. I mean, obviously we know what it's like
in the
here over
stuff,
the years. Yeah. I mean,
some really good one-day memories there, though. It's always good to T20. You get a packed ground at the Oval on a Friday or any night of the week. Really, it's always very well supported, especially with the Essex Surrey rivalry.
Yeah, I can imagine. Amla just nudges that ball on the leg side. Start of a new over from Ian Holland from that. Pavilion end. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, even I quite enjoy the atmosphere here on a Friday or Thursday or whenever it is that Hampshire come up here. It's quite unique. We don't get to play at Lords too often in T20s, Hampshire. I'm not quite sure where it is this year, actually. I'm not even sure they're actually at Lords. They might be, but I'll have to have a look at that one. 3 slips wait for Ian Holland. Comes in again and bowls to Amla. And that's just pushed out square on the offside. Interesting you say that Amla was at Essex when you were there in your early days.
Yeah, just remarkably calm. He also hits the ball surprisingly hard as well for a touch player. It's very clean when he hits the ball. Always just in complete control. Having said that, he does look a little bit vulnerable here, though. He hasn't looked like he's quite balanced at the crease yet. Just finding his feet a little bit.
Yeah, just that one moment in the last over outside the off stump. That nips back a fraction, but well wide, and Amla's able to leave that one alone. 39 years of age now, Hashim Amla.
Is he 39? Wow, great desire to keep going.
Incredible, isn't it? Really. And I know Mark Church touched on it last year, and you probably would have seen it in some shape or form, Varun. But his rearguard action at the Aegeus last year. 37 odd out of 287
he loves those situations, isn't he?
It was unbelievable, honestly. Churchy, I know, loved it as Amla pushes forward, as only Amla does with that sort of dead bat, as the ball just travels a few yards away on the offside. I have to say, I found my eyes sort of slowly but surely closing as the day wore on. But Churchy was more and more excited the more that Amler was blocking it and leaving it alone.
He did the same for South Africa in the Test match, didn't he, against India?
Oh, right.
On those bunts and tops, I think it was 30 off 240 balls to try and save the Test match.
Comes in again, slightly fuller, but Amler again watchful as he plays that one back to the bowler. But of course, on the other side of the coin, as Churchy mentioned, he got a double 100 here last year against Hampshire. Actually didn't return for the next day, actually retired. Probably took a lot out of him, and as you say, he's no spring chicken these days. Probably just thought, you know what, I've done enough in this game, I'll have a rest.
I think he's done enough overs in the field, enough overs in the dirt fielding.
That'll be another thing as well, isn't it? I'm sure we'll see him go on and off at times if this game goes the full 4 days. Left alone by Amler outside the off stump, end of the over, 45 for 1. Amler yet to get off the mark. Patel has 19, that one wicket that has fallen this morning about 10 or so minutes ago. Rory Burns driving at Ian Holland. Well caught by Liam Dawson at second slip for 21. That didn't look quite a half volley to me. No,
it was a good length ball, wasn't it? And a little bit too wide really to be in control of. And obviously Rory Burns has paid the price. But Holland started really well here actually. 2 overs without conceding a run. Obviously the wicket looks like he's just hit his length and he's asking good questions.
Abbas's usual miserly self, even though he hasn't taken a wicket, he's conceded 6 from his 5. Abbott has taken over from him at this Vauxhall end. Here he is then, start a new over, bowling to the left-hander Patel. He's round the wicket, drives and misses outside the off stump. I think that ball just nipped away a fraction. Looking at the live feed.
That's a great length, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Abbott around the wicket to the left-hander, just getting the ball to leave him as he so often does. Just slightly that the inside of the ball, isn't he? Just pushes it across him.
Yeah, that's a good delivery, and coming in and then straightening. So, did you face Carl Abbott at all?
Yeah, too many times for my liking. It was
Abbott again. He's beaten outside the off stump once more. And I had a quick look, and we spoke about this before we came on air with Varun. At 300s Varun made against Hampshire. The standout one for me, and maybe for you, I think there's one that you remembered the most, was that back in 2011, last game of the season, when he got 100 at the Aegeus.
Yeah, unfortunately we couldn't quite bowl Hampshire out on the last day. I think it was Mackenzie and Carberry blunted our attack, and we couldn't quite. If we did get the win, we would have won the championship.
Outside the off stump, and this time rather wisely, Patel leaves alone.
I think Somerset down the road just managed to get a victory late into the fourth day and last session. So yeah, that was disappointing because we kind of led the championship for most of the season really. But having said that, it did really motivate us to win it in the following year, and we I guess as a side we learned from that experience and came back and won it the following year, which was great.
Well, you guys were a really strong side, weren't you, in those days? And that draw cost you guys the championship, didn't it? Patel just works that away from a thick inside edge. There is a man deep out at square leg, that's Barker. Total moves on to 46 for 1, and Patel on to 20. Yeah, actually Hampshire got relegated that year from Division 1.
Yeah, it was. I remember it well because the Sky cameras were there as well, and it was just a day where Mackenzie and Carberry decided to turn up. We know what fine players they were, but we're pretty convinced if the cameras weren't there and they weren't sort of some international places to play for and whatnot, they would have perhaps not showed as much interest into that fourth innings as they did, which was very frustrating for us.
Yeah, it would have been. As Abbott comes over the wicket to Amler, off the top of the bat, goes off the shoulder, harmlessly out to backward point, fielded by James Fuller.
Hampshire all over Amler here. They'll be keen to try and dismiss him because he just doesn't quite look right, does he, at the moment? His balance just looks a little bit off. He doesn't move his feet a great deal the best of times, but he looks like he's not quite getting into the ball at the moment, and he's caught in the crease. But he's got all the experience in the world. He'll try and ride the first 20 balls, and he's obviously the most dangerous as a batsman.
If there's one batter that will ride it out, that's him, isn't he? As he comes Abbott again, Amler pushing forward again. It's not out the middle. as it goes out towards mid-wicket. Only made 2 in the game last week up at Edgbaston, Amla. So I must admit, I looked at that and I thought, God, he's due a score. And Hampshire have got him next. So he's battling hard.
Yeah, at the moment he doesn't quite look right, as we say. So it's really important Hampshire just give him nothing now. We know as a batsman, just one loose delivery, one good shot, and everything could change so quickly. So Hampshire need to be right on top of him now, no freebies, and just try and make it life as difficult as possible for him.
Yeah. Thought he had him LBW. I think it was the very first ball he received, actually, or certainly the first couple of balls he received from Ian Holland, and adjudged not out. He's still there, yet to get off the mark. 20 to Rory Patel. It's 46 for 1, Surrey, here at the Oval. Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first, which at the moment, it's 50-50 whether that's a good decision or not. Still a long way to go today, of course, let alone the rest of the game, but I think they might have hoped for more than 1 wicket after an hour and 11 minutes worth of play this morning. Ian Holland getting ready to bowl the start of the next over. He's going to be bowling to Rory Patel. He's playing quite steadily out there, edged and just short, in fact just wide of second slip, in the gap between second and fourth. It's gone for full.
Yeah, agony there for the Hampshire bowler. Holland, he's been right on the money again, just back of a length, leaving Rory Burns, Rory Patel, and just edged between Dawson and Weatherly there. It was like a fourth slip, and it's just split them perfectly, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Ideal placement from Patel. Well, Holland's looked as dangerous as anybody this morning.
Yeah, again, having faced him, he sometimes bowls at that pace where he just does enough. It's medium pace. There's nothing behind the delivery.
That comes in again, and Patel gets one which he pushes just in front of square on the offside. Again, that's not out in the middle.
But I think sometimes the more medium-paced county bowlers just mess up with batsmen's timings and rhythms and concentration, if anything, and often get the wickets and the breakthroughs.
Do you think? I mean, I'm thinking more of the Rory Burns dismissal as well. That when somebody like of his pace comes on, as he comes in again, bowls to Patel, leaves that alone outside the off stump. That when you've been put into bat, and it is a fraction green out there, and there's a little bit of nibble, although probably not as much as we all think, that when he comes on, you start driving at balls that perhaps against Abbott and Abbas you wouldn't have been doing.
Certainly, and you've done the hard work. You've got through Barker, you've got through Abbas, you're getting through Abbott. Your guard can just drop a fraction as a batsman, and then you just come out your bubble and you throw your hands at one, as Rory Burns did, and one mistake and you're out in this game, isn't it, unfortunately?
Comes in again to Patel, thinks about playing it, it doesn't as it goes through to Ben Brown, end of the over. 50 for 1 then, Surrey. Oh, sorry, not the end of the over, apologies. The umpire was just walking off to talk to Keith Barker, which slightly caught me out there. But no, you're right, it's interesting, isn't it? And that Rory Burns dismissal was a classic case there, where perhaps he hadn't been driving at those sort of deliveries early on in his innings, and Holland is just getting a little bit of just moving away from the left-hander, just a fraction off the seam.
Yeah, he's a very good cricketer now for Hampshire. He's opens the batting as he's in here, just back of a length, and Rory Patel just squares up a little bit and defends it out to point on the offside. He opens the batting. He's bowling. He's a first change seam bowler now, and I think he stands at third slip and gully, and he's really kind of made a career for himself at Hampshire and performed solidly.
Yes, he certainly wasn't brought in as an opening batter. That's something that's just fallen into his lap, and he's taken full advantage of. It's in the game and bowls. It's again left outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 50 for 1. I'm just having a look to see how he started the season last week. 81 in his only innings, in that innings and 113 run victory over Somerset. So 24 to Patel, and Amla, who is yet to get off the mark, will face the next over from Kyle Abbott. Just for the record, actually, we were talking about that game in 2011. You were bowled by Dimi Mascarenhas for 109.
Yes, I remember at the second new ball.
Was it?
Similar kind of thing, lost concentration, went for a drive off
wasn't
Dimi.
Quite there.
No, it wasn't there. Well, it's never there when Zimmy bowls, is it?
Very true. It's caught many a player out. That's full on leg stump, and that's nicely tucked away from Amler. He'll enjoy that one to get off the mark. And I think over his career, and I haven't seen him bat many times, I would say that has been the sort of shot that he's profited from on many occasions.
Yeah, a typical Hashim Amla shot there, full of wrists, just a bit too full, a bit too straight there from Kyle Abbott. Would be really annoyed with himself there. They're just starting to build some pressure up there, the Hampshire bowlers, and that's a bit of a freebie. Well, definitely a freebie to some of Hashim Amla's skill.
You wouldn't have missed out on that one, Brown. I've seen you play that shot a few times as well. There's Abbott back on line and length, and Amla treats that one with respect as he pushes it out on the onside. To be fair, there wouldn't be too many top order batters would have missed out on it.
No, that's exactly what you want it. First up, always a good feeling to get off the mark, regardless of 18,000 first class runs. He's approaching 19,000. You still want to get off the mark. There's no better feeling
sure.
As a batsman.
Yeah. Is Abbott again to Amler. Slightly short, Amler's on the back foot, steers that pass backward a point past the diving fielder, and that is 4 runs, and Amler hits 2 boundaries in this over. And in respect of the game at the Ageas Bowl last year, I would say that 2 boundaries from Amler were about 5 hours apart. And we've seen 2 in 3 or 4 balls.
Yeah, one off the front foot, now one off the back. Just a little bit too short, that one from Abbott, and on this oval wicket the bounce is so true. It's a safe length to attack as a batsman, really.
And there's enough pace in this wicket as well, isn't it? You can use the pace in the ball as well as Abbott comes in again and bowls. That's Fuller, and off the front foot just about pushes that up to mid-on. So Surrey have moved on to 58 for 1. They'll be happy with the way things have gone this morning. Hour and 17 played, having been put into bat. But the ball hasn't really been the outside edge that often, has it?
No, we haven't seen anything misbehave or do anything too alarming. Just a little bit of swing up front from Barker, but it was fairly gentle. Just a couple of good balls from Abbott the previous over, a few player misses, but at the moment you certainly think get through this first session, it's going to be nice to bat.
Amler again, this time gets a good delivery from Abbott, who hasn't always been accurate in this over. Pushed out on the offside. If you were sort of in the Surrey dressing room now, and I mean, I know you wouldn't normally bat sort of lower down the order, but I mean, generally in that dressing room, do you think that they'd be thinking now that there's a good chance they could build a decent first innings total?
Yeah, certainly. I think if you're a number 5, 6, you've probably not got your whites on, and you're probably quite relaxed, to be fair, on this wicket. You come across some wickets in county cricket, you got everyone's in their whites.
Yeah, that's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run, 58 for 1. What would you say was one of the worst wickets you ever played on?
Ooh.
Can you remember that? Is that I've probably just thrown that at you pretty quick. You might have to have a think about that. Maybe come back this afternoon with
first wickets.
One or two where you thought, my God, this is a complete lottery. I know some are anyway, just by the fact that they're the green in colour or whatever, but some of them can be worse than that, can't they?
Certainly.
I'll have to give you time to think.
Yeah, I don't want to upset too many groundsmen in the process as well. But
well, you can sort of give a geographical
area. I'm retired
area
now, so I can.
Well, you're all right then. Haven't got all that responsibilities of captaincy and what have you.
Worst wicket.
Yeah, I'm giving you. I'll give you plenty of time for that one. Ian Holland would continue with his medium pace in the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Ryan Patel, who's on 24. Here comes Holland. Length ball, and it's edged, and it bounces just short of Joe Weatherly at a wide third slip. Well, Varun Chopra is thinking. So there can't be an obvious standout.
Well, it's definitely not Hampshire. Hampshire's always been
very kind of you.
So I won't go after Hampshire. To be honest, Chelmsford's had some really poor wickets in red ball cricket. Especially as an opener, you have felt on the hide into nothing at times there, at various points in the season.
Comes Holland and bowls. Patel works that away on the leg side, a little bit too straight there from Ian Holland. They'll pick up 1, they won't chance 2. Total moves on to 59 for 1. Was that one of the reasons why you left Chelmsford in the early part of your career?
No, I think that was not. Actually, early on in my career, the wickets were quite good. When Ronnie Irani was captain, he wanted them as flat as they could be, because he hung up his bowling boots and became a batting captain. So No, that was more for a change of scenery and I guess for my own development to get out of my comfort zone.
And they're pushing forward to Holland.
And to and just to move to a big club like Warwickshire and not knowing anyone there at all. To move out home and you live by yourself and just grow up really. So
sure,
that was the reasons for that. But just going back to your original question, I think
sure.
Taunton's had some poor wickets of late. Obviously they try and doctor the wickets to help their attack with their seamers and spinners. So it's often been green one end and bare and big spin at the other end.
Yeah. Amla edges along the ground to Weatherly at third slip.
Yeah, but the wickets have been challenging as an opening batsman in the past few years, and I think groundsmen haven't had an easy job doing it, just with the amount of traffic that they have and the amount of preparation, or the lack of preparation time, makes it even more difficult. And throwing, I guess, captains and bowlers and teams which are quite happy to roll the dice and play two-day cricket.
Holland in again to Amla, and prods that out on the offside. So we had a situation last week, didn't we, really, of most games, certainly in Division 1. I didn't really look that hard in Division 2, but in Division 1, obviously up at Edgbaston and at Chelmsford, you had situations where the games were going to be high-scoring draws.
20 centuries.
Would you prefer to see wickets like that and games played like that than being a little bit more on the side of a lottery? And I don't mean total lottery where it's just, it really is lucky next. Back on the pad again, not out, says the umpire. That looks a little bit more leg-side-ish this time, certainly from the way Amla was trying to work that away through mid-wicket. Again, if you're watching the live feed, you might have a better idea on the line that Amla's trying to work that away from. Just watching it now.
Take a close look at this one.
Yeah. Baron, I'll let you comment on that one, because I think people already know what I'm thinking of that.
I was given out like that many times in my career. No, but full of the length, pretty straight there from Holland. I guess potentially umpire's call for it was hitting leg stump. I guess might have saved him. Who's that? Is that Alex Ward? No, who's the umpire that?
Who's at the far end?
David Milnes.
David Milnes, right?
Okay, must be a fan of Hashim Amla's. Wants to watch him back. But certainly a close decision, and Hash potentially getting wave on there.
Here's Abbott. Plays that back to the bowler. I have to say, I'm trying not to be too biased. I mean, Varon's obviously a little bit more in the middle, which is absolutely ideal in this situation, but I can't believe that one of those two LBW shouts isn't out. And I probably shouldn't say any more than that. Otherwise, John Surtees will run me out of the Oval and I'll never be allowed back.
Two big shouts.
Blimey. In fact, Jack French emailed just a moment ago about the first LBW decision as Abbott bowls. It's wide of off stump and left alone. I said, what did you think of the first one? Jack French, suncricket@gmail.com, says, having watched the replay, I'm of the opinion that Amla's LBW call was the worst robbery in London since the Hatton Garden burglary. Don't sit on the fence there, Jack. I'm sure when Mark Church comes back on commentary, he'll say it's not out both comfortably. And in fact, even he says that it was at least close on one of those. Second one. So that'll be interesting in terms of at the end of the day when the teams are having a chat, or Hampshire having a chat. Let's come back, but it's wide of off stumping against, again, Patel, who's I think shown great concentration this morning, great skill on what to leave and what not to leave. Does so again. He's been very calm out there, hasn't he? Yeah,
he's looked composed, isn't he? Just leaving the ball outside the off stump.
Yeah.
You've seen a pull shot from him, a clip, a little kind of a squirted drive, and he's just gone about his business, as you say, very calmly, and he moves on to 25.
It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Charlie Tippler says that was plum on the tweets at Solent Sport. Another one sitting on the fence. Paul Williams says I could see that was out from here.
Are these all your friends tweeting in?
Yes, they are, yeah. Extended family, bro. Certainly all Hampshire supporters. But I think even if you're a Somerset Surrey supporter, I think you could kind of understand where perhaps one or two Hampshire fans are coming from. They are very, very close, both those shouts. That's worked away on the onside, slight thick inside edge there from Patel, but he was in behind that. Again, Barker's out on the boundary, patrolling that short boundary away to our left, and Patel moves on to 26 and Surrey on to 60 for 1. And Hashim Amla, who I have to say is living a fairly charmed life at the moment. Now, some players I wouldn't mind about that, Varun, but with Amla, you just think he's not the sort of player that you want to see close LBWs turned down, because if he's going to make it, if anybody's going to make somebody pay, he is the man.
Certainly.
He's on 8 with 2 boundaries. That pushes forward, that goes out square on the leg. So they're going to take a quick single, throw Amla's end, but he's home. Quick thinking there from the field. I think that might have been Gubbins, and it's 61 for 1.
Yeah, certainly the longer he stays at the crease, the higher the probability he's going to get a score. So he's still got a bit of turn of pace, then he sprinted for that single, but he just doesn't quite look right at the moment. Hashim Amla's obviously known him pretty well as I do. He just looks a little bit caught in the crease, and Holland's probably been the most threatening of the Hampshire bowlers.
Yeah,
he'll be looking to target those pads again. I imagine he's he's found the edge every over. He's had a couple of close LBW shouts now as well, so he's in a nice rhythm here.
He certainly is. He's going to start the new over from that pavilion end. 61 for 1. Yeah, I've got to do a quick update at 1:30, but then I'll take over and I'll go on with Churchy, Varun. So it's pushed out on the offside by Amla. It's been a long stint for you, this, isn't it, really?
I'm used to the IPL now, where it takes 4 hours to bowl 40 overs.
What's going on there, eh?
Oh, no, it's ridiculous, the over rate in the IPL. But the sponsors will be happy.
It's almost as long each for 20 overs as the 50 over game takes, isn't it? It's ridiculous. It's a Holland again. Amla's trying to find the gap on the leg side, doesn't time it, goes out to mid wicket, and he's fielded by Felix Organ. You've been doing a few of the IPL games?
Yeah, it's been really good actually. I think having the tournament based in Mumbai has made a lot of sense, and I think the players have enjoyed it as well. With the slightly less travelling, the wickets have been great, good pace and bounce, and a good contest actually between the bat and ball. It's not been a complete run fest.
Right.
The good seamers have certainly got things out of it as well.
Holland again. Amla's on the back foot, works that up to Barker at mid-on. Is it quite a watch? I'll be honest with you, I haven't really watched it over the last few years. Has it been a watchable tournament so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think the standard's been pretty high. We've got 2 new teams in the IPL this year, so you could argue that it's been diluted a little bit. I think there's too many games. Yeah. So it's a long tournament. I think there's like 70 group games or 70 games in the competition, which is a lot. So Holland's into Amla here. Just played away safely to mid wicket for a no run. Yeah, but I think it has been a good tournament. Obviously the whole everything that goes with the IPL, it's always great to see these young Indians just appear that we haven't seen or heard of before, and just seem like superstars really from day one. So I think the IPL has been great for Indian cricket.
Definitely. Holland again. Amla gets wrapped on the pad, but that's quite high and nipped back quite quickly. In Holland, nobody's really jumping up and down for that one. Yes, one game in the IPL this afternoon. Rajasthan against Gujarat at 3 o'clock.
Joss Butler. He's someone who really enjoys the IPL, and he's found his opening batting role via the IPL, and now does it for England.
Holland again in the sunshine here at the Oval, and there's a thick outside edge into the gap between third slip and gully, and that's picked up by James Fuller just below us, well inside the boundary. And it's just a single to Amla, who'll keep the strike, and it's 62 for 1.
So more questions again from Holland, just probing away. He's 5 overs, 1 for 5 now, and he's hasn't bowled a bad ball, has he? He seems to be the hardest Hampshire bowler to face currently. As we see another bowling change, as Abbas is back into the attack, replacing Kyle Abbott, who was a little bit expensive for his norm. Nice to see the umpires being able to take the hats and the caps and the sweaters of the bowlers now, COVID free.
Very good point from you there, Mr. Chopra, because that was something I missed at Edgbaston for about the first 40 minutes of play. And then I thought, hang on, the umpires are allowed to take jumpers and caps back. Now, Mohammed Abbas is back into the attack down below us.
I was never a fan of having 2 or 3 hats on my head.
No, well, yes.
Someone else's jumper. Let's give it to the umpire.
It couldn't have been much fun, that, really, to be fair. And hand sanitisation coming out after it. Well, it's every 6 overs, wasn't it? Zabas comes in over the wicket, and that beats Hashim Amla. That's a beauty to Hashim Amla, who's still just feeling for this a touch at the moment. And
what are your thoughts on those LBWs?
First one, I haven't seen it again, was whether it hit him outside the line, because I think it hit his back foot, and whether it's outside. The second one looked out. The second one looked out. So I think he's had a bit of a life there, has Mr. Amlet.
Well, you need a bit of luck in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Hampshire would have wished it probably wasn't him, but as I say, 10 off 28 balls now as Abbas is in, and Amla, that's an absolute cracker again. And no wonder he's feeling for that. That has got in, pitch gone the other way. That is an absolute beauty.
It's not often you see Hashim Amla in those positions. Twice now he's just been turned into an S, just completely opened up by Abbas. Great length and just leaving him late. Fortunately for him, he's not been good enough to nick him there.
Yeah. Lovely piece of bowling.
The best thing you could do as a batsman is play and miss sometimes.
Absolutely. Interesting as well that Abbas now is back into the attack after an hour and a half. Straight away, getting something to happen. He's in now to Hashim Amla. Amla covers up, pushes this out into the offside. As always with Hashim Amla, plays it very, very late. And I heard you and Mr. James talking about you playing with him. And the other thing about Hashim is he's just such a nice chap as well, and he's just a lovely man.
He'll definitely get into the nice man 11, wouldn't he? Possibly captain.
And loves batting.
Yeah, he just loves batting. And that's what everybody loves. Everyone loves someone who else is batting, so it just means less time in the field for you.
As in over the wicket comes Abbas forward again. Goes Amla and then just sort of nods back as much to himself as Abbas, I think, the way he's played that, and then just walks off towards square leg.
Just a modern day great, really, isn't he? In all formats. I think he averaged over 50 in the end, didn't he, with the bat for South Africa.
And that 100 here, of course, which everybody remembers. And what fascinates me is even the likes of Ollie Pope and they always say, whenever they make runs and Hashim's at the other end, they all say it's just great having Hashim at the other end because he's so calm. As over the wicket comes Abbas, and forward again goes Amla, plays this one back down the pitch. End of this over, Mr. Chopra, you have a break. Fine stint from you there. Ravi Bopara yesterday did a 25 over spell. Yes, I think he was quite glad to get his break, Mr. Bopara, yesterday after his 25 over stint on commentary. As you said there with the IPL, Gujarat Titans in action, and we're sort of I find that fascinating because of course Vic, we talked about this. Vic Ram, obviously director of cricket there now with a new franchise. As over the wicket again comes Abbas, and forward goes Amla. That just hops on him a touch. Fascinating over that, the way that Hashim Amla played that. Varun Chopra, thank you so much. Varun will be back with us after lunch. He's going to go and get himself a well-earned cup of coffee now, and Kevin James is going to move back in to the chair to my right hand side. Lovely screen grab of Kevin James earlier. Varun Chopra over 10,000 first class runs. Kevin James over 8,000 first class runs. Couldn't fit your wickets in. That was the only problem. So we went with the runs. We didn't have enough columns to put the wickets in as well.
I think there's a nice surprise coming up as well from Mark, who's doing the graphics.
Yes, he's all excited about this. Here's Mark. Keep your eye on the Surrey live stream. He's been working on this all morning, and it'll be Holland from the pavilion end. He'll be coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel lets that one go outside his off stump. Holland's been very good here.
Excellent.
Hasn't he? And I was just saying, Varun asked me the question, the first LBW, I'd like to see again to see whether it hit him outside the line of the off stump, because it was bat leg, and I'm not sure. Second one looked out for Hashim Amla.
Just the second one.
But you know, well, all I'm saying is with that first one as well, my initial thought was, and I haven't seen it again, did it hit him outside the off stump? As in comes Holland to Ryan Patel, turns him round, thick outside edge, but that's going all along the floor and rushing off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. Thing is, it's been and gone now, and Patel's on to 30 and Surrey move on to 66 for 1. Just seeing this again, that's well bowled again by Holland. That's around about middle and leg, just held its line a touch on Ryan Patel. That flies off down to the third man boundary rope for 4.
I am slightly seething, if I'm honest. I'm trying to calm myself down.
I can tell. We all, yes. In over the wicket once again comes Holland, and this one's tucked into the leg side by Ryan Patel, and they'll pick up a single, and it's 1 more to the total. 67 for 1. Amla comes back onto strike content. I think it's fair to say, Kevin James, you made your views perfectly clear. So, no, that second one, look, yeah, but fairly out, but not given. And all I'm saying on the first one was, and I haven't seen it again, but he was sort of looking at his bat leg, and he trying to get outside that off stump. Whether it hit him outside the line of the off stump, I'm not sure. As Amla here, little outside edge to Holland, that's flying away past third slip. He's looked the most dangerous of the bowlers here as Holland, he really has, and that whistles away for 4, and Hashim Amla moves on to 14, and Surrey move on to 71 for 1.
There's an air of inevitability here, isn't there, with Amla?
He's reminding me, you're already reminding me of his 37 not out years bowl last year, where we looked across at one point to see Kevin James
asleep,
sat on a chair with his head on a railing at around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as over the wicket once again is Holland, and forward goes Amla. I'm just looking around the ground at the moment. Good crowd in now. It's filled up, and obviously with the whole ground open, everybody dotted around the place, but good number in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion down there in the distance, with the Surrey flag in the middle flagpole fluttering in the breeze, and then good number in the MAR Galadari and Peter May stand. Lovely scene, it really is, as over the wicket again comes Holland, and in behind this one goes Hashim Amla, plays it straight back up the pitch. If you're just joining us this morning, or this afternoon as we are now, Rory Burns the man to have gone, caught by Liam Dawson off Holland for 21. Ryan Patel's looked pretty good for his 31. Hashim Amla is 14, and Surrey 71 for 1 after Hampshire won the toss and stuck a bit.
Phil Britt, afternoon.
Hello,
to you.
Phil.
Yes, we know Phil well, and those of you that listen to the Warwickshire commentaries will know that Phil is part of the team up there and also looks after their museum up at Edgbaston. Phil says, hi Kev, absolutely plum was Amla, but looking for the draw here for the two sides. Say morning to Varun.
Yes, well, they were.
I passed that message on, which Varun says thank you very much, Phil.
Was in good form last week, Phil Brett. He'd been looking at bulbs in Holland.
Had he?
Not light bulbs.
No.
Flowering bulbs.
All right. For what reason?
I think he likes flowers.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Very nice. Abbas to continue from the Vauxhall end, which is our commentary end here at the Oval. Bowling to Patel, that's outside the off stump, and as he's left alone. Godstone Vineyards has also tweeted at Solent Sport.
Hello,
is it Jonathan? Right. He says, as a Surrey member, I love hearing Kevin. I must admit that I'm missing Johnny Barron.
He's away.
He spoilt that.
We're not sure where he is.
Well, he is, who appears to be backpacking around Nepal.
He is, yeah.
Says Jonathan. Enjoy your 4 days at the home of cricket. I'm not actually at the home of cricket, I'm at the Oval.
Well,
Maybe he's got the venues mixed up. Here comes Abbas. Patel works that up towards mid-on, fielded by Abbott. He's trying to make out that this is the home of cricket, isn't he? That's what he's doing.
wow. Someone once dubbed it the people's home of cricket.
And the difference being?
I've got no idea. What I would say is, it's a lovely scene today, though, isn't it? I'm just thinking about to what everyone's been through for the last couple of years, and just to have a good crowd in, and it just seems about right today, doesn't it?
I can't remember if there was a crowd here last year for this game. Patel works that into the gap through mid-wicket. Was there a reduced crowd?
Yeah, I think it was we were in the sort of 25%, so it's about 4,000, I think, for that. I seem to remember there was a crowd, but it's just lovely to see. And at Edgbaston last week as well, it was really nice just to see people wandering around and in the shop and sort of getting their autographs again. Really, really nice. Kevin Howes and I had our photo taken in the Warwickshire dugout with Messrs Wokes and Briggs. We enjoyed that immensely.
Yeah. Here comes Abbas again over the wicket to Amla this time, who leaves that one alone as it goes through to Ben Brown. Luke Hewlett has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of LBWs.
Yes.
I've got a feeling this will be a recurring theme if Amla keeps batting throughout the day. As a neutral who just loves cricket, I felt both decisions were fair enough. The leg side one was the closest.
Yes.
But umpire's call on each, which is fair enough.
Well, yes. That's the other thing, of course. We haven't got the old DRS, have we? So if we had that would sort of tell us a bit more. But as I say, with that first one, I just wondered, that's all I could think was, did it hit him outside?
Correct. Amla just tried to whip that one in the leg side. Slight leading edge, which bounced, but in front of Abbas, fortunately for the South African. Phil Green, Phil, afternoon to you. silentcricket@gmail.com, again on the LBWs.
Hello, Phil.
He says, Phil Green here, yep. First one, I think, contact just outside the line.
There you are.
Second one, out all day.
Right, there you are.
Thank you, Phil.
There you are, Phil.
Yeah.
Kept still. See this.
Right. I won't enjoy lunch now.
He's going to be in a foul mood all day.
I am. 72 for 1. Whatever lunch is, I won't enjoy it as much as I would have done. Outside the off stump, that's carried nicely. Good sort of bit of a kiss off a length there as it's taken by Ben Brown to his left. 72 for 1 end of the over.
What I'm finding really interesting here with this Hashim Amla innings, though, it's almost like you're watching Hashim Amla have a coaching session to himself. Because, as I say, I'm pretty sure that would have been round about the first innings he had in over a year, over a season. Mark's doing his big moment here on the Surrey live stream.
He hasn't put the caption up at the bottom. He's bottled it.
He's getting there. But there he is, you see. He's been working on that all morning. It's very, very true. So Kevin James over 8,000 first-class runs. Mark Church, no first-class runs. And that is so true. They're absolutely. And on a serious point, it shows how good these boys are. We have Mr. James with over 8,000, Mr. Chopper with over 10,000. We couldn't fit in your first-class wickets on the strip, I'm afraid.
Well,
Keith Barker
would have done.
Keith Barker is back into the attack from the pavilion end, and forward goes Ryan Patel, punches this one up towards mid-off. But taking the LBW shout aside, you're sort of watching Amla here just try and get himself into some sort of, not form, but get his angles right. It's fascinating to watch because he played a defensive shot against Abbas where he sort of nodded, but I don't think it was back to Abbas. I think it was to himself. So yeah, I've got everything in the right place for that one as Barker's in over the wicket to Patel, who's driving a little uppishly here out there towards cover. Still the 3 slips in there, then the backward point. There's the cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. I love you players though, because Mr. Finn was doing it the other day on commentary on the IPL, going, I couldn't bat in Test match cricket. Well, I only got 150 in Test match. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, it's 150 more than most of us in terms of Test match cricket. And there's you two with all your first class runs. As over the wicket once again comes Barker, and this is smashed off the back foot by Ryan Patel. And this is Ryan Patel all over at the moment. Anything he thinks he can go after, his positivity is to the fore, and this again, I'll go back to that one-day knock at Guildford last year. It gave him so much confidence, and it's not the worst of balls that really. There's a little bit on offer from Barker, but he's just stood there and thrown his hands through it and that has whistled through the covers for 4, and Ryan Patel moves on to 36. Surrey move on to 76 for 1. Barker left arm over the wicket, he comes once again. Patel just tucks this one off his hip. He'll just pick up a single. One more to the total. One more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 37. 77 for 1. He's got a start again here, Ryan Patel. I think he was a little bit guilty of giving it away at Edgbaston last week. Raced to 75 and then played a big booming drive after the lunch break on the first day. Got a thick outside edge on it. So here again he's got a start on 37. Amler comes back onto strike on 14 to continue his battle here with Keith Barker. James Vince studiously setting the field. They're going to get 2 capturing at mid-wicket here to Hashim Amla. So it's Vince at first slip, Dawson at second and Weatherly at third. And then the short mid-wicket capturing, Gubbins is in there. I think he wants helmet and box, does Nick Gubbins. And are they sending a man out to deep backward square as well. But Gubbins was sort of signalling for helmet and box there, as he's going to come left arm round the wicket here, Keith Barker to Hashim Amla. Amla's forward, prods this one away out towards mid-off, and there's no run. But yeah, interesting morning this. Win the toss. They would dearly love another one before lunch. Hampshire, they'll feel they should have had another one before lunch. Hampshire, but if you win the toss and you bowl first, you're looking for 2 or 3
minimum.
Yep, when you go in at the lunch break. As round the wicket once again comes Keith Barker, and driving is Amler down the pitch. Brilliant bit of work off his own bowling by Keith Barker, because that was nicely timed by Hashim Amla. Great athleticism there from Barker down to his left end of the over. 77 for 1 then Surrey. Amla 14, Patel 37. Elsewhere, Lancashire 84 for 3 in their opening game of the summer against Kent at Canterbury. Somerset 58 for 5 against Essex. And that one at Taunton, yeah, they do, don't they? And he's picking up wickets there for Stedeke and Simon Cook. 3 for Cook. Sam Cook, apologies. I've put Simon Cook back in. He retired years ago. Sam Cook. Mark Stedeke. And yeah, they're 5 down. 58 for 5. And obviously had their troubles last week against Hampshire.
7 overs, none for 7. Here's Abbas at the start of his 8th. That's straight and that's turned away, just wide of mid-on. Simple single there for Ryan Patel, who's looked pretty compact here this morning, just quietly gone about his innings. 38 not out. No mistakes I can think of throughout his time in the middle.
Gloucestershire are 50 for 1 against Yorkshire. So Ben Charlesworth, the man to have gone. Matt Fisher with the wicket, of course, made his Test debut in the West Indies.
Barbados.
Indeed. You were there.
I was. Here comes Abbas again, Amler flicks it away, but only as far as mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller. I was there on day 3, which was the least exciting day, unfortunately.
It did look nice on the telly, though, I have to say.
It was just like being at an English game.
That was the point. It was a bit like being at Old Trafford in the sun.
It was.
But it did look like weather looked lovely.
That was good fun.
Excellent. Bit of golf?
I did play some golf as well, yeah.
Why not?
Not very well, but I did play.
Lovely. Some nice food.
Not bad.
Excellent.
Here comes Abbas. All the usual touristy things, I guess. It's pushed to mid-wicket. Again, Fuller is the fielder. Luke Hewlett has been back on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. Again, talking about the LBs. Before, not that of course I'm willing to read out these out.
No.
Before and after impact, you can see middle stump.
Ooh.
So that is the umpire's call at best on impact, not out in a test match, says
very well.
Luke.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously we don't have the old DRS.
That's again Fullish, which Amler plays that back to the bowler. I think he was trying to flick that away on the leg side, got on that a little bit too early.
Nottinghamshire going along very nicely, 104 for 2 against Glamorgan. Durham 50. Happy birthday, Durham. 30 years ago today they became a first-class county.
God, Gosh, is that right?
That's 30 years ago. Durham 56 for 3 against Leicestershire. And Derbyshire 99 for 2 against Sussex. So 99 for 2.
Abbas to Amla. Amla's cutting, misses! Oh, there's a half shout behind, not convincing. Amla, in fact, Abbas didn't shout at all, whereas the slip fielders and Ben Brown, the keeper, did. That just went through to the keeper a little bit quicker, perhaps a little bit more bounce there as well. Watching that on the replay on the live feed, that's nipped away. You can see why they may have appealed.
It's one of those, isn't it, with the shot as much as anything. You think, oh gosh, he's probably got a bit on that.
Yeah, and the ball just seems to gather a bit of pace, doesn't it, as it goes past the batter. Abbas again, Ambler flicks it away down to fine leg, and he moves on to 15, and it's 79 for 1. Both those LBW shouts, by the way, were when he was, I think one of them was when he was yet to get off the mark, and the other one when he still had single figures. Cameron Cashmore has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of Lewis McManus. I think you got a little bit confused here, Cameron. Were you as surprised as many supporters to hear that Lewis has gone out on loan and the guy from Sussex has taken the gloves? Oh, sorry, it's my way. Sorry, of course, I've got that round the wrong way. So apologies, Cameron. You're right, because Ben Brown came from Sussex, whereas Tom Alsop has gone to Sussex on loan. So apologies. No, and I don't think many people were, to be honest. I think once Ben Brown was signed, I think the writing was on the wall for Lewis McManus. That's not to say he's done anything wrong. He hasn't. It's just that I think when you look at the figures.
Barker round the wicket from the pavilion end to Amler, who's forward and plays this one down into the leg side.
It's very difficult to keep a guy who you've signed, who averages 40 with the bat, out of the side when there's probably not a lot, if anything, between the two of them as a wicket keeper.
Yeah, and Ben Brown as well. Very good summer, couple of years for Sussex, and I think he'll be hungry as well. That's the other thing. He'll be very, very hungry. Barker. Round the wicket he comes to Amler. Amler's letting this one go outside his off stump. There will be some IPL action this afternoon. And I've found, actually, with the Gujarat Titans, because of course Vikram Solanki, the director of cricket now at the Gujarat Titans, and chatting to Vic before he went, very interesting actually, you know, about going about putting that all together. And it was a huge decision for him, sort of to make the move. It was the right one for him, though. You know, opportunities like that don't come around very often. As round the wicket comes Barker, forward goes Amler and plays this one out into the offside. So of course now Mr. G Batty in charge with Jim Troughton and Azhar Mahmood, which is great to see Azhar back. I think if he got a chance he'd play at the moment with Azhar. But,
always love watching him.
Oh, terrific, absolutely terrific. And I think he's delighted to be back, obviously, at Surrey. But yeah, and actually for the old Gujarat Titans, lost their first game on Monday, but they've started pretty well. But yeah, really interesting, sort of putting all that together for Vikram, and settled in pretty well there from the looks of things. Coming back over the wicket now is Keith Barker, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Hashim Amla. Saw young Brevis yesterday, Dewald Brevis. So South African under 19 player. Oh, so first 8 deliveries he didn't score a run. He was 0 of 8, and there was a bit of movement in the dugout, and we were wondering whether they were going to do the old Ashwin on him and retire him. And then he went nuts. Played beautifully. He really did. As over the wicket once again is Barker, and this was down the leg side, and Amler just watches that go into the gloves of Ben Brown, and they've sort of christened him Baby AB already, because he bats a bit like de Villiers. But
wow,
yeah, I can't remember who it was. He went 666 yesterday, 4 consecutive. But it was someone very good, but my memory fails me. But yeah, great fun watching him bat, and in the wonderful world of modern media, he was trending, I think. As in over the wicket comes Barker, and Amler's looking to cut, but that's hit the toe end of his bat. Potters off down to backward point. So around about 5 minutes until lunch on this first day here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent. Kevin James and Aaron Chopra here as well, and on the Surrey live stream. Hashim Amla has 15 and Ryan Patel's on 38.
I mean, not for me to continue the theme of LBWs and not being given, but Keith Adams has emailed sullencricket@gmail.com, says, who gets the benefit of the doubt when there is doubt in the umpire's mind?
It should be the batter, shouldn't it?
Should be.
It should be the batter.
Yeah. Vincent Costa, afternoon to you at Silent Sport on the tweets, enjoying the commentary, and yes, they were both out. Keep them coming. Here comes Amla. It's not going to change the decision, unfortunately, as that's played back to him by Ryan Patel. I always rooted for Hampshire, but like Yorkshire as a second team. But since all that nonsense that they were up to, my new second team is Surrey. Oh, Vincent, it's nice, isn't it? Hope to see a great game during this match.
Actually, funny enough, when I sort of looked at this game, I thought it should be a crack at this. Two really good sides going head-to-head early in the season.
I think it's advantage Surrey at the moment, having been put into bat as we head towards the lunch interval. Outside the off stump, and a Patel again showing great concentration as he leaves that one alone. That's one of those that's just held out there by Abbas and just goes away a little bit more. Bradley Adams at Silent Sports says on the live feed, surprised it mentioned Kev's runs. Well, it's not that many, and not his 4 and 4.5.
Yeah, we couldn't fit it in on the
well, I don't like to bring it up, Bradley, but
yeah, well, later. Yeah, it'll be on there later.
Mark's a good guy, actually.
Mark already knows what he's putting next to my name for the next one as well.
Is he? Is he allowed to put that up?
I'm looking for some extras work. So.
Round the wicket again, Abbas. Again, it's left alone. Again, good carry. As Ben Brown takes that about chest height off a length. It's been pace in this wicket, hasn't it?
There has. Again, one of those, though, that's just a bit wide, isn't it? And Ryan Patel can just let that go because he's got his angles right now, as Ryan Patel. It's reminding me a little bit, without the wickets, if that makes sense, of last year, where Surrey didn't quite get it right for a while, and then suddenly did, and wickets tumbled left, right and centre, but here they played pretty well so far.
Yeah, they have very well. Bus bowl straighter, so Patel has to play at that one, pushes that out towards extra cover, fielded by Nick Gubbins. Tom Hewlin, afternoon to you, Tom. Good to hear from you. He says, I'm hoping this is the start of a series of graphics.
Yes, it might
Mark,
be.
you're under pressure here to bring up some well thought out graphics throughout the afternoon on the live feed.
Probably put your address and mobile number up later for complaints.
Don't do that. I get enough of those. I try and make contacting me as difficult as possible, and I still get complaints. Don't need any more. That's turned away on the leg side. There's a no ball, is it? What's the umpire going to signal? Maybe it's leg byes, actually. Just waiting, and it's no ball. No, it is a no ball.
I was saying yesterday, I got shock of my life on the IPL commentary because a big siren goes off, and I thought there was a fire alarm. It's about to evacuate the commentary box, but yeah, in the jolly odd IPL, when someone bowls a no ball now, massive siren goes off around just to rub it in even more for the bowler. It didn't feel bad enough. There's a massive hooter going off.
Right-hander Ashim Amlar is back on strike as Abbas, searching for his first wicket, comes in and bowls. It's outside the off stump, and Amlar leaves that one alone coming forward. He's on 15 at the moment, Amler.
What are we on here? We were slipping over a Dawson in before lunch.
I'll try something. We haven't seen Fuller yet. That was had that situation at Somerset as well, where Fuller was brought in quite late in the Somerset first innings. Looks like that's going to happen here as well, or certainly not before lunch.
Might get one more in after this.
Might do, actually. What was it? Oh, 12:59 the scoreboard is showing. As Abbas comes in, that's nipped back, but it's a leave again from Amla, and I think what the umpire's going to do, they're looking around, they're taking their time.
They want one.
I think they're going to have to. Yeah, Dawson's ready.
Yeah, so Liam Dawson has whipped off his cap and his jumper, so a little bit of left arm spin before lunch from Liam Dawson. And yeah, interesting morning. Surrey stuck in. Solid start between Messrs Burns and Patel, and Rory Burns then having a dash at Holland outside the off-stump thick edge. Good catch by this man, Liam Dawson. Ryan Patel's looked very solid for his 38. Couple of big shouts for LBW. On Hashim Amla, not given. Amla has 15. So, sorry, 82 for one. And this will be our final over before luncheon. And Ryan Patel and Hampshire get together just for a little bit of a chat. Vince in there at first slip. Be Weatherly or Gubbins at short leg. Mr. James.
Might be Gubbins.
Yeah, he tends to, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As Liam Dawson then, in his sunglasses, is in, and forward goes Ryan Patel.
It's Weatherly.
Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, Joe Weatherly in short this time.
Waits again does Ryan Patel as Dawson is into him, and Patel's checking this one up towards mid-on. Thought about a single, but the big figure of Keith Barker was stood up there at mid-on. He is a formidable figure, Keith Barker, with his white sun hat on as well. Good footballer as well, wasn't he? Was he a professional? He was a pro,
Rochdale.
wasn't he? That's right.
Blackburn, I think.
As this one's tucked leg side by Ryan Patel. Here, Carl Abbott as well, up there at mid-off, a formidable figure. Like, mess with those two, would you? as in over the wicket once again comes Dawson, and driving back down the pitch is Ryan Patel. Now he'll be very aware of what happened at Edgbaston with Rory Burns. The ball before lunch on the first day. Danny Briggs getting Rory Burns to drive one straight back to him. And how much would Hampshire love to burgle one here? 82 for 1. Sound of a siren again. This one's going down the Harleford Road. Always part of the atmosphere in these parts. As in again comes Dawson. Quicker this time. Ryan Patel just pushes this one off the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. Not quite sure what's happening with the live stream during the lunch break for everybody. As Dawson waits once again. And then he's in. This will be the last ball before lunch. That's very quick. This will be a single for Ryan Patel. Just pushes this out into the vacant cover region, and they will pick up a single. And that is one more to the total, one more to Ryan Patel. That will be lunch, and I think Kevin James, you have to say at Surrey's morning, having been stuck in to go to lunch at 83 for 1, they'll be delighted with that.
Definitely, 100%. Ryan Patel's played quite superbly this morning, left well, just played every ball on its merit. I'm kind of hoping that the live stream will be playing those two big LBW shouts on loop for the next 40 minutes, but we'll have to wait and see.
You definitely won't be able to eat your lunch if they do that. That'll turn your stomach, Kevin James. But yeah, I think you have to say that Surrey batted pretty well there. Not that Hampshire bowled badly. I just think A, it might not have done quite as much as Hampshire expected, and B, they've come across Ryan Patel, who just looks in terrific form. But what they will say to themselves is, if we can get it right after lunch, there's every chance of picking up 2 or 3 quickly. But yeah, very much Surrey's morning here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent. So we'll leave you on the BBC now. Kevin James is off to get his lunch, and everybody else is as well. But on the Surrey live stream, it's a little look back to the final test here in 2016.
You know, when you walk through the gates in and around the dressing room, you look around the dressing room here at the Oval, there's all the great names on the wall and all the pictures.
First of all, it's a fantastic ground. People say Lords is a home of cricket, and quite rightly so. But here at the Oval, it has its own special atmosphere.
When people come to the Oval, when the West Indies team come to the Oval, when the supporters come to the Oval, they feel as if they're at home.
It's a ground where you know when you're coming up to turn up, you're going to have incredible support.
We've had some magical moments at the Oval, and it's served up some result pictures. I mean, none more so than the Ashes we won in 2005.
It's actually the place where a lot of Australian history has been made as well as English history.
I think that this ground has had more memorable test matches than any other I know.
You said you still think England has a chance.
Well, if it doesn't rain, I think we'll pull through.
Ah, you mean the harvest?
No, sir, I mean the oval wicket with 560-odd runs to make in the first innings. But if those off-spinners
Be so
find
good, sir, as to inform me what in blazes you're talking about.
Cricket, Governor. The final test. England versus Australia at the Oval.
My own first Oval test was 1964, but I've read so much about the early ones that I feel I was there, going back to 1882, where the Ashes were born at this very ground. Someone said the ashes of English cricket were being taken to Australia, and that was the start of it all. The first of the great 20th century Ashes tests at the Oval was 1902, where England won by 1 wicket. All seemed lost until Jessup came in and smashed 100 in 75 minutes. When the last man came in, young Wilfred Rhodes, they still needed 15 to win, and his Yorkshire teammate George Hurst greeted him in the middle. Legend has it that one said to the other, "We'll get him in singles." Well, I interviewed Wilfred Rhodes in the 70s, and I put that to him. He said, "Oh no, we didn't say that. That wouldn't have been sensible, would it? We might have got a 2. And in fact they did. They got a 2 and a 4, and they got the 15 runs, and they stole this thrilling victory by 1 wicket. And I suppose that was the second of the great Oval Test matches.
1912 saw C.B. Fry captain England to a famous Ashes triumph, while in 1926 the nation was entranced by Jack Hobbs and Herbert Sutcliffe. During that Test match, Len Hutton was 10 years old. 12 years later, he would take centre stage.
I think of all the Oval Tests, the most famous was the last one before the war, the last Ashes Test here, when England made 903 for 7, and Wally Hammond only declared because Don Bradman had turned his ankle and was not going to bat.
But as the evening sun brings out the long shadows, Hutton and Leyland continue their victory march, an epic that will surely write a new page in Test history. 250, 300, and never a chance.
Well, the most famous aspect of that game, of course, was that the young Yorkshireman, Len Hutton, batted for 13 hours and 17 minutes and scored 364.
Hutton gets his 300 and looks like going on to 1,000. Meanwhile, Uncle George from Hutton's hometown of Pudsey has arrived to see what's going on, but these oval turnstiles aren't so hot. And now the Empire holds its breath. 310, and Uncle George is getting desperate. And the stroke that breaks the record. While the world cheers, Bradman is first to congratulate the youngster who beat Don's own record. The highest individual score in any Test match, the longest innings by any batsman in first-class cricket.
8 years ago, I was very fortunate to see Don Bradman get his wonderful score at Leeds, and I little realised that 8 years later I should be in a position to beat it.
Always a forward-thinking ground, the Oval has seen many firsts in English cricket, with Australian opener Victor Trumper playing his part during an Ashes Test in 1905.
I think it's probably the oldest and most famous of all cricket action photographs. It's a photograph taken by George Belden, the Middlesex amateur, of Trumper jumping out to drive. And it was taken here. I suspect it was taken in about 1905. It's interesting, you can, if you have a look at the background, you get quite a decent view of what the environs of the Oval looked like in 1905. It's perhaps one of the greatest sort of technical documents created of any cricketer at any time, and it's become almost a kind of an art object in its own right, and it's very, very much placed at the Oval.
Another landmark in cricketing history is the final innings of the great Sir Donald Bradman, which famously took place at the Oval in 1948.
1948, I was a lad, and I remember that there was shock when Bradman got naught.
Bradman came out, was surrounded and given 3 cheers by the England team led by Norman Yardley, and faced up to Eric Hollies, probably the best known story in just about in cricket history, certainly the best known naught.
Don came in and played the first ball out to mid-off. John Arlott said towards the Houses of Parliament, but it doesn't go quite that far. And then the second one was a googly, and Hollies had bowled a googly at him in the Warwickshire match, and he saw that there was uncertainty, and I think that if Bradman had a weakness, it was to the wrong one.
And he was bowled second ball by Hollies' googly. There's a wonderful piece of commentary by John Arlott where he talks about Bradman wondering whether Bradman had seen the ball clearly at all, you know, what goes through a player's mind under those circumstances.
Nonetheless, the ball went through and Don was gone, and he just turned on his heel and slowly left the ground. And when he got back in the dressing room, he didn't throw his bat, he didn't break down in tears, he just said, fancy doing a thing like that.
Well, we know that Bradman really wanted those 4 runs to get his 100 average in cricket, and he was a bit disappointed not to get it. The other thing is, of course, we didn't know at the time it was going to be his last innings, because there was potentially a second innings in the game, but Australia was so successful, they vanquished England so thoroughly that Bradman had no opportunity to come out and do it again.
So it was goodbye to him, and at the other end, of course, was Arthur Morris. And people used to say to Arthur, you played in that match, didn't you, Arthur? He said, yeah, I got 196. and that's fate, isn't it? Bradman gets naught and all the headlines, Arthur gets 196 and is pretty well forgotten.
While John Arlott might have found the perfect words to describe the Don's finale, 43 years later, a young Test match special commentator was trying to make his mark on the airwaves and had Ian Botham's latest comeback to help him out.
It was my first summer of working on Test Match Special, and I was what they laughingly referred to as an expert summariser. Laughingly, because the other 2 were Fred Truman and Trevor Bailey, and I think John has actually spent much that summer trying to work out who I was. This young bloke, you know, who got 4 Test wickets at 90, you know. And there was so much that was going on. I mean, Ian Botham was back in the side, because England had to win that Test match against the West Indies, which was a pretty good effort in those days. So they called back the man who was serving one of his suspensions. And so when Ian came back, there was lots of talk in the news, sort of typical Ian Botham type, sort of broken beds in Barbados and these various things. And I think that's what probably got John as slightly intrigued and reminded him, actually. And it just came out, he didn't get his leg over. And when you listen to it, you'll hear about 1.5 seconds of silence when I said this. It's quite a long time on radio. John has looked like he'd taken a right hook from Mike Tyson. I mean, there were tears pouring down his face. There's a clatter of china in the background because Bill Frindle was having a cup of tea. And he had a nose for innuendos bigger than Brian's, really. He'd got to hear the cup of tea. And if you listen, you'll hear the clatter of china as he slaps the cup down in the saucer again. And mixture of sort of horror and I think some excitement maybe at what might happen as a result of this.
Both of them at the end out most extraordinary way.
He knew, this is the tragic thing about it, he knew exactly what was going to happen. He tried to step over the stumps and just flicked a bail with his right
He more or less tried to do the splits over it, and unfortunately the inner part of his thigh must have just removed the bail.
He just didn't quite get his leg over.
Anyhow, he did very well indeed, batting 131 minutes and hit 3 fours.
So it's chaos, and so I've got Brian to my right and Bill over there laughing, and just completely wiped out really. And here's Tony Cozier to my left. And in those days, we had these big old microphones that came out, they're right in front of your mouth. And they were live all the time. And so Tony, who was sitting here just writing his report for his Barbados newspaper, would have seen the utter chaos to his right. The fact that we couldn't broadcast, really. And so the temptation for him to have said something, to have rescued the situation, must have been enormous. But he's always maintained that his best bit of commentary ever was actually not saying anything.
He just didn't quite get his leg over.
Anyhow, he did very well indeed, batting 131 minutes and hit 3 fours. And then we had Lewis playing extremely well for his 47 not out. Agars, do stop it. And he was joined by De Freitas, who was in for 40 minutes, a useful little partnership there. They put on 35 in 40 minutes, and then he was caught by Dujon Walsh. Lawrence Always entertaining, batting for 35 minutes, hit a 4 over the wicketkeepers. Eggers, for goodness sake, stop it. Hit a
Yes, Lawrence played extremely well.
He hit a 4 over the wicketkeeper's head, and he was out for 9. And Tafel came, batted for 12 minutes, and then was caught by Haynes on Patterson for 2, and there were 54 extras, and England were all out for 419. I've stopped laughing now.
It's one of those moments where if everyone who claims to have heard it live that day really was listening, I mean, we would have had an audience of about 20 million. So, I mean, it's where were you when JFK was shot, isn't it? It's one of those moments where I think memories sort of get a bit saggy over the years. But a lot were listening, and because the next day, Brian wasn't very happy about it, and he stomped off. We went off air almost immediately afterwards, that shambolic minute and a half. And I can still see him now. I mean, bear in mind, it was my first summer on TMS, so this was not a great start, really. The main man stomping off into the night, shaking his head. I can see it now. And he went home and he talked to his son Barry about it and said he was really worried about this, thought it'd be unprofessional, he'd let the side down, all that sort of thing. And the next day, all these letters arrived. He was still getting letters in those days, of course, and they were coming thick and fast from people who were listening, including one from Ronnie Corbett's wife, which is a bit bizarre. But anyway, I mean, he read these, and you could see him gradually relaxing about it. And I said, come on, apparently it's really funny. He went downstairs to the old engineer's room there, and they were franking these copies off quickly, because they knew they were onto a good thing, sticking them onto cassettes. And he sat and he listened and he loved it, and wherever he went from then on, I mean, even when he had his heart attack in the taxi, he was off to speak at a lunch somewhere in Bristol, I think it was, and he had one of those cassette copies in his pocket that he was going to play. And I mean, the fact that people are still laughing about it now, over 20 years after he died, he would think was fantastic.
While Aggers and Johners giggled their way into the heart of a nation, 1964 saw an altogether more stern-faced individual complete an era-defining achievement. And a young county colleague of his was watching on, playing in just his 4th Test match.
Well, Fred was my idol. And so when I grew up and went to play at Yorkshire, he was in his pomp round about 62 when I first started. Great fast bowler, perfect action. The best action I've ever seen in my life. Sideways on. And the other thing about Fred, he never broke down. Hardly ever. You see bowlers today breaking down with injuries and pulled muscles. We've never heard of the muscles. Fred, Truman, Bedser, hardly ever broke down. And when we got to the Oval series, or that 64 series, he got picked the first test, got picked the second test, third he got left out for Old Trafford. I think that was the 4th test match. And there was a concern and worry that he was not going to get this magic figure of 300 wickets because it was coming towards the end, but they picked him for the Oval. And it didn't come easily, those wickets. That final one, it just wasn't coming. So he felt the pressure. He definitely did, because I was in the dressing room at Yorkshire before the match with it. And then when it finally came, it was a great release, the nick to slip. And I think most people were relieved for him, because he'd been a great fast bowler, not good. We use the word and misuse it so often, great. He was a truly great fast bowler with a fabulous action. And it was a delight to play with. So when he got the wicket, yeah, we were all pleased for him. I think the public of England were pleased.
4 years later, the Australians returned to the Oval. After John Edrich hit a brilliant 164 on his home ground, the visitors were set 352 to win.
1968 was, in one way, the most sensational Oval Test of all, because it was not going to happen. The rain had been so heavy, the ground was flooded, that John Snow and Underwood and Milburn, they're all just lying back on the benches and wanting to go home. They knew the match couldn't be resumed. But the crowd went out there, the ground staff got all sorts of help with squeegees, ropes, spikes, and the miracle happened. The ground became just about playable, and out they went with not much time. They worked their way down to number 11, and there was a lull, and it was frustrating because the clock at the Vauxhall end was ticking. I think Wisden says 7 minutes to go. In fact, it was less than that. It could have been 3 or 4. And Underwood took his 7th wicket. He trapped poor old Inverera, didn't play a shot, and the ball came back in, and that was that. So England pulled off a victory that was inconceivable 5 or 6 hours earlier when the Oval was a lake.
India had made their Oval debut in 1936 and subsequently toured England on 5 other occasions. However, they had never recorded a victory over their hosts on English soil until 1971.
Oval Test match in 1971 where India won, Chandrasekhar's taking six wickets for 38, and it was just amazing because, you know, the feeling was electric. The other thing that stands out, and which is a coincidence on the day that we are doing this interview, is it was also the birth anniversary of one of the most revered gods in the Hindu religion, Lord Ganpati. So India won that first ever test on his birthday, and today, as I'm doing the interview, today is the same birthday today, and so there you are.
Huge day for Indian cricket because that's the first time ever India won a test match abroad, especially in England. And I remember I was part of the batting setup, and I got runs in both the innings. Not too many. We didn't need too many. It was a low-scoring game. I remember very clearly that Abid came into bat with we had only Bishan, Bedi, and Chandrasekhar to bat, and Chandra and Bishan didn't know which side of the bat to hold. So I told Abid that just take it easy. You know, there was plenty of time. Ellingworth was the captain. They've almost given up the game here. You know, don't do anything silly. And I think first ball, he charged down the wicket, and Alan Knott, great keeper, he missed a stumping or something. So that was the last ball of the over. And we needed, I think, 1 run to win when I was batting, or 2 runs to win. And I made the biggest mistake by taking a single and leaving it to Abid I said, now, don't do anything stupid, because only Bishan and Chandra are there to bat, and we could put England back into the game here. But Abid charges down the pitch, gets the top edge over the slips for 4 runs, and next thing I see, he's been carried away by all the supporters. I said, I've been schlapping here for the last 2.5 hours on the wicket. But it was nice. Even saw an elephant in the ground. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was the largest person on the ground till I saw the elephant. And I don't know who had the audacity, or how did he get through the turnstiles? I'm not sure how he wouldn't get in these days, I think.
There was an elephant on the ground. It was incredible. I've never seen that, and I don't think it's ever happened after that you've had an elephant on the ground. God knows how the elephant made its entrance, but the elephant was there. And it's incredible. I mean, as I say, you know, we've seen weird things happening on the field of cricket, but this was weird indeed. But maybe that, again, on that particular day, was an omen of the things to come, because Lord Ganpati that we talked about, whose birthday was when India won, is a god with a trunk for a nose. And there you are. So I think that the elephant coming down was for us a blessing.
27 years later, Sri Lanka were about to follow in India's footsteps and unleash a new superstar on world cricket.
It was the only test match we played on that tour. It was a one-off test, and played summer. I think it was either August or September we played that game. And was really special. I mean, it was a special game for Murali to start off with, but I think, you know, for the entire country, it was something special, because that's the first time we've beaten England in a test match, and then had the belief going forward after that.
When you have your first overseas win, that gives you the confidence that you will be able to do that more regularly, more often. And that is what, you know, players and teams are looking for.
That's bowled him right through the gate. What a magnificent delivery. Just look how far this turns.
Well, this has come in a long way.
Muralitharan has made an important move here for Sri Lanka.
It only started turning viciously only on that last day. I mean, till then, I think England were controlling the game. I remember Sanath and Aravinda scored 2 big hundreds, which gave us that first big innings score. And we managed to put England under pressure with a bit of a lead. We only had about 130 runs or 118 or 20 runs lead in that first innings. But they found it very tough, and Murali started to, bowl quite well.
Doing well at home is very good. It's special, but I think when you do well overseas, you win overseas. That's even more special. That's extra special. And I think just like 1971 was the turning point in Indian cricket, I do believe the 1998 win over here for Sri Lanka changed their outlook and their thought processes as far as playing out of Sri Lanka was concerned.
There's a significance in that historic win for Test cricket, and then for the next generation of guys to believe that we could go overseas and win Test matches, and we managed to do that.
200 for Sanath Jayasuriya. What an entertainer. What an innings.
The atmosphere was fantastic. We had so many people coming and watching that Test match. A lot of Sri Lankans were looking forward to that opportunity. Before that, I think we haven't played a Test match here for a long time. I think 6-7 years. So it was a historic occasion for Sri Lanka, and for it to be at the Oval made it brilliant. I know still a lot of people have good fond memories of that Test match, and especially for the players who played in that. It was something special.
Murali's 16 wickets in 1998 brought back memories of one of the all-time great final tests, when a young Jamaican, Michael Holding, thrilled a famously partisan crowd with one of the greatest displays of fast bowling ever seen.
Well, it used to be a place where West Indian fans would turn up in their droves. I mean, that's not quite the case now, sadly. But back in the day when Michael Holding was performing so brilliantly in 1976, you get a fantastic turnout of West Indian fans here.
1976, to be honest. I was living in this country. I was in Jamaica, but there's a fellow Jamaican by the name of Michael Holding.
One of my earliest memories, I would have probably been four years old, was the final Test match, England versus West Indies in '76. Drought of summer, standpipes outside, oval bleached white, and Michael Holding bowling the speed of light on the flattest pitch of all time, and that kind of stuck with me forever.
Over 1,000 runs scored in the first innings, which is unique, and then we still got a result. The rest of the guys in the team, the West Indies team, the fast bowlers that is, they were a little bit more experienced than myself. When they saw the pitch, the series already won, I think they throttled back a bit. Me being a young, naive young man running in and trying to bowl fast, I just kept on running in. And of course, when I started to take wickets, you'd forget about flat pitches after that. You just keep on running in, bowling fast. And if you keep on taking wickets, it doesn't feel as if you're doing anything.
Yeah, it was mighty. I mean, you talk about the West Indies team. The West Indies is made up of islands. And you know what? There's one thing, even now, that binds the whole Caribbean, and it's cricket. Probably back in 1976, you hear, I learned a lot of my cricket listening on the radio, really, But that's what it was. This guy was just unbelievable, the type of cricket they played, the brand of cricket they played, how good they were, and all that business, you see. So it was just absolutely unique. And I said, for me to come here and, take my best bowling figures here as well, as I said, those seeds that I mentioned to you was planted way back in 1976.
And it was great because also of the fact that Tony Greig had made that comment at the beginning of the tour about him going to make the West Indies team grovel. And of course, because we had already won the series then, the West Indians turned up even more to look at Tony Greig and to keep on shouting at him. And in the end, they kept on shouting at the end of this first innings, grovel, Greggy, grovel. And he actually went down on his hands and knees and took the last few steps off the ground on his hands and knees, crawling off the ground. So it was great. The West Indians cheered him. Of course, they were very unhappy that he made the comment, but when they saw him do that, they gave him a loud round of applause. When you looked down onto the crowd, not just the West Indians obviously were there, but flocked with West Indians, and of course a lot of English people mixing with the West Indians, and everyone down there was having a good time. I think the English supporters would have been extremely happy that they saw some good cricket. Obviously, they wanted England to win, but I think they were quite happy with the cricket that the West Indies played. So they were both supporters were down there on the ground, looking up onto the balcony, watching the presentation and cheering. And everything that took place then, they cheered. It wasn't a matter that if a West Indian got man of the match or when the trophy was being presented that the people were quiet. The English people were cheering just as well because they had appreciated watching some good cricket.
Having watched Holding destroy the England batsman in 1976, Devon Malcolm then produced an equally vicious burst of quick bowling 18 years later to record the best Test match figures the ground has ever seen.
It used to be a quick pitch here at the Oval. That was the defining feature of the early 90s, much quicker than it is now. It would be the quickest pitch in the country. Probably apart from the Wacker at Perth, it'd be amongst the quickest in the world. So you used to come here and it was a good place for fast bowlers to play. It was a good place to come and play your shots as a batsman because the ball would really fly. And Devon, of course, you know, put in one of the great spells of fast bowling in English cricketing history in that game.
Came out to bat, second innings, and as per usual, I remember one of my team manager a few years back, I said, Keith Fletcher, I was joking with him and saying, okay, Fletch, you know, jokingly to him, said, Fletch, where am I batting today? And he turned around to me and said, Dev, if there were 15 players in the team, you'd bat number 15, mate. So that's answer your question. I was batting number 11 there. Walk out to bat, and I could hear all the guys in the slip scoring just, you know, saying to Fanny, you know, give him a bounce, one of our boys. But as a fast bowler, he said, okay, this is going to be a, you know, a double bluff here. Fanny going to be bowling me a Yorker. So I kept my bat down, ready to, you know, to dig this Yorker out. Fanny ran up first ball before I realized the most perfect bouncer. Clunk, hit me right between the eyes. I was not happy, and I just turned around to the guys in the slip scoring and I said, guys, if you really want to see fast bowling is about, you wait till you get into bat. I said, you guys going to be history.
As you say, he got hit on the head by Fanny de Villiers. I don't know whether that shook him up or not. There's plenty of people say it did. And then he came hurtling in and just bowled the speed of sound, really. I remember the keeper and the slips. I was one of the slips. We were miles back, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary rope. And there's beautiful carry on the ball. And South Africa's batsmen, you know, are a bit windy. They didn't quite fancy it.
As a fast bowler, I was working very closely with a former player from Surrey here. He was our bowling coach, Jeff Arnold. And the morning of that game, you know, I said to him, Jeff, we normally on the pitch there doing some target practice, bowling at the cones, whatever. And I said, look, man, I feel ever so good today, you know. Don't worry, you know. I feel as if we're going to take 6 wickets. I said, I'm not doing the target practice. So we just sat on this field and we just have a chat. And I said, I'm going to take 6 wickets today. So when people mention about the hit on the head from Fanny, I said, look, you know what? I was fired up anyway, but, you know, that probably just add an extra little bit of fuel to the fire, you know, get me an extra 3 wickets.
There's always a place where you wanted to play somebody like Devon, who's probably the quickest bowler by some distance in English cricket at that point. And you could just let him fly, really, unleash him, bowl him in short spells. You didn't want to bowl him too many overs, 5, 6 overs max, and just tell him to come in and bowl as quickly as he could.
My captain was Michael Atherton. He came across to me and he shook me by the hand, walking off. He said, Dev, do you realize what you've just done? I said, Skip, this is what I tried to do all the while. You know, I want all 10 for myself, really, you know. I said, you don't believe that at time, but this is what I want to do.
Catch! Well, that's superb bowling. And a fine return for Philip Tufnell.
Yeah, well, things had changed a bit in terms of the conditions by 97. It wasn't the quick pitch that we'd seen in 93 or 4. It was a kind of brown, worn surface. You know, ball was going through the top. It was a good pitch to bowl spin on by that stage. And that summer was an interesting summer. We'd started really well. We'd whopped the Australians in a one-day series. We'd won the first test. Great kind of hopes that this would be our Ashes winning year. But we were 3-1 down by the time we got here. And Australia only needed 125 or something in the final innings. And then a combination of Tuffers and Andy Caddick. They both bowled superbly, actually, in their very different ways on a wearing pitch. And it was a kind of epic victory in its own way. To defend 125 against Australia, fantastic.
It's 97, I mean, one of my good days. I'll remember that for a long time. Came here, hadn't played all summer. So I was desperate for a game, desperate to have a run out for for England, and yeah, luckily things went my way.
Well, I played in Tuffers' Test match in '97. For us, it was a dead rubber in '97, but it was no more memorable because of that, or no less memorable because of that. Simply because any Test match victory is a big one, particularly when it's against Australia. So, you know, the pitches here are very different from anywhere else in England, I think. Back when I was in my youth, they used to be the quickest pitches in the country. Through the 90s, they gradually got slower and slower, and they turned a little bit more, and they would offer a lot less in terms of seam movement than you would find elsewhere, but you would get that bounce and carry.
Tuffers was a terrific bowler when it spun. You know, you get some spinners who, when the pressure's on them to perform and take wickets on a turning pitch, they kind of shy away from it a bit. The pressure gets too much. A lot of spinners that I've seen are happier in some ways bowling on a pitch that doesn't spin because the expectations are not on them. But Tuffers was the opposite. When the pitch was turning, when the expectations were on him, he actually rose to the occasion more often than not. And he had a good record here. He played really well in a Test match against the West Indies. Viv Richards' final Test match, I think, back in 1991, and then bowled brilliantly in '97.
Well, that's superb bowling. Philip Tufnell finishing with 7 for 64.
Jack Hobbs in 1930, Donald Bradman in 1948, Viv Richards in 1991, and Michael Clarke in 2015 all said farewell to the Test match arena at the Oval.
Yeah, as you say, it's a place of fond farewells, even if sometimes you don't actually realise that they're going to be farewells. You know, some players are playing their last Test match in this game and they don't know it. They'll always look back on the Oval as the place where they said goodbye to Test cricket. And it's actually relatively few players who get to go out and to call, to designate a game as being their farewell. More often the game is sort of naturally deciduous.
Myself, Graham Thorpe, Martin Bicknell, who that was to be his last Test match as well, and obviously seeing off Alec, who still holds the record for the number of caps as an England player. Very, very special to have four Surrey players in the team at the time. And I guess it was almost the end of an era, I suppose, in terms of the amount of Surrey players we'd have in Test match colours.
Alex Stewart's last Test match, we ended up on the pitch playing football with a Swiss ball in Stewart's last game. You know, still dirty playing even with a Swiss ball.
Yeah, listen, I couldn't have wished for anything better.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent and the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over. Lovely scenes at lunch. To see the crowd back out there on the outfield, having a little look at the wicket, and oh, lovely it was with the sun shining. And at lunch, Surrey 83 for 1 after being popped in by Hampshire this morning. The 1 wicket to go, that of Rory Burns, caught by Liam Dawson at second slip off the bowling of Holland for 21. That was 39 for 1. Ryan Patel 39 not out. Hashim Amla surviving a couple of big LBW shouts, 15 not out. And Kevin James is alongside. Varun Chopra will be with us again at 2 o'clock. But yeah, we both said it there, and Varun was in agreement. Very much Surrey's morning after being stuck in. To be 83 for 1, they'd have been very, very pleased with that. Hampshire will sort of say to themselves, pick up a couple quickly after lunch, then that decision looks justified, doesn't it? But I think very much Surrey's morning.
Yeah, and I don't think in only losing 1 wicket in 2 hours that Surrey would say that they've been lucky not to have lost more. I don't think that's the case at all. I thought they've played quite skillfully this morning, but I also think that the wicket probably hasn't done as much as Hampshire would have hoped. There was a little bit of swing for Keith Barker first up, but only a little, but it went early, and it was, you know, it wasn't outrageous swing, and it wasn't late, so, you know, you could play it. And Burns and Patel didn't seem to have too much problem there. And also Abbas, there's a little bit of nibble, but not much. But the ball's going through, so anything that's a little short or a little bit too full, you know, the batsmen can play their shots. So I think in all it's been a good cricket wicket. I think the real debate, there's 2 debates for me in that session. One is is it the sort of wicket that you would put another side in? I'm sure that debate will keep going depending on how the Surrey innings goes throughout the day. And the other one is, for me, those two big LBW shouts against Hashim Amla, because and I know one or two people have commented, and I know you've said as well, Churchy, and even Varron, that you could probably say maybe one of those is debatable and whatever, but I think out of the two, one of those is out. But I'm trying not to be too biased, but if you're watching the live feed, I think you'd struggle to make a really good case to say both of those are not out.
Hashim Amla's still there, that's the thing from a Hampshire point of view, but they've got the opportunity to try and get him after lunch. And wasn't it lovely seeing so many people out there, JMO, during the lunch break? We haven't seen that for a couple of years. It was gorgeous, wasn't it?
2,057, I'm reliably told, are the number of people in the ground. I think it was something like 700 members, and the rest tickets. I think that's what was said to me. I know the figure of 2,057 was definitely a quoted figure. So I know it's a big ground, but it does feel a decent size. And Mark Church is right that to see the majority of those just walking on the outfield during the lunch interval was just a nice feeling with the sunshine out, although it's disappeared behind some clouds at the moment. But it was just a lovely scene to survey from our commentary box during the break.
Really missed that. Really missed seeing all the kids out there and the mums and dads all having a little look at the wicket. So it's going to be Mr. Abbas to get us started after lunch from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Still some cloud cover above us. It was blue sky and sun first thing this morning. I must admit I did fall asleep on the balcony. Really? Yeah.
What, before play or during?
Before play. And woke up to walk in here and see you, and that woke me up, I tell you. I'm having a nightmare here. As Abbas then, with our first ball after lunch, comes around the wicket to Ryan Patel. Shout for LBW first up, not going to get that. Ryan Patel just hit high up from Abbas, but on the money straight away. That rolls away into the offside. So Patel looked very fluent for his 39, and Hashim Amla. Ooh, Kevin James, you know what Hashim Amla's done? He's removed his short sleeve sweater. Now that is always a concern. That is always a concern. He's out there in shirt sleeved order. Shows A, the temperature has gone up, and B, Hashim might fancy this, as round the wicket comes Abbas once more to Ryan Patel, who lets this one go outside his off stump. It goes wide and keeps going wider, and that's a good tumbling take by Ben Brown.
Anybody else but Amla, I would say, well, Hampshire have still got another chance of claiming his wicket, even though there's been two big shouts against him already. But I just think with Amla that there may never be another chance.
Early in the season, though. Early in the season. As I say, he's removed his short sleeve sweater. As round the wicket comes Abbas, and that's very wide outside the off stump. And again, Ryan Patel will have absolutely nothing to do with that. A little look at the other scores going on around the country. Lancashire 97 for 3 against Kent just after lunch. Somerset 70 for 5 against Essex. Gloucestershire 58 for 2 against Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire 108 for 2. Durham, that's against Glamorgan. Durham 75 for 3 against Leicestershire. Derbyshire 111 for 2 against Sussex. As round the wicket comes Abbas, and that's turned off his pads by Ryan Patel. Off the bat. First runs after lunch. Ryan Patel moves on to 40. Surrey move on to 84 for 1, and this brings the shirt-sleeved Hashim Amla on to strike for the first time after lunch. So, yeah, those are all the other scores from round 2. Of course, Yorkshire and Lancashire, their first games, they had last week off. I think Middlesex in Division 2 are off this week from memory. So 3 slips in there for the right-handed Amla as Mohamed Abbas comes over the wicket to Amla, and Amla's forward and covers up and pushes this down into the leg side. What do you think Hampshire would have said to themselves during that lunch break, Mr. James?
Well, I think you can't get too wrapped up in the fact that you put another side in, and they've only lost 1 wicket in 2 hours. I think it's very easy to go into the lunch break and think, well, this is the Oval. We all know the reputation it has here for being a decent batting wicket, even though the pitch has a tinge of green on. I think it's just making sure the players don't get too negative about it.
Abbas is in and forward comes Ambler. Just squeezes this one down towards backward point. There is no run. End of the first over after lunch, then just a single off it from Abbas, and Surrey 84 for 1.
Well, that's the thing. I think if I was coach there, I would just say, look, you curated not that many chances, to be fair. I think I've been very impressed with Ryan Patel. I think his judgment has been very good this morning. Been very calm and assured, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. But even so, he only takes one slight mistake, and that's a wicket, and then all of a sudden things might happen. I think it's just making sure that the team doesn't get into a negative mindset. I think this session's quite important now. I mean, if Hampshire only take one wicket, say, between lunch and tea, then that really is a poor decision, isn't it, to stick the opposition in. But, you can only make decisions based on, what you see and also the stats. A lot of analysts now will provide captains and coaches with various stats that say, well, look, if you do this, then the chances of this happening are this and that sort of thing. And I do think the fact that Hampshire were bowled out for 92 first innings here last year has probably had some sort of bearing on their decision. Full delivery from Abbott. Start of a new over from the pavilion end sees Patel driving up to mid-off, and a good dive from Keith Barker there, who's got a nice sun hat there at the far end. The only Hampshire player in a sun hat. Everybody else has a cap. Apart from Abbott, of course, he wouldn't be bowling in a cap.
I do like a sun hat. Hashim Amla always wears his.
Yes.
But he's had the woolly hat underneath it for the first game of the season. Whether he'll have it, I don't think he'll need it for this one.
Abbott round the wicket. Left alone by Patel. Luke's back on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com. If you want to make a comment on anything you're seeing or hearing this afternoon. He says about the LBWs, if that was a number 11, those would have been out, or one of them out. If it's a number 3 with millions of runs and status, then it's not out, says Luke. That's a fair point. Only the umpire can tell you that. Abbott bowls. That's on the line of middle and leg, nicely tucked away off his pads there by Ryan Patel, who will pick up 2 as it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. James Fuller runs after it, who we haven't seen into the bowling attack yet. And Surrey move on to 86 for 1. It's been a good morning and a bit so far for Surrey, having been put into bat.
Yeah, and Ryan Patel just ticking along after lunch again. Wow, umpire Mounds and Robinson are both extremely experienced umpires, aren't they? Hugely experienced.
Yeah. Patel pushes forward up towards mid-on. I'm trying not to go on about it, obviously, as you can tell. I guess if Hampshire were batting, I'd probably try and make a case for them both being not out. But I mean, listen, we've spoken at length about it. There were 2 very big shouts, and I think we've all seen those given in the past. But at the end of the day, Ambler is still out there, not out on both occasions. And we move on, or we try and move on anyway, some of us. As Patel pushes it out into the colours. It's difficult, but we try and move on.
Yes. You were quiet having your lunch.
I won't sleep tonight.
No, you won't. You were quiet having your chicken lunch. Very nice, actually.
Wasn't
Although it? I must admit, I did open the thing that said chicken, and it was potatoes. So, very nice. Potatoes and a couscous. Yeah, very nice it was. Very nice.
With a bit of beef on a...
No,
was it beef?
No, I didn't get just potatoes.
Oh, was the beef not there by the time you got there?
That was potatoes as well.
Abbott round the wicket, pulled away. Short delivery, he's gone quickly down to fine leg. And that is 4 runs. Gone very fine. Abbas is quite square at deep fine leg. And that has raced away. You probably heard it hit the advertising boards just below us to our right. 90 for 1 at the end of that Abbott over. And Patel moves on to 46, adding to his 75 and 16 not out last week.
Well, that was a feature of his innings at Edgbaston. Anything short, he was on to so quickly. A couple of times, just pull shots early in the first morning into the Holly stand for 6. Very quickly onto it. I've said it before, but there is definitely he's his own player, but you tend to, you look at players and you're reminded of people, there's definitely a touch of the Mark Butchers. about the way Patel plays, definitely. And he's just looking again ever since that game at Guildford last year, where he just went out and smashed it. As Abbas comes in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, and Amla's getting a good length ball that he just pushes out towards backward point, and there's no run. And the thing with Ryan was he's got one championship 100 from memory, opening the batting against Essex, first game of the season in 2019, I think it was. But that was a real sort of dig in, didn't really play any shots type role. And then he's gone up and down the order, and he has looked a different player since that innings at Guildford, where I think he got a bit of belief in himself as well. As Abbas comes in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, he's forward playing this one off a goodish length out into the offside, because he's a lovely lad as well. He really genuinely is a lovely fella, but I think possibly lacked a little bit of self-confidence, and then all of a sudden he lit up Guildford and never looked back. He went scored another one about a week later in the one-day stuff, came into the championship side and got 60 odd against Gloucestershire, and has looked great in pre-season and looked terrific at Edgbaston. Looked very, very good so far today. As Amla waits on 15, Abbas is into him, and this is turned by Amla into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Everyone's settling back into their seats now. Nice afternoon, and weather's meant to be pretty good for Easter weekend from what I've seen on the old forecast. Bit of sun tomorrow, sun on Easter Saturday, and Good Friday tomorrow, of course, and then on Easter Sunday as well, the weather looking pretty good. Nice game today. Later on this evening, Cayman Islands against the Bahamas. It's about right, as this one's pushed by Amla out into the offside, and there's no run. Wouldn't mind either of those, home or away. That would be rather nice. Very good. Cayman Islands against the Bahamas.
What's that in? What competition's that?
Hang on, I've got to find my glasses. Got to that stage over the winter now. The Bahamas tour of the Cayman Islands is the second T20. So in Georgetown. So the Bahamas tour of the Caymans. But then if it was the Cayman Islands tour of the Bahamas, that would sound nice. As Abbas is in, and Amla pushes this one off the back foot. David Hemp, of course, captained the Bahamas.
No, that was Bermuda.
Bermuda it was, that's right. Bermuda. That's right.
I've played cricket in the Bahamas.
Lovely. Doesn't surprise me.
Coconut matting.
Super. Is that the name of the nightclub, or is that
Lucaya Cricket Club?
Was that like a pre-season or one?
No, it was a private tour. It was a club tour. I've mentioned this before. It was a club in North London, Mill Hill.
Lovely.
And they went out there, and they asked me to go with them.
As over the wicket comes,
I said, I'll get back to you.
How long did that take?
I said, give me a couple of weeks to think about that.
Yeah. Actually, yes. Well, that was
so I'm sure I've got something else on.
That was like dear Jade Dernbach, who's obviously now bowling coach at Middlesex. But Jade, I saw Jade in the winter, and there we are. Kevin James up on the board, 395 first-class wickets. Mark Church, Richard Branson's double act. Very true, actually, if you need anybody available. Yes, and Jade got to play in the US Open during Christmas time in Miami. Rather nice T20 competition.
Oh yes. Sorry, that's Abbott outside the stump started when you over Patel. No, did he play for Italy?
He played for Italy, yeah.
Because Gareth Berg got him involved.
Absolutely, he did that, and then he said he got a phone call saying, "Would you like to play in the US Open?" And his immediate reaction, he said, was, "My golf's not great, but yeah, if you're offering."
Oh, this is golf.
And then then they said, "No, it's not golf, it's cricket, and it's in Miami." And he said, "Oh, let me have a think about that." Yes, please.
Here's Abbott. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. One of the few false shots that Ryan Patel has bowled. That's a decent delivery there from Abbott, just straightening on the left-hander. So, he played for America and Italy then?
Yeah, well, he was playing for an American franchise in the US Open cricket tournament. That's what I've seen that again. Got to play at that, Ryan Patel, hasn't
he? 100%.
Yes, I can't remember what the team was. But it was 2 weeks in Miami just before Christmas.
Unbelievable.
Tough choice, that.
Abbott in again from that pavilion end. Fuller.
He did have a
alone.
little bit of a shocker, though, in the fact that he said that, so yeah, I'd love to. When is it? Beginning of January. So he went and saw Mrs. Dernbach and said, would it be all right if after Christmas I just went away for a couple of weeks to play T20s? Absolutely, as long as you're here for Christmas. Don't go away. There's lots to get prepared for Christmas. And then he got a text from one of the players saying, when are you flying out? Great that you join us. He said, January. And he said, that's funny because it starts next week.
Oh. Abbott bowls straighter, and let's work through the vacant mid-wicket area. It'll be a single. Patel moves on to 47, 91 for 1.
So he said he had to go up the stairs, knock on the door.
Over Christmas?
No, just before Christmas, knock on the door. Sternbach, would it be all right if I went away for a couple of weeks just before Christmas? So yes, off he went to Miami. I think it rained for a bit of it as well. But yes, it's quite a few actually. Quite a few players went on that. I think it's a Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett's sort of behind it as well.
Okay. Abbott's over the wicket to Amla. 3 slips wait. Amla pushing forward up to mid-off. And there's no run. That sounds like... So is that an annual thing then?
I don't know. I'm not sure how it all went really, but it's all that talk, isn't it, about breaking the American market again. But I think the one way cricket could do that is if it ever became an Olympic sport. I think if you're in the Olympics, all of a sudden it does, doesn't it? That sort of course, it's in the Commonwealth Games this summer.
Abbott again then to Amla. Amla gets a thick inside edge as it goes out to the vacant square leg area. And Amla moves on to 16, and that is his first runs since lunch, and that's come in the 20th minute after the luncheon break. 92 for 1, sorry.
Yep. And Amla 16, Patel 47. So, tidy start from Hampshire after lunch. But your Commonwealth Games, of course. Well, I was up in Birmingham last week. And a few signs around, but not a huge amount as yet for the Commonwealth Games. But there is so much sport going on at the moment, isn't there?
Making up for the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific. 92 for 1. Abbas is in over the wicket, and short ball, lovely shot from Amla. Just punches this off the back foot, away through extra cover. And that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So first boundary for Hashim Amla after lunch. He moves on to 20, and Surrey move on to 96 for 1.
Luke's taking a pop at me now about the LBWs. silentcricket@gmail.com says sometimes they look out, but the person with the best view had a doubt, and it's easy to sulk about it, and I simply felt you weren't being fair to the umpire.
Fair comment. As in over the wicket once again comes Abbas. Oi, hello. Now that is an absolute jaffer. Well, I'm not sure what you do about that if you actually, man. You just say, well bowled and unlit it, because that's gone like a quick leg break. Cool, blimey.
If you get it past the outside edge of Amla's bat, it has to be a decent delivery.
I've got to say though that gives you a bit of encouragement as a bowler as well, doesn't it? If you're producing balls like that as we approach 2 o'clock, if you're Hampshire, you'd think to yourself, right, just get 6 of them in the same spot, please. Although I think that's probably too good from Abbas, as here he comes once again. And this is outside edge. Is it dropped? It is. Oh, it's been dropped.
Dawson.
Liam Dawson. Looking to cut was Amla. It was a little bit close to him, and Dawson's put it down in the slips. So that is a big moment. Big moment. It's taking the umpire out of the equation here, Hashim Amla. But Dawson couldn't hang on. Took a good one to get rid of Burns this morning. Couldn't hang on to that one. And Amla moves on to 21 and 97 for 1. Just trying to cut and probably just jag back a touch at him. But Liam Dawson just couldn't hang on in there at second slip. And as I say, that one has taken any umpire out the equation, hasn't it? It's just burst through the Dawson hands. That Abbas is round the wicket to Patel, and Patel is forward playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
First one Dawson's dropped this season, off the top of my head. Got a couple of good catches last week in the slips. He is Hampshire's best slipper, or one of the best slippers, and it's rare when he drops one. he got a bit tangled up there, didn't he, a little bit, because Amler flashed at that, went quite hard, and it was still on its way up, and yet somehow Dawson got himself underneath the ball.
Round the wicket once again goes Abbas, and this is left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump.
I think if he'd sort of stood up, it was about chest height, wasn't it? But somehow he got his head underneath the ball, just moving to his left.
I will leave you at the end of this over. Varun Chopra will come in and join Kevin James, but yeah, Dawson's usually absolutely watertight in there, isn't he? He's flashed at it very hard, but it just sort of burst through his hands. Liam Dawson, there's Abbas. He's round the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel will just tuck this one on the angle off his hip down towards long leg, takes a single. Ryan Patel moves on to 48, and Surrey move on to 98 for one. Kevin James, a few words from you, and then you'll be joined by Varun Chopra.
Charlie Tippler on the tweets at Silent Sports says, so Amler double century on the way then. Terrific, says Charlie. I think it's inevitable now. Scored 6 runs since the luncheon interval. And as I say, in this fixture last year, made 215 before retiring the next morning, having had enough. Varun, welcome back.
Yeah, keep giving him chances.
Oh,
he might be doing the same again.
I mean, as you can tell from my demeanour, it doesn't matter to me at all.
I think you're resigned to the fact you're scoring runs today already, aren't you?
It's, we're in for the long haul with Amler, I think. That's driven in the air, over cover, smacked away, 1 bounce for 4 to the short boundary side. By Patel, what a shot that was, and that's his 50 up. Nice round of applause from the crowd, warm applause as well.
Yeah, over the top of coverage.
Wow.
2 bounces into the short side. Yeah, Patel's been disciplined on the whole, and then occasionally just come out of his bunker a little bit, hasn't he, with a couple of expansive shots. But showing his confidence, and back-to-back 50s now for him.
Yeah, and that really was an attacking shot. There was a bit of width there from Abbott, but even so, there's a drive along the ground, but not quite as sweetly timed as it goes out to Gubbins in the covers. 99 balls and 8 fours for Ryan Patel's 50, but you're right, back to back. What a way to start a season, Varun. You'd like that as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what you need, just a couple of confidence boosting innings. Just to feel good at the crease, it's always important to start a season or start a new tournament well. Just relaxes the nerves and allows you just to go and play with freedom. Definitely,
and he hasn't put a foot wrong either as he throughout his knock so far. Abbott bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on. No run there. Ian Holland fielding at a wide-ish mid-on. I mean, he's played and missed a couple of times, but that's about all. But you'd expect that, having been put into bat. But other than that, he just hasn't put any foot wrong at all. He hasn't even looked like he hadn't had a bad sort of over or a bad 10 or 15 minute spell where he's looked a bit scratchy. He's played very nicely indeed.
Yeah, he's looked in good order, hasn't he?
Certainly has, yeah.
A good winter. He's trained hard in pre-season, and he looks ready.
It does, outside the off stump, a little closer to the off stump this time, and Patel leaves that one alone. Surrey lad, born in Sutton, Ryan Patel. So 3 slips there. That's Vince, Dawson and Weatherly. So Abbott strives for his first wicket. Just that 1 wicket that had fallen this morning after 55 minutes of play. Rory Burns just driving away from his body at Ian Holland, and Dawson actually taking the catch on that occasion. He was out for 21. He's beaten outside the off stump. Another delivery, trademark Kyle Abbott delivery, which angles into the left-hander and bounces and straightens. Very difficult to play.
Just as we were singing his praises, he gets a delivery like that. Not much you can do about those sometimes as a batsman.
No, you just pray they go past the outside edge, don't you? Really?
I just hope you're lucky enough to play and miss. But yeah, Liam Dawson just putting one down the previous over of Amler. Very rare drop from him.
It is, isn't it? As Patel gets forward and pushes that up to wide mid-off, fielded by Barker. End of the over, 102 for 1. Amler has 21, Patel has 52. You know, sometimes when you bat, you get an edge, don't you? And you watch the ball almost like in slow motion, and it goes to certain fielders in the slips. Do you ever sort of find yourself sometimes and you think, oh, he's the worst bloke, I don't want that going to him?
Definitely. You know, I was fortunate to stand next to Ricky Clark for a lot of my career, who was one of the best, if not the best, slippers going. He hardly dropped many, and it's a very important feature of any cricket, but especially in England when you get so many nicks. You've got to have a good cordon these days, and a settled slip cordon.
Abbas starts a new over to Amla, bowling from our commentary end, and Amla flicks that away just in front of the square on the leg side. It won't go all the way. It's quite a big boundary away to our right, but it will be 2. Amla moves on to 23, 104 for 1. Did you mainly field in the slips?
Yeah, I was first slip.
First slip.
Yep, my whole career pretty much from game 1 I was shoved in there and I didn't leave. So I remember it as a 18-year-old at Essex. We generally had a bad slip cordon when I first started. It was nobody wanted to be in there.
Really?
Yeah, it was just like, oh, you can kind of catch. You have a go. And caught my first few and never looked back.
Comes Abbas fuller this time, but Amla's just happily just prodding forward at that, out onto the offside. What were you? So were you mainly a first slip, or was it 2 and 3 as well, or just mainly first slip?
I started at first slip at Essex in the early part of my career, and then I guess when the senior players come back, you get moved out a little bit. So I found myself at gully generally for a period, and then mostly back into first. To be honest, the odd occasion at second, but majority of my career at first slip, which was great.
There's a lovely cut shot from Amla past the diving fielder at backward point. Now he got that cut shot right. Didn't try and hit that one too hard, just placed it. Made sure the ball hit the middle of the bat, and that's raced away for 4. He's on 27, 108 for 1. What? I do remember fielding the first slip actually. So the more I think about it, what made you sort of successful there? Why did you think you were good there? Apart from catching most of the things that came your way, but
obvious.
What did you? What was it that made you first slip?
I think you need to have big hands. I've got quite big mitts, which certainly helps.
Abbas to Amla, prods forward, goes out to back with a square.
And I think a good slip fielders, they have a good base. They're solid. Their head is level. They don't move around too much, and you've got to be able to concentrate. Obviously, you're standing in there for 500 balls a day or whatever it is, so you need to have the ability to concentrate and not switch off and be too busy talking while the ball's being bowled and things like that. Played with a few of those. So it's just the ability to switch on, switch off, and just having a good catching technique, really.
Abbas to Amla. Bowls and pushing that back to the bowler. Just to explain, because obviously you having spent so long in there is a different technique, isn't there, if you field at first slip to say when you field at third? Just explain the differences.
Sure, yeah. Generally, the finer you are, the more of the ball you watch. So at first slip, I always just watched the ball straight away. I didn't watch the bat. I just watched the ball completely. Same from second slip. I like to watch the ball. But as you start going square and like at gully, for example, then your focus is just on the bat. So you haven't got time to react to watch the ball. So
Abbas in again. Amla gets a thick outside edge along the ground in the gap between backward of point and third slip, and that's going up towards the third man boundary at the far end of the ground. Amla moves on to 31, 112 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yeah, Amla's just starting to find scoring a little bit more freer now after lunch. Controlled enough. He played with soft hands, played it late as he usually does, and it just sort of guided to that vacant third man area.
So okay, so the different techniques as you pointed out there, but how did you, because sometimes when you're fielding quite close to the keeper, well, I suppose anywhere in the slips when you've got people either side of you, but how was it? I'm trying to think who the keeper was at the time at Warwickshire. It was
Ambrose.
Ambrose, of course it was, yeah. I guess there would have been odd occasions where he's come across you a little bit. Here comes Abbott outside the off stump, and Patel leaves alone. How did you sort of deal with that? Because when you've got people moving in front of you, how was that, knowing, have I got to go for that or haven't I?
Yeah, I think that's where the relationship's important. We had a settled team, so we had a settled slip cordon, so I knew it was Ambrose, Chopra, Clark, Porterfield, Patel, Porterfield type thing. So we knew generally the strengths and weaknesses of each other. There's Abbott's in around the wicket again here to Patel, just defended back to the bowler. So like Ambrose, for example, started to have a bad hip. I knew he couldn't really move too much to one side if it was a right-hander, so I'd have to come a little bit tighter. Then with James Foster, who was super springy and athletic, I could stand much wider. Adam Wheater, a much smaller guy, preferred to stand very straight as a keeper. I had to come tighter. So you have to know. Obviously, it starts from the keeper. You take your position from the keeper. Then I go to first, and you take your position. The second takes it from you. So.
Okay, there's a nice drive through extra cover. Beautiful shot. That's 4 runs. Split the field between extra cover and mid-off. And that just seemed to pick up pace, actually, as that came off Patel's bat. He's playing nicely for his 56, 116 for 1.
Yeah, probably the shot of the day so far, I would say. Just a gorgeous cover drive. As I said, he's looked in good touch. One criticism you would have of Patel is that he does hit the field quite a lot with nice, strong shots, but just to the field, and that time he finds the gap and gets 4.
Abbott round the wicket still. That's pulled away, and that has gone very quickly down to Mohammed Abbas at a squarish fine leg. Patel moves on to 57 now, 117 for 1 Surrey, having been put into bat. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting what you say about having sort of knowing the fielders around you in the slips, because how many times when you see a keeper that starts to move and stops, and that kind of creates confusion. But you're saying that really you didn't really have that the whole time you were there.
Not so often. No, you do a lot of practice as well. You catch a lot of balls.
Abbott into Amler this time. Amler drives, gets a thick inside edge as that goes out square on the leg side. There is a man deep. Amler moves on to 32, 118 for 1. So, did you drop many in the slips? You can't drop many if you were there virtually the whole of the time of your career.
Yeah, I dropped a few, not I wouldn't say many. No, it was okay.
So when you were captain at Warwickshire, you still went in the slips? You didn't sort of do everything from mid-off?
No, I actually hated mid-off as a fielder. For whatever reason, my eyes were just so used to being behind the ball. When I was at mid-off, I couldn't judge sometimes the speed at which the ball was coming. Really? I really struggled with it.
Oh, right.
So I much preferred being behind the bat and in the slips or backward point or...
quick single on the leg side from Patel.
Behind the bat.
Yeah.
Some guys really love being long on, long off and mid on, mid off, and for me that wasn't really my cup of tea.
Over completed by Kyle Abbott, 119 for 1 now, Surrey, 58 to Patel, and Amler, I added an H there, who's on 32, and these two have now put on 80 for their second bit. Did you find it quite easy still, even at slip, to sort of direct everything as captain? I mean, did you still run up to the bowler from time to time, or did you just shout loudly?
No, I wasn't. You should sort of communicate between overs, or if I had to have a little slow trot and meet the bowler halfway or something, but no, I just felt from the first slip I had the best view. I could just see what the ball was doing, and I had experienced guys around me, so I could bounce ideas off the slip cordon, and just generally preferred it. Some captains like to be out the way, not be around too many other players, and sort of be a mid-off with no one really around them, and be close to the bowler. But for me, I always felt I was helping the team and had the best view as captain from first slip.
Yeah. At 119 for 1 then, and with 37 overs bowled, we are now going to get our first view of James Fuller, who's a little bit quicker than the other Hampshire bowlers that we've seen so far. Now, Fuller in the side at the expense of Brad Wheel, who I think most people at the start of the season would have thought that he would have kept his place, had a good season last year, but Fuller had bowled well pre-season, kept his place, and took 3 quick wickets last week to start the rot of Somerset, and he's into the attack, and that's hit hard on the up, but not past a diving Kyle Abbott at mid-off. Now that's an interesting shot first up there.
Pretty sure he was expecting the short ball first up, wasn't he? Just the loosener or the drag down from Fuller, which
you'd get.
Yeah, you do, and you have to have. You bear that in mind. You might get it, but perhaps Patel was looking for that shot a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Got away with it.
Sort of quick hands through the ball there. Now you would have faced James Fuller a few times, Baron, as he comes in with 2 slips, well, probably a 4th slip as well. There's the short ball, and that's balled away, and that's caught. Well, he's done it again, James Fuller. Pulled away and caught right on the deep backward square leg boundary, and Fuller has done it again. Patel goes for 58, his first false shot really in his innings, and it's 119 for 2. And again, not the best ball we've seen this morning, but Fuller just has that knack.
Yeah, and what a good catch there from, was it Abbas?
I think it was Abbas, actually, yes.
Fine legs, a short side, a short boundary, and it was nailed. But straight at him, a yard or two either side, it was 6. Strong hands, and Abbas clings on to what you'd have to describe as a loosener from Fuller, short on the hips of Patel. But he's just managed to pull it towards fine leg, and he'll be really disappointed with that. Another 50 and out for him. He'll be disappointed he hasn't made the most of his start and good form.
Well, I was saying last week when Somerset started their second innings and trying to bat out, well, basically 2 days to save the game, and for the first hour both openers didn't look in any trouble at all, and you thought, oh gosh, we're going to be here for ages, Moss, we'd try and get a conclusion of this game. And then Fuller came on and just went bang 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 in his first 3 overs, and that started the Somerset rot, and they never recovered. And he's done it again here. Well, I wouldn't say he started a rot, but he's certainly broken a stand which is was worth 80. And well, we talked about Amla's travails during his knock, but Ryan Patel looked like he was in for the rest of the day, and but Fuller's managed to prize him out with a good catch, as Varun Chopper says, by Mo Abbas. I must admit, I'd lost sight of it. I thought he was going out the ground the way he hit it, and it isn't a very big boundary to our left, and it was straight down Abbas's throat. Here's Fuller, and he's bowling to Ollie Pope, and bowls outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce as Pope leaves that one alone. What about Ollie Pope then, Varun? Because I know we talked about earlier about Rory Burns, and well, he didn't have a particularly good Ashes. I mean, Pope, you could level the same situation at, couldn't you?
Yeah, it'll be it's a big sum for him. He's obviously got a great record batting here at the Oval. He enjoys it here. He's not quite sure what he averages. It was
99, I think I read.
It was 3.
Averages 99 here.
Yeah, I remember that. So
I think he certainly averages 3 figures against Hampshire. I mean, he's scored a hatful of runs over the last few years. That's pushed up to mid-off. Fuller ball this time from James Fuller. But
he's a talented player, isn't he? He's got the ability, he's got the shots. He's found it hard in international cricket, as you'd expect. He's gone through a couple of lean spells there, but see how he bounces back here for Surrey and try and force himself back into England middle order.
Well, he averages 50 in first-class cricket overall. As Fuller comes in, and that's another foolish delivery, which Pope just stabs down on it, goes up towards mid-off. But his Ashes series, a bit like Rory Burns, really. Nothing to write home about. In fact, even less than that, really. 67 runs from 6 innings, averaged 11. So I think everybody's just waiting for him to convert that talent, as you talk about, into some sort of test career. Overall in his tests, he averages 28 outside the off stump, and did that just swing away? I think it did. Diving stop there from Ben Brown. I thought it may have just come off the elbow or something, but maybe there was just a bit of shape on that ball as it went through to the keeper. 119 for 2, and Fuller has made the breakthrough this afternoon.
Yeah, making things happen. It's what he's in the side to do, I guess, as the fifth seamer in this attack. So plenty of options there for James Vince and Hampshire.
I'm sort of darting about really with different topics, but you of course worked with Graham Welsh. I mean, not on your bowling, obviously, specifically. Well, you might have done, but I mean, obviously with him at being at Warwickshire and that sort of thing.
Separate conversation.
But
you know what? I completely forgot he's here now.
Yes, of course he's here. Yeah, taken over from Alfonso Thomas.
I better text him.
Yes, he is.
Say hello to the.
Yeah, I saw him this morning.
Man. No, I completely forgot he's moved.
That's Abbott starting a new over as Pope Amla drives that up to mid-on. Yes, he moved at the start of this season because he'd been working with the Southern Brave at the Aegeus last season, and I don't know what sort of conversations were going on, but he's made the move from Warwickshire to Hampshire for this season. But you know, you would know him very well from the time that he worked with you guys. What is it about him? Because it's not just James Fuller that seems to have benefited, but throughout his coaching career, as Amla pushes forward and goes out on the offside, he clearly has something. What is it, Van?
He's a very good coach, Graham Welsh. He's a very good man. and he's a bowling coach that. This might sound ridiculous, but he actually coaches. some coaches in the game are more facilitators and perhaps work on different aspects of bowling, like the mental side of it and tactics, but he actually does all facets of the game.
Abbott in to Amler, pushing that one up towards mid-on.
And yeah, he's just he's good to work with. He's a good man, as you said. He's relaxed, he's calm, he gets cricket. You know, he knows what it obviously is about. 500 first-class wickets or wherever he's taken, so he's been there and done it, and he just got a very good cricket brain on him, and knows the game well.
Do you think that a coaching role like that suits him better? Because I think he did the head coach's role at Derbyshire for a little while, if I remember rightly, as Amler pushes it out into the covers. Is he not so suited to something like that, but just as a bowling coach is where you get the most value out of him?
Yeah, I mean, I think he wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think his time at Derbyshire was probably maybe the right role at the wrong time, perhaps, for him, and it didn't quite work out. But he was like the bowling / assistant coach at Warwickshire, and certainly plays that number 2 role really, really well.
Yeah. Abbott bowls, and Amler gets an inside edge as that goes out on the leg side. Again, there's quite a big gap there, just in front of square. Amler moves on to 33, 120 for 2. A lot of people, and maybe not just in cricket but in other sports as well, they're better as number 2s rather than a number 1, where I guess it's a different pressure, isn't it?
Certainly. It's also the relationship with the players. He's a very open guy, and I think that the players enjoy his company. So sometimes that balance between player coach, I guess, is different when you're a head coach or a director of cricket.
Abbott to Pope, leaves that one alone. My word, that's close to the off stump, and it nipped back. Ben Brown diving to his left, taking that one. Good leave. 120 for 2 at the end of that Abbott over. He's bowled 10 overs, none for 42, and Fuller has bowled just that one over with that 1 wicket, conceded 1, and Mohammed Abbas with the first spell from this commentary, and 13 overs, none for 28. He had a spell of 4 overs, none for 17. That spell after lunch. So 120 for 2. Because I mean, obviously in your time, especially when you were skipper at Warwickshire, I mean, you had some great bowlers. You had some very good bowlers. It would have been a good job as a bowling coach around that time at Warwickshire as well, taking nothing away from him as well, of course. That's almost a Yorker there from Fuller. Amler digs that one out, takes a quick single up to mid-off. Pope responds, running to the far end, 121 for 2. Some good bowlers to work with, wasn't it, during that time?
we did. Likes of Barker, Wokes, Clark, Chris Wright, Rankin, obviously G to Patel. But with those obviously quality bowlers came some how should we call it? Some characters.
Fuller bowls down the leg side. Has he edged it? The fielders behind the wicket think so. Fuller, I don't think, went up at all. Didn't look right anyway. Pope trying to flick that away down the leg side. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, every team has that. Doesn't matter what team you are. There's always personalities to manage, isn't there?
And the point being, he was good at keeping them motivated, managing them really well, and making sure they just kept doing the basics really well day in, day out, and that's a big reason why we had success in that period.
Yeah, that's for sure. A formidable Warwickshire side, because you led them to the championship as well, didn't you, if I remember rightly? It was a quick single up to mid-on by Ollie Pope. He's off the mark, 122 for 2. Was that
2012?
2012, that's right, yeah. That's right, having come close in 2011, which we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That you led the side to 2012. Must be proud of that.
Yeah, Jim Troughton was in charge then. He's now the assistant coach here at Surrey. So I've got to say hello to him as well at some point.
You've got a few people to catch up with here, Rory. I don't think there's enough hours in the day for you here.
So you won't listen to me after tea time. I'll be over there in the other stand.
Fuller to Amler. Length ball. Amler pushes that out towards mid-wicket. Good length ball there from Fuller, who's kept it pretty tight in his into his second over now. I'm sure there's a few more people we can call on that maybe you don't know are here. That we can give you a really full day. But that's not surprising, is it? With that successful Warwickshire side around that time, it's not surprising that now, they're starting to filter out into other counties, and other counties are tapping into that experience and that know-how, in a way. It's full of bowls outside the off stump, and Amler watches that go by.
Yeah, I think even Keith Barker's doing he's got a bit of a bowling coach role as well at Hampshire, is that right? Or some sort of mentoring?
Yeah, he does a bit, with his experience,
I think he potentially is a level 3 bowling coach already, so he's done his qualifications.
Oh right, didn't know.
Yeah, he's he'll be a good asset for Hampshire.
Definitely. He's a good lad, isn't he?
Certainly.
I enjoy talking to him. I mean, he doesn't give loads away, but he's just enough, and he's good value. On the back foot there, Amler, a little bit late on that perhaps, as the ball goes out on the leg side behind square, picks up a single, 124 for 2. So all these guys that are on and off the field at Warwickshire during that successful period, a few of them are moving into different roles. Farron, there's a chance for you. Move into a batting coach role, perhaps something. I don't know. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, I do a little bit. I do a little bit of work.
Do you?
Back in Essex, with a school and a few local boys and some good talented youngsters coming through there. But I'm not sure county coaching is one for me.
But from the pavilion end, Pope works that up to mid-on, fielded by Barker. Why did you say that?
I don't think it's a job that you have any control over, to be perfectly honest, without going into too much detail. There's a lot of players will do what players want to do, and as a coach it's quite difficult really to have the influence on players these days in current setups.
Comes Abbott. Pope pushing forward, thick inside edge, and again there's no square leg. The man is out deep, patrolling that short boundary, really trying to save the 4 rather than saving the single. Hampshire seem quite happy to give away that single out on that area, on that short boundary side. 124 for 2. Do you think, well, I think I know roughly what you're saying, but I mean, do players react differently now to being coached and told things than they used to, even when you started?
I mean, even when you were playing, if I was to coach how I was coached now, I'd probably get put away.
There's a drive there from Pope, lovely through the offside, through extra cover. Nick Gubbins is running after it, will pick it up a good few yards inside the rope, but Pope will pick up 3 and moves on to 4, and it's 127 for 2. Yeah, that's interesting. Did you notice that right the way through your career, how players now do react to being told things?
Certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a slightly old school mentality cricketer. You see some of the young kids coming through in the second 11 with just a completely different mindset to how it was when I first started.
Yeah, interesting. Push behind square.
And it's not just cricket, it's society in general, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Times have changed.
Yeah, it mirrors it. Yeah.
So you can't really compare.
Do you think that side of it then, for a coach and managers and what have you, that their job is much tougher now?
Yeah, I think I do sometimes feel for the coaches, to be honest, where it's about making the players feel good as much as anything.
Abbott in again. Pope gets a length ball which he pushes back to Abbott and just kicks it away towards the covers.
Particularly, like if you look at so much franchise cricket now around the world, there's so many moving parts. If you want to be a successful, we talk about Vikram Solanki now in the IPL. If he wants to have a 5-year IPL coaching career, he can't upset the apple cart too much. Do you know what I mean? He has to keep players on board and hope everyone's in a good space to perform, and then hope the team performs for him.
A delicate balancing act. There's on the back foot there is Hamlet's half stopped. In fact, it's probably more of a misfield there from Felix Organ at backward point.
He's left his hands at home today.
He has a bit. It's a couple of times, isn't it? That's happened during the day. End of the over. I've got to go and do a quick update next door as we're getting close to 2:30 here at the Oval, with Surrey having been put into about 129 for 2. Another comment from Varun Chopra, and then it'll be Mark Church.
Yeah, no excuses for misfields on this Oval outfield, especially on that side. You can forgive the odd misfield on to the left of us here where the marquee was, which now looks a bit like a desert, as was mentioned earlier. 129 for 2 here. Surrey just looking to build a new partnership after the loss of Patel for a well-made 50.
Fuller is in over the wicket to Ollie Pope. That's down the leg side, and Pope gets nothing on that as he looks to help it down towards fine leg, taken by Ben Brown away to his left. Yeah, fascinating listening to you and Mr. James chatting there about coaching, and you're right though, it's society in general, isn't it? And then that point about especially in franchise cricket, keeping, it's not only the players, it's the owners as well. I would have thought keeping them happy is a key point as well. As Fuller is in, and this is tucked away by Pope into the leg side, that rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, you must be under pressure when you've got a multi-millionaire, billionaire owner sat next to you in the dugout.
Yeah,
wondering how it's going.
Well, we were talking about it on Monday as well, with sort of all the ex-players that are in the dugouts now going out there and having a natter in the strategic timeout. Although Ravi Papari yesterday made a really good point as Fuller comes in over the wicket to Pope, who drives straight back down the pitch, and there's no run. As Ravi was saying, an awful lot of those wouldn't have actually played 2020 cricket. So really what it is, as he said, if somebody like a Brian Lara wanders over to you and says, boy, you're hitting it well, or boy, you're looking good, as Ravi said, that is just worth its weight in gold. But as he said, tactically, with hardly any of them ever played 2020 cricket.
No, and I mean, some of the youngsters in probably wouldn't have been around to watch.
No, absolutely. As in comes Fuller. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope. It's typical Ollie Pope, that. Just full face of the fat bat and check drive away through extra cover and away for 4. Lovely balance in that shot from Ollie Pope. He's moving on to 8 and 135 for 2.
Yeah, confidence booster there from Ollie Pope. Just full of the length again from James Fuller, inviting the drive, and it was met with a classical cover drive just between mid-off and extra cover.
Good looking shot that from Ollie Pope. Waits at the crease once again as Fuller's into him. Forward he comes. Plays this one. Head right over it. Pushing it back up the pitch. Are you missing it, Mr. Chopra?
Honestly, I'm not.
No. Well, that probably is a good sign, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I think obviously enjoyed my 17 years in the game, and looking forward to new challenges.
Yeah, the only reason I mention that is chatting to you, Mr. Ricky Clark, who you know very, very well, of course, as over the wicket once more comes Fuller, and this is turned leg side by Ollie Pope down towards fine leg.
We had a little chuckle to ourselves a few weeks ago when it was snowing, with a little text exchange. I think we would have been hiding in the slips with about 10 layers on each, with the hand warmers in our pockets, hoping that the nick didn't come to us.
The interesting thing, because obviously he's now director of cricket at King Edward's Whitley School, but he's saying it's this whole 9 to 5 thing that's taken a bit of getting used to. As in over the wicket comes Fuller, forward again goes Amler, and plays this one solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 136 for 2. But he says he's absolutely knackered from sort of. And I suppose the other thing as well is that, and you said it the other day, that you might get the odd day where you're at cricket, I suppose, where you do sort of sit with your feet up and have a cup of tea, or it rains. There's not many of those, really, is there, away from the game?
Well, certainly as an opening batsman, I was normally back in the shed
half
stop
11.
It! So
Stop it!
Day to myself.
Stop it!
No, I think obviously Ricky's moved into a nice teaching role for him, but yeah, just I guess the admin and the paperwork side of things would be a different level of stress, I guess.
He was very pleased his under-14B football side, I think, was undefeated, as Abbott is in from the pavilion end. Forward goes Ollie Pope, just off the face of the bat, down towards third man it goes. Felix Organ slides back and does the fielding, and the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and a couple more there for Ollie Pope. He moves on to 11. 136 for 2. 58 he made at Edgbaston last week. Ollie Pope, and looked busy last week at the crease. He always looks busy at the crease. Ollie Pope
likes to score, doesn't he? Likes to fill bat and ball.
Yep. The only thing I would say with him in the Ashes was he looked slightly frenetic, which I've never seen before. As in over the wicket comes Abbott, forward goes Ollie Pope, plays this one out into the offside, because he's control busy, but it just looked a bit frenetic during that Ashes campaign. But as we've been saying, there's going to be a lot of names thrown into the pot over the next few weeks before all the Test cricket starts once again. But the obvious thing to say is, and we said it this morning, until someone's in charge, it's very difficult to know what's going to happen. As in comes Abbott, and this is whipped off his stumps by Ollie Pope for 4. Again, lovely bit of batting from Ollie Pope, and balance was gorgeous there, and just a roll of the wrists, and a Farron Chopra type shot in many ways. That just a roll of the wrist and whistles away for 4 runs.
Yeah, we've seen a cover drive, now we've seen the clip off his legs. Just classical Ollie Pope shots, really.
Yeah, they are. And when you see that again, that's on or around off stump, and he's just waiting on that and then just whipping it through the leg side for 4. Over the wicket comes Abbott again, and Pope's just letting this one go outside his off stump. These two had a massive partnership last year against Hampshire here. They bat pretty well together, and we were sort of discussing that this morning. And as you said, you've played with Amla, but Ollie Pope, whenever he bats with Hashim Amla, always says afterwards, just great having the cool, calm, collected head at the other end.
Certainly. I mean, as a young player, or he's not that young, he's more of a senior player now, but he's still young in age and experience.
Abbott runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Pope. The on drive from Ollie Pope. That's up to Keith Barker at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it just gives you that assurance at the other end, and partnerships are so crucial in this game when you're out there by yourself as a batsman. If you feel like there's 2 of you out there versus 11, it just certainly helps matters. And you always have in most teams guys you like to bat.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, and of course you open, so you'd have had someone at the other end out there with you that you got used to. As
I wasn't used to him for so long.
Stop it! As this one's left alone by Ollie Pope on a goodish length outside his off stump. But were there particular players you enjoyed batting with?
I actually really enjoyed batting with Jonathan Trott.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember we had quite a few really good partnerships, and partly because he gave me such a nice line at the crease, so I knew what guide I was taking. But no, he was just good to bat with. There's no real reason why him and not others or other people, but sometimes you just have that rapport, I guess. Yep. He was generally good when it was full and straight, and I was better when it was short and off stump. So I think maybe we complement each other a little bit that way.
Hell of a player, yeah, Jonathan Trott.
He was a fantastic player. I mean,
well, I'm still not sure England have actually found a replacement for him yet.
Well, there's a few batters they haven't found replacements for.
Absolutely. As Fuller is in, short ball, looking to pull this is Hashim Amla from outside his off stump. It was sort of a half-hearted shot from Hashim Amla. He wasn't really committed to it at all, and in the end just practices swaying out the way with it. I remember Dom Sibley saying when Hashim was hit, do you remember Dom, what was he, 17 when he got a double 100 against Yorkshire? I think he was the youngest to get a double 100. And it was at the back end of the season, and Hashim had arrived. He had a big partnership, massive partnership with him. As in over the wicket comes Fuller, and forward goes Amla, and play. Well, I say forward, he just stays on the crease, and his balance goes forward, and he pushes it out into the offside. And yeah, I think Amla got 100, and Dom got a double 100. But afterwards, in that sort of the interviews afterwards, he said that he'd actually not had a chance to chat. He said to Hashim at all. And he said when he left the house that morning, he'd sort of said, think he said to his mum, all I want to do today is have a chat with Hashim Amla, and then spent 7 hours with him out in the middle and said it was absolutely perfect. This one's turned by Amla into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single, one more to the total, 143 for 2. But Amla and Surrey have been, and in the time I've been doing this, Surrey have had some pretty influential overseas players. Sangakkara we talk about all the time, and the thing with Ponting was he threw himself headlong into it as well, absolutely committed to what he was doing. Even Graham Smith, in the time that he was here, and it didn't quite work out that way, but even in that time, fully committed to what he was up to. As short one, Pope ducks underneath it, but it's Amla and Sangakkara are the two that the young, or even the older players, always talk about, that sort of in partnerships, and having them up the other end was absolutely ideal. Just on the live stream there, Jake, the cameraman, staring down his lens at the moment. Might even give us, I think he's listening. Yeah, there he is. He's waving away at the moment. As over the wicket once more comes Fuller, and looking at what this leg side is, Ollie Pope, thickish leading edge, and it rolls up towards mid-off, and he just rehearses playing that straight. But yeah, Amla's the one, and they just talk about that. Well, that just that cool, calm presence at the other end.
Yeah, and it just helps when they're just so good as well.
Yeah, there is that.
They just make batting look so easy, and they're in the right position, it seems, before the ball's even released.
Waits again does Ollie Pope. 3 slips in there, and this one's nipping back, climbing over the top of the stumps, and good lead from Ollie Pope, nicely bowled by Fuller. End of the over, 143 for 2 then, Surrey, here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent. Varun Chopra is with us today, which is wonderful, and I think Surrey, after being stuck in, still with just the 2 wickets down and 143 on the board, will be fairly pleased with where they find themselves at the moment. Ryan Patel will be sat there thinking, oh no, because again he looked absolutely brilliant today. But and I was saying how well he's been playing the hook and pull shot. Nothing wrong with it. He just picked Mohamed Abbas out on that short boundary. Just didn't quite get a lot of it really, but he did look good.
Just needed a little bit more elevation. Then it would have been a comfortable 6 on that short side. But yeah, he's looking good. But he'll be kicking himself with 250s now. In his 2 innings so far, he only a couple bad scores away, and then you're back averaging 20-30 again. So that's where you need to score the hundreds to give you that protection.
As over the wicket then is Ian Holland into the attack now, replacing Sean Abbott from the pavilion. Then picked up the wicket of Rory Burns this morning, caught at second slip by Liam Dawson on 21. We were sort of making that point last week with Michael Burgess, who made that 100, and yeah, okay, the pitch was flat and whatever else, but we were saying fill your boots, because the next game there might be an absolute burler that knocks your middle stump out the ground, and he did exactly what he needed to do. As Holland is in over the wicket once again, and up on his toes goes Amla and pushes this one away out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Certainly, especially batting in the top of the order. In county cricket now, you're always going to get a ball with your name on it, or conditions which just make batting so difficult for you. So it's important when you do go in, you make that big score and give yourself some breathing room and look after your stats.
Well, that's what we're saying. It started the summer with 106 career best, as this one's cut away by Hashim Amla down towards backward point, and there's no run, and the confidence that must give you going into your next game. And he was under pressure because Alex Davis, obviously, I haven't looked at the teams, but Alex Davis is now available and able to play. He wasn't able to play in that first game, but Michael Burgess just filled his boots, and there are times you have to, really. As over the wicket once more comes Holland, and that's just nipping back a touch at Amla, but he's getting his angles right now, Hashim Amla. It's been a fascinating innings to watch this from Hashim Amla. Pick up another single. He's had his moments, but you could see him sort of working it all out, and he never goes fully forward. He plays everything very, very late, but so much experience. And as I say, started this innings on 18,805 first-class runs. As forward goes Ollie Pope, plays this one back up the pitch. Ollie Pope, a little milestone for him. When he got to 10, he went past 3,000 first-class runs for Surrey. Ollie Pope, so he's gone past 3,000 first-class runs for Surrey during this innings. But yeah, these two tend to be greedy as well. Pope, if he gets in it, I always describe him as a greedy little so-and-so. As over the wicket once again comes Holland, and Pope's forward and pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Tends to, if he it was a bit of a surprise when he got out at Edgbaston. Although someone was saying that he hasn't made 100 north of London. I'm pretty sure he made one down at the Gears Bowl from memory. But a lot of his runs tend to come in capital cities, or this capital city.
Better wickets down south.
Well, that's the thing. That is the thing. Of course, he did make Test match 100 in South Africa as well.
Yeah.
But he tends to, if he gets in, he tends to just keep going and going and going.
The Oval certainly one of the few wickets around the country for that.
As Fuller from the Vauxhall end is into Amler, forward he comes, full face of the bat, little inside edge, runs off down towards long leg. But again, you can see Hashim Amler there now. That is the full face of the bat. Any movement, it's just going to, there, full face of the bat, just off the sort of inner part of the bat. But he's a fascinating fella to watch. He really is.
Yeah, and you can see he's not feeling his best today, but he's just doing the job for the team. He's 41 off 97, he's building partnerships, and he's just accumulating now. He's not looking for the ball, he's not searching.
Fuller is in, and that's down the leg side, and that'll be clipped away by Ollie Pope, and that whistles off down to the fine leg boundary rope. Looking for the Yorker, and just got it wrong a touch, and Ollie Pope just waiting on that and then turning the wrists and whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. Pope's on to 19, 149 for 2.
Yeah, just have a little leg glance there from Ollie Pope. He's missed out on a few of them, but on that occasion just getting off bat on it and whistles into the advertising boards.
Just loves batting as well, Hashim Amler, even at this stage of his career. Just loves batting. As Ollie Pope waits again. Over the wicket goes Fuller. That's a full toss, and this is worked into the leg side by Pope. This will bring up the 150 for Surrey. On comes Organ to do the fielding. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Pope. Pope moves on to 21. 150 comes up, 151 for 2. Sorry to mention it again, but the other thing I found absolutely fascinating about Amler was with that 37 not out in a whole day at the Ageas Bowl last year. He absolutely loved it. And speaking to him afterwards, I sort of was, what was that like? And I loved it. I just love a challenge. I love batting. As in over the wicket again comes Fuller. And Ollie Pope's forward. That beats the edge. That's a nice bit of bowling from Fuller. Got that one right. Ollie Pope's just rehearsing, dropping the hands there. But we were saying there aren't many, really, that can just put all their shots in the locker. And he doesn't need to prove anything to anybody, obviously. But because we were saying what would be, with the old 100, I was saying what would be quite a fun competition is as a batter, you've got 100 balls, you're not allowed to play a shot. And we were saying the modern cricketer might find that quite difficult. As in over the wicket once again comes Fuller, and this is worked off his stumps by Ollie Pope. Just slightly over-pitched again by James Fuller. And Pope will want 3 here. He's quick. Hashim Amler goes jogging back for the 3rd as the throw comes in. Busy again, Ollie Pope. He'll move on to 24 and 154 for 2. But there is a real art to that, isn't there? Real art.
Certainly, I think you could probably pick out a few players in county cricket who could do it. Obviously, Alistair Cook being one of them. Perhaps Hamid, Sibley, who would be quite happy to grind out a whole day for 30, 40.
Over the wicket again goes Fuller, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. But getting back to this innings from Hashim Amler, I think in his head it'll be, right, I'm enjoying this. Is all right, I'm not quite at my best, I'm trying to get myself back in, I'm enjoying this challenge of sort of getting myself in and looking to score some runs.
Yeah, this is Hash just starting his season now. Obviously arrived off the plane into the game last week, short of practice and intensity. So this innings he's almost treating it like an open net in many ways. Well, he's just looking to bat time, find his fluency, find his rhythm. If he gets runs, he gets runs. And obviously trying to help the team out as much as possible. We've been put into bat on this wicket. And then I'm sure he'll be good for this innings now.
Certainly will, as Holland in and having a little nibble outside his off stump there. Ollie Pope. Holland continues to operate from the pavilion end. Just a little nibble at that one. Ollie Pope. Nicely bowled again by Holland.
Yeah, it's been an action-packed little cameo this from Pope, hasn't it? We've seen some nice shots, some fours, some plays and misses. Looks a little bit unbalanced at the crease.
Waits again. As Holland's into him, he's forward and pushing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm fascinated by what you see with Ollie, but there's lots of chat about off-stump guards and all that stuff last season with him. He's looking at, what do I know, but he's not quite moving around as much as he was. So much talent, such a good eye anyway. As Holland is in and he's forward and turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, he still is on sort of middle and off stump guard, isn't he? There's not much for back and across movement at the moment. It's more back and a knee bend to get rid of the ball. He's playing slightly across the line, you'd say. There's a few balls where he has just been a little bit the wrong side of the ball, but again, on a good wicket like this one, you can afford to be.
Waits again. Forward he comes to Holland, outside edge. That's going to bounce in front of James Vince at first slip. The slips and Ben Brown look absolutely perplexed with where they should be for that, because he did push quite hard at that, Ollie Pope. That's bounced a good 5 foot in front of first slip.
Yeah, I think he did just reach for that a little bit, Pope, and probably the fact that he did play ahead of himself has just created the extra metre to drop it short in many ways.
Waits again as Holland's into him. It's good leave from Ollie Pope. That's come back from Holland's good bowling this from Holland. Ollie Pope there just raising the arms, letting that one go through. Ben Brown clapping away behind the stumps. James Vince will be stood in there at first slip. Still hoping for something to happen after winning the toss and sticking Surrey in. I think Hampshire have bowled badly at all today, and probably not as much has happened as they expected. As forward goes Pope, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Holland does the fielding off his own bowling. That's the end of the over, and Surrey are 154 for 2. Looking forward to watching Mr. Vince have a bat.
Yeah.
I always get quite excited when James Vince walks out to bat.
Pleasing batsman on the eye. It'd probably ruined the decision of his toss here. Probably hoping he could have been batting here now rather than standing out there at slip. But perhaps it'll still be a good decision in the end. We'll see as this game develops. As Keith Barker's taking off his sweater.
I always think with Keith Barker, and again another man that you know very, very well. Lots of the teams still play their football in the mornings, don't they? He must have been. Did he really get? Does he really get? Because he's a professional footballer, of course.
So he claims.
Good, but still, sort of knows what he's up to.
Yeah, he was a great athlete. He was a good footballer. I'm sure he still is. Does a bit of scouting as well.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he does a bit of football scouting. So he's he's into his football.
Well, here he is, coming left arm round the wicket. I think this is the first time we've seen him from the Vauxhall end.
Yep.
And forward goes Hashim Amla and plays him back up the pitch, and there's no run. So he's bowled all his overs so far from the pavilion end. Now coming in for a little go from the Vauxhall end is Keith Barker. End of this over, Varant. Let you go, and Kevin James can come in. Now you've got a lot of people to go and see now. Sort of set yourself up, haven't you? As Barker comes in round the wicket to Hashim Amla, who's forward and playing this one out into the offside. It's amazing though. I was listening to you and Kevin James chatting at the back of the box about Graham Welch. the number of players, bowlers, that say Graham Welch. Ricky Clark said that when he went to Warwickshire. He said, I got there and he said, right, you come and meet me. I think he said it was sort of for an hour before the start of play every day. As round the wicket comes Barker, and outside edge from Hashim Amla bounces in front of second slip again. Dawson's got a hand on that, sort of tipped it round the post, but the soft hands of Hashim Amla, they'll get a couple as Vince goes back to do the fielding. I think Ricky said that they put a target down on a good length outside the off stump, and it was sort of along the lines of, until this is absolutely, you're not even thinking about it, that's where you're going to keep hitting. You can just keep hitting that line and hitting that length until it becomes absolutely automatic. As round the wicket once again goes Barker, and forward goes Amla.
Yeah, it's routines and preparation, the consistency of preparation, which obviously Graham Welch introduced to Ricky Clark in particular, and a lot of the bowlers. Keith Barker, who was a kind of a late developer in many ways, because he was an England under-15 teammate of mine growing up, and then left to pursue his football career.
Around the wicket he comes once again, and turned by Amla down towards fine leg. Just a single for Hashim Amla. He'll move on to 44, 157 for 2, Surrey.
And then he trialled for Warwickshire second 11 and got signed as a left-arm sling bowler. He used to be a very slingy action with a bit more pace, a hard-hitting batsman, and he really remodeled himself to be a consistent line and length English county seamer.
Oh, he's a terrific cricketer. He really is. Said that this morning as around the wicket he comes. Barker, this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope.
He's a big guy. A lot of him, it's not easy for him to keep running in, day out on these overs, and he loves it. He's turning out for Moseley in Birmingham League cricket this summer as well.
Is he?
Yeah, when he has his feet up in the T20 white ball period for Hampshire, so he gets that time off. So he'll play some club cricket for Moseley in Birmingham Leagues.
Oh, that's great. Although I always think for you boys, when you go back and play club cricket, there's a bit of a target on your back, isn't there? And it's always, who was it? Hang on, Brathwaite. Was it Brathwaite? Yeah, it was Brathwaite last week. He's playing a bit of Birmingham League stuff now, I believe. Imagine Carlos turning up. Better be a big ground, I tell you, because if he gets in, Holland from the pavilion end, he's coming in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, who's forward, just nudges this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
You probably wouldn't park your car at mid-wicket, would you?
Imagine that in a league game if he gets in, Carlos Brathwaite. Because of course he's captaining the Bears, isn't he, in T20 this? I think he might be. Well, I saw he's everywhere at Edgbaston. You can have your photo, the old height thing. He's on there this year. As in over the wicket once again goes Holland, forward goes Amla, plays this one out into the
offside. Sign there for Hampshire bowlers, that for defence. That was Hashim Amla moving into the ball nicely, and looked like his timings and rhythms are slowly starting to come back after his winter off.
Absolutely. As you say, it has been almost like an open net this for Hashim Amla. But that was a very good length delivery, and everything was behind that from Hashim Amla. Holland's in again to him. He's punching off the back foot this time into the covers. Quick singles taken. Gubbins comes round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a single. I was delighted because I was nearly the same height as Adam Hose on that board thing at Edgbaston. Now he's 6'2", it said. And there's no way I'm anywhere near that. So I was over the moon, to be honest with you.
Hannon Dolby used to be there.
Yeah, he's now.
6'8" of him.
Yeah. Is he still on it? I'm not sure. But Carlos is definitely there. Mr. Wokes is there as well. As in over the wicket once more comes Holland, and this one's turned leg side down towards the fine leg boundary rope by Ollie Pope. That's going to beat the fielder down there, and that has whistled away. Nothing more than a little roll of the wrists from Ollie Pope, and Pope moves on to 28 from 37 deliveries, and Surrey move on to 162 for 2. James Vince will be slightly concerned in there at first slip at the moment. As I say, it was these two here last year that had a massive partnership against Hampshire. Holland is over the wicket once more and driving his Pope on the up. Super shot, just lent on this, and that's going to go away through the covers, and that'll concern James Vince as well in there at first slip, because again, pretty good length delivery from Holland, just lent on that Ollie Pope, and that's away for 4. Pope's on to 32, 166 for 2.
Yeah, that's what you can do at the Oval, just hit the ball at top of the bounce. As soon as it gets on the square, there's no chance for the cover fieldsman. But again, nice positive shot there from Pope, who's been busy as usual.
He has been. 32 off 38 now. Holland's into him again, and that's just hopping a touch on Ollie Pope, and he pushes that one out into the offside. Varentrop, you go and see everybody. We might, if you're not back by 6 o'clock, don't worry. You've got so many people to go and see now. So thank you to Varentrop. Kevin James is going to come back in here. So Mr. Chopra's off to see an awful lot of people. He's got a lot of catching up to do around the ground. I think it's great though, isn't it, that sort of, as you were saying, Kevin James, a lot of sort of the players are now going into coaching, and sort of Jim Troughton obviously here now as batting coach at Surrey, as Mahmood's returned as bowling coach, Gareth Batty's head coach, Graham Welch, as we were saying, is now with Hampshire. It's very good to see all these players still in the game. As Keith Barker left arm round the wicket, he comes to Hashimama, who's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Kevin James.
Yeah, all experience gained, isn't it? It's silly for it to go to waste. You need well, there's a lot more jobs around now as well, isn't there, with franchises around the world and the 100 here, and just more teams to manage and coach, which is good news.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was sort of saying this on IPL coverage, that my favourite bit of the strategic timeout is to see which former legend of cricket's going to stroll out there with a bit of advice for everybody. As round the wicket once again comes Keith Barker, and this is pushed by Amla off a goodish length down into the leg side, and there's no run. So sun's out at the moment. I think it's pretty pleasant there in the Peter May stand on the gasometer side of the ground. Those sat in the members pavilion, if you're in the bottom tier there, you'll be getting a bit of sun, and away to our right as well along the Harleford Road, bit of sun about. Keith Barker around the wicket again to Amla. Amla's forward, playing this one back up towards mid-on. There's no run. I was saying that James Vince might be a little concerned in there at first slip at the moment.
Definitely.
And as Varun was saying, watching Amla today has been a bit like an open net session. Just getting his angles right and sort of getting himself back into it, really. As Barker runs away from us once more. Round the wicket he comes to Amla, and Amla's forward. That's a solid looking defensive shot from Hashim Amla. They've got a leg slip in now as well for Hashim Amla. Okay, of course, 2 big shouts for LBW and then dropped by Liam Dawson. That first slip, was on 20 at that point, off a bass straight after lunch.
Not difficult by Liam Dawson standards.
No, he's brilliant in there, Liam Dawson. That slip cordon took the catch this morning to get rid of Rory Burns, as Barker is in again, and this is Amla up on his toes, just punching out through cover point. That's going to whistle away towards that boundary. It's a brilliant effort to get across to that, because that went across those used pitches that have been under the marquee during the winter, so that would have gathered pace. And Hashim Amla picks up a couple more. He moves on to 47, 168 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, we could debate the LBW decisions or non-decisions till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, putting a man like Amla down is not great. Not great at all.
There's Amla up on his toes again, punches towards Gubbins. Great chase from Gubbins, previous delivery to knock the ball back inside the rope. So Pope 32, Amla 47. These two came together with the score on 119 when Ryan Patel pulled Fuller out to a bass on the boundary rope. So they've added 49 now, these two. As I was saying, they had that massive partnership here last year against Hampshire.
Yeah, 200 for Amler, and Pope got 131, didn't he?
That's right.
We were talking about coconut matting earlier, weren't we? Because Bahamas are playing the Cayman Islands. Oh, hello.
Yeah, look, Kevin James famously took a record equalling 4 wickets in 4 balls versus India in 1996, followed by 100. He did. Who were those 4, Kevin James? Come on.
I don't talk about it much.
Come on.
Well, I mean, the two more recognisable ones. Some bloke called Tendulkar.
Yeah, I don't know what he went on to do.
What was his name again?
Sachin Tendulkar.
That's the one.
He went on to. He didn't really do much from there.
No.
He ruined his career there.
Well, but temporarily.
What?
It was a real confidence denter. A real boost for me, but a real dent for him. Here's Ian Holland, who's probably just about been the pick of the Hampshire bowlers so far from his medium paces at the pavilion end. Keeper standing up, and that's pushed by Pope to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So, yeah, Tendulkar's one.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I've kind of forgotten someone.
Oh, someone somewhere will remember.
Sanjay Manrekar.
Yeah, good player.
Yes.
Really good player,
good
Sanjay Manrekar.
Yeah. And another bloke called David.
Was he named after the like? I've got one in the garden with the like a wall. Rahul Dravid.
Who's this? Yeah, Dravid.
Yeah, him. Yeah. So far we've got Tendulkar, Manrekar, Dravid.
Yeah, the other guy was nobody that anybody I don't think has really heard of. A guy called Rator.
Who was the hat-trick delivery? Dravid.
I can't remember. I need to look it up. I know it sounds stupid because I didn't do that much over 20 years. It's kept a little bit low as Pope gets equally as low, pushes it out towards extra. I need to look it up actually because if I'm honest, I just can't remember. There was another one. I think was Tendulkar the hat-trick one. I can't remember. Let me look it up. But as I say, I kind of just put it to one side really over the years. I know there's a lot of Hampshire people who say, "Oh no," but I have. I'm almost embarrassed to look it up. Really, that's driven up to mid-off.
Go on.
By Pope. I've probably got the names wrong. I know Tendulkar and Dravid were in that, but I can't remember who the hat-trick was. Let me look it up.
Someone will let you know.
Let me look it up.
It's not bad though, JMO.
It's all right.
And then, of course, on that graphic as well, and then 100.
Well,
Very good.
Yeah, just rode along on the crest of a wave.
You weren't the face of garden cricket, though, were you?
Well, that's another. I mean, I have seen you on Twitter. I mean, if there is a garden test, Pope works that good ball to just backward a point fielded by you be number one in my side. If there is ever somebody who says, you know what, we're picking an England team to play a garden test, I would say, don't look any further than Mark Church as your first pick.
Yeah. I found myself a couple of weeks ago sort of talking to one of the garden benches again. Slight concern.
Really?
Yeah.
Here's Holland again with his medium paces. That's cut very late, and that's going for 4. Nobody down at third man. Nice shot, deliberate shot there from Ollie Pope. He moves on to 36, and Surrey rather ominously here at the moment. 172 for 2 having been put into bat.
Yeah, that's a nicely played shot from Ollie Pope. Just waited for that. No, and again for James Vince, that's a concern.
Did you once play a 5-day game in your garden or something? Did I see once?
Played an entire Test series and a 1-day series and a T20 series during lockdown. Held press conferences, interviewed myself at the end of every day.
Yes.
Yeah. Interviewed the garden bench quite a few times. Basically, it was me having a nervous breakdown live on Twitter. And but everybody seemed to really enjoy it. Yeah. So yeah, there we are. So yes. So but getting back to you,
Jadeja
was it? He wasn't a bad player. Come on, J-Mo.
No, he was all right.
So you're telling me it was 10? We've done this before.
Rator, Jadeja, Tendulkar and Dravid was the 4-in-4, and then Manrekar was at the wicket later on.
Liam Dawson is into the attack from the Vauxhall end. So spinning to the attack now from the Vauxhall end and driven first up by Hashim Amla. Will get a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover rope. So this partnership has gone past 50 now. And moves on to 48, 173 for 2.
So they went from 192 without loss.
As in round the wicket again comes Dawson and cut off the top of his off stump this by Ollie Pope down to backward point, and there is no run. So there were 192 without loss, India, and then carnage.
Yeah, they were 207 for 4. Oh, sorry, 207 for 5. They lost 4 wickets on 207.
As Pope again just pushes off that back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run.
And then declared at 362 for 5.
James finishing with
5 for 74.
And then 100.
Yeah.
With the bat against a bowling attack. Some good names in there, I'd have thought, as well. As Dawson is round the wicket once again, and forward comes Ollie Pope, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Anil Kumble.
Oh, hello. It's all right, isn't it?
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. 8,000 first-class runs as well. It's there on the name strap. As round the wicket once again comes Dawson, and this is chopped away by Ollie Pope down towards backward point, and again there's no run. So he's just waiting on that back foot for Dawson, and he's just trying to cut that off the top of his off stump, but he has 3 times now hit the fielder in there at backward point. Ollie Pope, sorry, 173 for 2. Ollie Pope waiting once again. This one's tossed up. Pope works it leg side. Keith Barker doing the fielding in there at short mid wicket, end of the over. 173 for 2. Surrey, Hampshire winning the toss, sticking Surrey in this morning on this opening day. Pope has 36, Amla has 48, Burns made 21, and Ryan Patel made 58.
Yeah, just going back to that, because we were saying that the Bahamas are touring the Cayman Islands, aren't they, at the moment? Which, what a trip! That is a trip to get on, that's for sure. Mentioning coconut matting, because I did play in Bahamas on that, and Bill Seeger emailed a little earlier, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, I've played on coconut matting when in the RAF in Cyprus in the 1970s. How did you find it as a bowler, please? I found it bounced a bit, actually. I don't remember taking too many wickets for some reason, I don't know why. Here's Holland bowls, and Amla plays that late into the ground, fielded at backward point. My experience was that batting was not as tough as it was on the underprepared green tops of the RAF stations in East Anglia.
Ooh.
I don't think they play on coconut. Yeah, they don't play on coconut matting there. It's all green wickets by the sounds of it. Oh, and as much as I like watching Amla, I feel that I would not have minded watching him go back to the pavilion. Now Amla has had 3 lives. I may not see his back anytime soon. I know he's going to make Hampshire pay. You just know that he will. And let's push back to the bowler by Amla.
Yeah, the other thing, this shows where James Vince is at the moment. He's just got Holland with the keeper up, going wicket to wicket with a ring on the leg side and a ring in the covers. This is just not that they've lost control, but at the moment Amla and Pope look pretty settled, don't they?
They certainly do. 2 very good players out there in the middle. That's a lovely drive there from Amla. Finds the gap through the covers, and that is a good chase, and that's picked up just inside the rope. I think that was Nick Gubbins that ran after that, I don't know, and that will be Amla's half century. It was inevitable from the time that the second of the 2 big LBW shouts was given out. Yeah. Inevitable.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Farron Chopra so rightly put it, it's really been Hashim Amla just getting all his angles into place, just getting used to it again. Even the greats have to have a bit of time out in the middle.
Oh yeah.
And last week at Edgbaston didn't spend too long out there.
No, as I said, at the time I thought, when I saw that, I thought he's going to get a few runs here, as Pope this time pushes out into the covers. Gubbins the fielder there. So 116 balls with 6 fours, Amla's 50. And put that against Ryan Patel's half-century earlier. Patel 99 balls with 8 fours. Patel the only wicket that's fallen since lunch for 58, called by Abbas on the deep backward square leg boundary off James Fuller. Here is Holland again. That's down the leg side, and that's a half stop by Ben Brown. My word, that's a horrible take for Ben Brown to do, for any keeper to do. He's going to be penalised with a bye, but I think he stopped 4 byes there, to be fair. Peter Allen, who emailed a little earlier, apologies for missing it. He said at the time, looking good, boys. But that was just about an hour ago, when it was just before actually Ryan Patel's wicket. A typical oval wicket with runs aplenty, says Peter. So that's turned away on the leg side by Amla, and the Surrey total at the end of that over moves on to 179 for 2 with Amla on 53. Let's hope we get more bonus points than Surrey. Score draw, he says, and that Amla yet again. I know.
Yeah, just looking at last year, we mentioned it, Surrey, that was 560 for 7 declared. Amla 215, not out actually, because he retired hurt with a stiff neck. And Ollie Pope 131. Then it was Kemar Roach who did a bit of damage in that second innings as well. This bit different, this one. Second game of the season. Liam Dawson, left arm round the wicket to Hashim Amla, who's pushing this one off the back foot, straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. I think what pleased Gareth Batty at Edgbaston was the fact that, Surrey, it was big first innings runs from Surrey. Now, even though the game ended up as a draw, as Dawson is in, and this is turned by Amla down towards fine leg. It means long leg has to come all the way round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to Amla. He moves on to 54, 180 for 2. But at one stage, Warwickshire were 41 for 4. And Surrey had put over 400 on the board, and I think sort of the coach was very pleased with the way Surrey had gone about their business. As forward goes Amla, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Sort of as that blueprint was win the toss, bat first, up over 400, and then put the opposition under some pressure. Here at the moment, you sort of lost the toss. You've been stuck in your 180 for 2, so he'll be quite pleased with this as well, I think, as Dawson in round the wicket. He comes to Amla, who's up on his toes and punching down towards backward point, and there is no run.
Oh, definitely. Gosh, you take that all day long. When we heard at 10:30 that Surrey had been put in and we saw the colour of a wicket, you think, 180 for 2, really?
Waits again to Amla, and driving up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But I think he's been very shrewd before the season, Gareth Batty. No great statements of intent or anything, just wants Surrey to play solid championship cricket again, which they haven't done for the last 3 years really. As in round the wicket goes Dawson once more, and this is tucked away by Amla into the leg side, and this is a chase for Keith Barker. He's the only one going after that from short mid wicket. 2 more to Hashim Amla. He moves on to 56, 182 for 2, so just ticking that over round for 4 runs. Hashim Amla, he's on 54, Pope's on 36, and Surrey 182 for 2.
This is an interesting email from Simon Jones, who's the cricket development manager at the Hampshire Cricket Board. You probably already know this, Churchy, but Ricky Clark, of course, the former all-rounder who retired at the end of last season.
Absolutely.
He is now playing for Shrewton.
He is indeed, absolutely, yes.
Wiltshire.
Yes, absolutely.
He's been associated with Shrewton since moving into the local area back in 2017.
Yeah,
what made him move there then?
His boy plays for them as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah, well, actually, funny enough, his testimonial game was against Shrewton Cricket Club, and what a lovely club it is as well. Smashing set of.
I drove through there a couple of weeks ago.
Gorgeous part of the world as well. But yes, he is, and he's playing properly for them as well. He's been pre-season netting and all sorts.
Yeah.
Because I think he doesn't want to just stop completely. No. I think he does want to keep playing in some way, shape or form.
There must be a reason he's moved to there, which I don't know. Unless somebody else does. Start of a new over from Keith Barker, who's over the wicket, to Ollie Pope, who pushes that length ball to mid-wicket, and somebody's moving behind the side screen there at the pavilion end, and
It's up near, I think it's a sort of Stonehenge way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just go. Yeah,
lovely part of the world.
Yeah, you just go past there, turn right at the roundabout, and it's sort of further up.
On his testimonial game, it was lovely though, because when he walked out to bat, Ricky Clark sort of set it up that young Max was waiting in the wings, and whoever was bowling pulled up. Oh, his hamstring's gone. Do we have another bowler? And then young Max came out, and Clark chipped one straight to extra cover and walked off.
Here's Barker over the wicket to Pope. Pope drives and fielded at point.
And then the other way round, when Clark was having a bowl, whoever it was batting, suddenly pulled up, and out came Max and smashed Clark for runs. You know, lovely club, lovely club. We've got people wandering down the steps by the sight screen again. Ollie Pope's not happy. I don't blame him at all. Can't have this. In the pavilion, we've got people just walking down the steps by the sight screen, with Keith Barker coming left arm over the wicket.
Stewards aren't doing their job over there.
No, they're not at the moment, I'm afraid.
Crowd are getting annoyed, shouting out a little bit too.
I'm not surprised. You know, you've got a bowler coming left arm over, and you've got people walking down the steps. Got a gentleman now on his phone, wandering. He's going to sit down on the steps.
That won't
now,
please Ollie Pope. He'll want him to sit down properly.
Well, he's come down. I think. Oh dear, no. I think on a serious point, just looking at this now, poor gentleman's got a nosebleed. Just on the live stream. So actually, yeah, they're doing a good job there, because that gentleman is obviously coming down to help that other gentleman who's got a bit of a nosebleed, poor chap. So just a slight delay here while the poor gentleman with the nosebleed is going to make his way back up to the pavilion. So yes, that was all fair enough actually.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing it again on the live stream, that poor gentleman, horrible getting a nosebleed at any time.
I was wondering what the guy sort of two along from him was signalling actually, but Pope drives, Barker goes out into the covers. I was sort of watching him. If you're watching the live feed, I was thinking, what is he doing making that signal? But
Ollie Pope wasn't to know that though.
No,
bless him.
That's fair enough. It's quite a long way in the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, good. And then fingers crossed that gentleman. That isn't too bad.
No.
Nothing worse than a nosebleed.
You sound like you've had a few.
Yeah, sort of. He's wearing a yellow jumper as well, that poor gentleman.
I thought you meant you were at the time. Pope gets a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off. Thank you to Simon Woodhead, who's emailed and said, looks like Dravid was the hat-trick. Yeah, thank you very much.
No, Dravid was the hat-trick. Although I say that, they've done a good job, but now we've got another gentleman walking down those steps. Ollie Pope, I don't blame him here at all. That was perfectly understandable with that poor gentleman with the nosebleed, but now we've got somebody else walking down the steps there with the bowler coming in left arm over.
Yeah.
So Ollie Pope now settles himself down over his bat once more as
Barker comes in outside the off stump, left alone. Jason Cole, who's tweeted, we're talking about coconut matting at Solent Sport. A few years ago I played on tour against Ibiza Cricket Club. Well, that sounds my type of tour, that. And they used to roll out a coconut matting on a polo field. Tough batting and fielding, think the horse's hooves and other stuff. A bit of a problem, but the open air bar was great. I bet it was. I think they now have a proper ground. Thank you, Jason. What a tour that must be. Yeah, a few people wanted to get on that one, I should think. Oh, he nearly edged that one as it goes through to Ben Brown. I thought he had tickled it for a moment. Good end to the over there from Keith Barker. It's 182 for 2. Amla has 56. Pope has 36. And these two now have put on 63.
Yeah, tour to Ibiza. There might be a few people on a tour to Ibiza who, when they get back, have to be told what happened over the week's tour to Ibiza. But yeah, that sounds a very nice place to go for a bit of a cricket tour. Dawson to continue. I was listening to a fascinating interview about the Rajasthan Royals, who have sort of affiliated with Cornwall. Got a bit of an academy down there as well now. So and we were saying that's a nice part of the world as well, Cornwall. Lovely.
But Somerset aren't pleased. They'll be pinching some players from Cornwall. Well, Somerset usually do that.
As Dawson is in, driving is Hashim Amla out there towards extra cover. Gubbins does the fielding. There's no run. Get a nice fish supper down there as well. St Ives, it's lovely. Lovely down there. As slip in there is James Vince with a bit to think about, as Liam Dawson is left arm round the wicket to Amler. Amler forward, playing this one down in front of him. And there is no run. 182 for 2, Surrey. Amler 56 not out. Liam Dawson ready to come bouncing in once again. Round the wicket to Amler. Amler's using his feet and then tucks this one up towards mid-on. We'll take a single. Felix Organ doing the fielding there. That'll be one more to the total. One more to Amler. He moves on to 57. 183 for 2. So as I say, fingers crossed that gentleman is okay. And Ollie Pope coming back on to strike on 36 as Dawson is in quicker and Pope pushes this one away out into the offside, and there is no run. But as 2,500 in today, lovely, very nice.
Yeah,
all
good atmosphere.
dotted around the ground. And
nice atmosphere.
yeah, it's really good. And I think, you know, bank holiday tomorrow,
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday, should be good crowds in with the sun out as well. This is a quicker one, cut by Pope. He'll feel he's missed out there with Ollie Pope because he's cut it straight to Barker. And actually, I think Ollie Pope, a little frustrated roar there after that. Barker in there, didn't have to move an inch. Timed it beautifully, did Ollie Pope, but hit the fielder as Pope waits again. Pope is forward, just dabs this one down into the offside. There is no run. End of a tidy over that from Liam Dawson. And 183 for 2 then, Surrey. What have we got? 8 overs until the tea break now. 40 remaining in the day, so 8 to go till tea. 1 wicket to go after the lunch break. Ryan Patel, Fuller's second ball actually, banged it in, and Ryan Patel hooking it and went straight to Mohammed Abbas.
This is an interesting tweet, and I don't know whether they've let the cat out of the bag here a little bit. I'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Barker from the pavilion end. Amler's on the back foot, steers that back to the bowler. Now the Aegeus Bowl, who have a Twitter account, have tweeted about Anya Shrubsole international retirement. 227 international wickets, says the tweet, after an incredible career for England. Enjoy your retirement, Anya. And then the last line is, we'll see you soon though. Now why would the Aegeus Bowl tweet that? We'll see you soon though. As that's pushed out, well, in fact, sort of an inside edge onto the pad there, and Amler's going to do the fielding himself.
Playing around a golf?
Might be.
Giving a speech?
Well, it seems to suggest that she's going to end up at the Aegeus Bowl.
Nice place to end up.
Okay. That's
Great
not
career.
me saying it, that's the Aegeus Bowl on Twitter suggesting it.
Great career though. Great international career.
Maybe she is the new golf professional there, who knows? That's pushed out towards
Lovely course.
mid-wicket.
Lovely course. Which hole is it at the start of that course that has a big lake? Par 3.
Second.
Ugh, I'd put so many balls in that. Got boring, to be honest with you.
Well, assuming the redevelopment goes ahead in full, the first couple of holes will alter.
Oh, good, because I've had
because half that lake is going.
Oh, is it? Oh, even better.
There's a lot of golfers will be happy with that. Amler's on his toes on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, but fielded by Gubbins.
No, I profess to be no golfer whatsoever, but I can never get my head round with a par 3 with a lake is how my ball seems to just be attracted to the lake, whatever I do. Straight up in the air it goes. I think that's looking good. Straight in the lake. And I think at the Aegeus Bowl that day it was about 10 balls straight in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Amler pushing that length ball out into the covers once more. Again fielded by Gubbins.
Then there's that. Is it the first that's by the car park? It's always a bit embarrassing because there's people parking their cars. Now, sensibly, they've put a big fence up because I'm always terrified I'm just going to slice one straight into a Porsche windscreen or something at the Aegeus Bowl. But no, it's lovely. Lovely down there.
Yep. A couple of you on Twitter, come back to the Shrub Soul thing in a moment, as Barker bowls outside the off stump. Amler leaves alone. End of the over, 183 for 2. Dan Ellipsis and Sarah Kuchara said because she signed up for the Southern Brave, Kev. Oh, that'll be it then.
There you go. In the jolly old 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you are. Or she's making a speech tomorrow night. Or she's booked a table at Beefy's. Or she's having a round of golf.
Yeah.
One of those four, I'd have thought. So, Liam Dawson to continue from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Going to come left arm round the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's forward and just stabs this. Looking to get that bottom hand into it and manoeuvre it sort of through that vacant cover region. And actually just pushed it straight into short extra cover. Did Ollie Pope, just trying to manufacture something. Dawson's doing a pretty good job here. Just because with the field that's set, as we keep saying that Ollie Pope's hit the fielders a few times here. He's onto the back foot, playing this one out into the offside. And there's no run, because there's nothing there for Liam Dawson at all. But this is just bowling to your field. If you're Liam Dawson. None for 7 into his 5th over now. Dawson, left arm round the wicket he comes, tosses this one up, forward. Goes Ollie Pope, pushes this one down the ground. See, Ollie Pope's just trying to find a space in the field just to get a run. Sort of just been stuck with Dawson for a while now, has Ollie Pope. Dawson round the wicket he comes once more. Pope forward. And again, he's just trying to manufacture that ball into the gap, but just hits the fielder. So Liam Dawson doing a job here for James Vince. He's keeping it extremely tight. No huge threat, but keeping it very, very tight at Ollie Pope as Dawson is in. Pope's playing this one off his stumps on the back foot, just turns it into the leg side, a bit quicker that from Dawson. Nice control this from Liam Dawson at the moment.
Not sure that was part of the plan. Liam Dawson keeping it tight one end when Hampshire decided to give Surrey first use this morning.
As he wanders in once more, around the wicket he comes. Using his feet here is Ollie Pope and pushes that one down into the leg side. Maiden over from Liam Dawson. And Surrey 183 for 2. Amler 57. Pope 36. I always think as well in these situations that another problem is if you stick the opposition in and they go okay, they're well within their rights to say, well, you stuck us in, so you've got to bowl us out here.
Oh gosh.
And you take as long as you can, really, don't you?
Oh yeah, I mean Hampshire are already behind, aren't they? If you just look at it, objectively, they are not where they would have hoped Surrey to be. Thank you to Phil Green, has also reminded me that Shrub Soul is captain of the Southern Brave. Thank you. Here's Barker and Amler pushing forward, back up the pitch. I think we have something like 6 overs to do until tea.
Yep, we do indeed. Some of the Hampshire coaching staff are having a circuit of the boundary.
Trying to make something happen, that's what you
do. Yeah, absolutely. Keep walking around.
Let's go for a walk around the pitch and hopefully something will happen. There's not a lot happening at the moment. Surrey are just trying to build on a good platform that's been given to them already, as that's outside the off stump and left alone.
Don't take this the wrong way, Kevin Jones, but I find that if I go to the toilet,
do you?
Something happens in the game.
Right. Are you planning to go anytime soon?
No.
At tea time?
I might. Well, I don't know, that'd be letting people into too much information. But always something happens and I miss it if I nip to the loo.
Right. Here comes Barker. And, he nearly edges that one through to keeper Ben Brown. He's driving at that. I think that's come back.
Yeah, it's beaten the inside edge, hasn't it?
It's gone between bat and pad.
I'll tell you what, that even we've been saying this, but when you see the ball do that, you sort of think, well, hang on, just a second, that did come back, and that climbed as well on Ben Brown. He had to go very, very late. Lovely bit of bowling again from Keith Bucker. That ball he got Stephen Davis with last week that went round on Twitter was ridiculous.
I know, and I've spoken to several people already here about that ball last week. That's driven out into the covers by Amler, fielded by Gubbins, and everybody said, God, that wicket must have moved all over the place looking at that. But that actually was probably the one that moved the most.
Yeah. I really felt for Steve Davis. It's like he got the shock of his life there, didn't he?
And it was a super ball, but I don't think that was indicative of the bowling conditions in that game. That just happened to move a bit more than most.
Yeah. But this was a good-looking lead from Steve Davis, and then he's off stumpers.
I mean, that's nipped there quite a bit, isn't it? Outside the off stump, Amler leaves alone. Ball didn't move much, that one. So 183 for 2. We are 25 to 4 here at the Oval.
You just talk about Andy Shrubsall there, just in the break, tea break, on the Surrey live stream. Some interviews with Alice Capsey, Bryony Smith, Danny Gregory, and Ailish Cranston. So Ailish, the new Surrey captain, all involved with the South East Stars as well. So yeah, we conducted those in the museum.
Here's Barker again. Amler cuts and just not out of the middle of the bat. Ball makes its way to deep backward point. Morgan the fielder, 184 for 2.
Yeah, and the only thing I would point out with that as well is that sort of in the library of the museum, which is lovely here.
Whereabouts is the museum?
Down the other end, pavilion end, bottom tier.
Of course it is.
Yeah, but next to the long room. And a number of books in there. No sign of that hard-hitting diary of the 2018 season, typical Surrey in the Surrey library. All the other books are in there, but not that one. And the women start their season against Sussex at Wimbledon Cricket Club on Monday. So excellent stuff. But yeah, Alice Capsey, Bryony Smith, Danny Gregory, and Ailish Cranston. As here is Liam Dawson coming left arm round the wicket, and forward goes Hashim Amla. Of course, Alice and Danny contracts now as well. So for them, well, as Danny explains in the interview, makes such a difference because she's still studying at university and she coaches at Ricky Clark's academy. Alice, of course, still at school, so having to fit in work as well. As in round the wicket comes Dawson, tosses this one up forward, goes Amler, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
So the Surrey women's season starts
on Monday. Against Wimbledon Cricket Club against Sussex on Monday. There's been a bit of pre-season stuff going on as well. A few of them have been out in Desert Springs. Very nice.
In Spain.
Yes, as forward once more goes Hashim Amla and plays this one out into the offside. I noticed our dear friend has seen the light. It's coming down to the capital. Young Windsor.
Oh yes.
Yeah. As round the wicket once again comes Dawson. Left arm round the wicket forward. Goes Amler, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
The Invincibles.
184 for 2. Morgan's just been pushed a little deeper there. Mid-on by Liam Dawson to Hashim Amla. As Dawson's in and Amler looking to work around that front pad, looking to work into that gap, and also he would have spotted Organ's gone a little bit deeper there at mid-on, so possibly just trying to nudge it into that gap as well. So just ended up playing around that front pad a touch on that occasion. Hashim Amla. Dawson spins the ball in his fingers once again, and then left arm round the wicket he comes, and this is pushed by Amla off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. They'll stroll a single. That'll be one more to Hashim Amla. He moves on to 58 from 143 balls. Pope's 36 off 67, and Dawson doing a good job on just keeping it quiet from this Vauxhall end. And 185 for 2. Surrey. And what have we got? 4 overs until the tea break.
Yeah. Just on the live stream, watching a couple of boundaries or so from Amla during his knock of 59. 4 to do until tea. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has emailed. You did tweet earlier, Dave, and I must admit I did forget because it went off my screen, so apologies. So it's not your computer, although he says he's having a few problems with it. He says, given Hampshire's decision to field, the average first innings at the Oval in 2021, Surrey 511 all out, opponents 352 all out. So yes, reinforcing the argument that should Hampshire have put Surrey in. James Fuller's switching ends from the pavilion end. He's immediately on line on length as Amler pushes out on the front foot on the offside.
The cautionary one I always remember was Warwickshire here. Was that the 2018 season? Might have been 2017 actually. 2017, and Warwickshire opening game of the season here won the toss and stuck Surrey in, and Surrey scored some ridiculous amount of runs. And then was it Mark Footitt, I think? Mark Footitt took wickets.
Left arm seamer.
Yeah.
Fuller on leg stump as Amler works that away into the deep on the leg side for a single, moves on to 60, 186 for 2.
Lovely fella, Mark Footitt. Just never really settled into London life. And it was interesting because when Surrey signed him, he'd just been on that tour to South Africa with England. And he started like, wow, it was absolute dynamite. But yeah, no, some do, some don't. You know, some do settle and some don't. And unfortunately, he didn't.
Good bowler when he swung it.
Yeah, really good bowler.
Took him a long time to learn how to swing it, didn't it? He was at Derby, didn't really swing it. That's whipped away by Ollie Pope into the same area, just in front of square on the leg side. He'll also pick up a single. Moves on to 37, 187 for 2.
Yeah, that partnership between these two last year, it was a record for the fourth wicket. Just looking at it now, 257 against Hampshire last year. 187 for 2 here, so been together since Rory Patel went with the score on 119.
Looking increasingly comfortable as that's whipped away by Amler. It's just behind square, won't quite make it all the way to the rope as it's such a short boundary. It's only a single, 188 for 2. Amler on to 61. Charlie Tipler on the tweets at Solent Sport says, what's in store for tea, lads? Nothing, unfortunately.
No.
There used to be some nice cakes here, but
cup of coffee. No, I've already announced what's in store on the Surrey live stream.
Oh yeah, that'll.
Not sure we're getting any tea.
Desperate for a wicket before the break, says Charlie. That is for sure. And Pope pays that late down towards third man. That may go all the way, and it does, just past a diving Felix Organ, who was more at deep backward point. Quite deliberate shot there from Ollie Pope, playing it late, opening the face of the bat. 41 he's on to now, and it's 192 for 2.
That's the one that will worry James Vince. That's the shot that will worry James Vince, because Ollie Pope there has just waited on the first afternoon to James Fuller and just opened the face and guided it straight down to third man for 4. Yeah. That's when as a skipper you begin to think, oh no.
2 slips still in as Fuller comes in and bowls. That's pulled away, top edge, high over first slip, and that I think has gone all the way. I think that might be 6 runs. I've lost the flight a bit.
No,
but
it's gone straight into the advertising hoarding below us for 6, straight over the keeper's head.
Yep.
And that bang you heard was it went straight into the advertising hoarding below us for 6. So top edge from Ollie Pope, but good edges on that bat, and soared away. And 198 for 2. Ollie Pope, a quizzical look. And he's 47 not out, and Hashim Amler's on 61.
Probably the first false shot we've seen for a while from either of these batters.
Yeah, he's just rehearsing, isn't he? Keeping. But actually, to be fair, that went straight into that advertising hoarding below us. Liam Dawson from the Vauxhall end is into Hashim Amler, and Amler's forward and always taking a quick single here. They pushed Felix Organ back again, and Amler spotted that and sets off for the single. And Organ's again just dropping a little bit deeper here for Ollie Pope. Now Ollie Pope sort of has got going again against Dawson with this tight field as Dawson's in, and Ollie Pope will just punch away out through the covers. They've sort of changed the field a bit here for Ollie Pope now as well. And that round of applause is for the 200 up for Surrey. So first batting point for Surrey, 200 for 2. Ripple of applause around the ground for that as Amla back onto strike on 62. Dawson round the wicket to him, and Amla again just pushes this one out into the offside. Quick singles taken. So they're just now, we were saying they were hitting the fielders. Amla here is just soft hands, dropping it and taking his single. Just changed the field for Ollie Pope in that they've got the sweeper out now, but they did have a man in at sort of cover. They moved that man away to more sort of straightish extra cover now for Ollie Pope. Dawson, left arm round the wicket he comes. Pope's down the pitch to him, tucks him up to the right of Felix Organ. Good batting that from Ollie Pope. Picks up one more, moves on to 49. It's tidy stuff from Dawson, but they found a single off every ball so far in this over. Hamlet 63 not out. It's got a bit gloomy here as Dawson's in, tosses this one up. Hamlet's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. No threat of anything, it's just we're sort of enveloped with cloud at the moment. Be absolutely fine. Hamlet waits with that bat raised once more as Dawson round the wicket he comes to Hamlet. Hamlet's turning this one again down towards Organ. He's a little deeper there. Strolls another single to Hashim Hamlet. It's good batting that really. And on this surface, just knocking it around. 5 off the over, 5 singles. End of it, 203 for 2.
2 to do until tea. I'm not a fan actually of having that deepish mid-on. You know, I'd far rather Amla try and hit over the top than you know, he's going to push a single to mid-on all day long and never be in any trouble. So I think that needs to be rethought. Maybe it's just a case of just Dawson bowling out till tea and then Hampshire will have a rethink. But Surrey are gaining a good foothold in this game. As Fuller starts a new over, short cut to Gubbins in the covers by Amla. I think Hampshire have to be very careful here because Surrey are getting themselves into a pretty decent position, aren't they?
Already.
Very decent position.
Absolutely. Well, if you think about it, if we go along these lines for the rest of the day, it's, unless one goes here now before tea, but you know, we've only had the 1 wicket in the morning session and 1 wicket so far in the afternoon.
And it gets wrapped on the pad, but he'll be called through for a leg by. And oh, there's an inside edge onto the pad, so that's another one to Amla, who moves on to 65. And it's 204 for 2, Surrey. What a position they're in.
They are in a great position here, heading towards tea on this first day. And again, what Gareth Batty will want is that they nail this position down. That's what he said about the batting at Warwickshire.
So pushed away on the onside by Ollie Pope, and that's his half century. To go with his half century last week at Edgbaston. And Pope comes the third Surrey batter today to get past the 50 mark, and that has come off 73 balls with 7 fours and 1 6, the quickest of the half centuries that we've seen.
Yep. And as we said, he's a greedy little so if he gets to 50 normally.
And pushes that up to mid-on. Just continuing his fine form here at the Oval. I know we mentioned it earlier, or I think I did. I'm sure I read somewhere that he averages 99 here.
Yeah, he was averaging over 100 at one point.
Yeah, and he has scored in recent years a hatful of runs against Hampshire. So the sequence continues.
Yeah, Hampshire will be concerned.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Here's Fuller. Right arm over and bowls, and Amla just plays that late, dabs it into the gap behind square on the offside, and a single as easy as you like. Takes him on to 66, and it's 206 for 2. 1 ball left, and then we'll have 1 over until the tea break.
Because it's a touch of deja vu again, isn't it? again, these two out there now, sort of putting this partnership together. It's worth 87. It will be slightly reminding Hampshire of this time last year. Well, actually, it was a bit later in the season, wasn't it?
It's pulled away, or pushed away again by Pope on the leg side. He'll keep the strike. 207 for 2.
It's a 1 over until tea. And Amler 66, Pope 51. And partnership's worth 88, and as we were saying, that was 257 last year. Just looking down that list, and Ben Folkes and Gareth Batty, of course, at the Ageas Bowl in 2016. That was a great game of cricket, that one.
I remember that.
2016. So, Liam Dawson coming in left arm round the wicket to Pope, and Pope whips this one into the leg side. He'll pick up 1, he'll pick up 2 into space, and Mohammed Abbas comes round, but they'll pick up 3 there. So Ollie Pope jogs back for the 3rd. Pope's on to 54, 210 for 2. Surrey. Amler comes back onto strike on 66. He does like batting here. I've just had a note handed to me before today. Pope averaged 99.94 here. It's pushed away into the offside by Hashim Amler. He was definitely up over 100 at one point. Amler picks up a single. Amler moves on to 67, 211 for 2.
I'm just looking recently against Hampshire here. 2018 he got 145, big win by Surrey there. In the draw game in 2019, sorry.
Apologies, Jamie.
My fault as well.
No, driving out towards the sweeper on the cover road, Pope pick up a single.
2019, 221.
That's right.
Hampshire.
Yep. Likes batting against Hampshire. Pretty sure he got runs down at the Ageas Bowl as well.
Yes.
No, I'm not reading that out. That's ridiculous. As in comes Dawson, forward goes Amler, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Was that your round after the day's play? Or?
No, that's 99.94 was Bradman's career average as well, but Ollie Pope's got a little bit of a way to go there. As forward comes Amler, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But yeah, it's not bad, is it, really, for Ollie Pope here. 212 for 2. What have we got? 1 ball to go till tea. And Amler pushes this one off the stumps out into the offside. Surrey session again, you have to say, at lunch. 83 for 1. They go to tea on 212 for 2. The wicket to go was Ryan Patel. Caught by Abbas off Fuller for 58, but Amler dropped on 20. He's 67 not out. Ollie Pope's 55 not out, and 212 for 2. And Surrey will be delighted in their dressing room. Hampshire will be a little concerned. Kevin James.
Yep, second session won by Surrey in the game. Getting into a really good position now, having been put into bat. And it's just been good batting, hasn't it, really? I mean, Ryan Patel played really well for his 58. His first false shot, really, when he pulled a James Fuller short delivery straight to Mo Abbas at backward square leg on the short boundary side as well, it has to be said. Put on 80 with Amler for the second wicket. But that is already a costly drop by Hampshire, with Amler 67 not out, Pope 55 not out, who's looking equally as good out there in the middle, and you would think more hard work for the Hampshire bowlers to come.
Yes, indeed. Not that Hampshire bowled badly. Just Surrey back pretty well, actually, to be fair. So, that is tea here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent. As I said, on the Surrey live stream now, interviews with Alice Capsey, Bryony Smith, Danny Gregory and Ailish Cranston. And Ailish, of course, the new Surrey women's captain, and they start their season against Sussex at Wimbledon on Monday. So here is the interviews conducted in the library. It's a bit like Cluedo, this. Conducted in the library with Alice Capsey, Bryony Smith, Danny Gregory and Ailish Cranston. Lovely to see you both. Captain, can I start with you?
Yeah.
How excited are you by this new role that you've got? Congratulations, but how much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, thanks. Really excited. I was speaking to John Batty, the head coach, a number of times after Christmas, and we had a couple of ideas, and then it was nice to get the call a few weeks ago to confirm everything. So yeah, really excited and honoured to be asked to do the role. So
it's always quite difficult pre-season wise as a captain, isn't it? Because you don't want to go too hard on thoughts and processes. How much are you're looking forward to actually getting started and playing some competitive cricket?
Yeah, massively. Like you said, there's a lot of sort of thought processes that go in behind everything, but actually as soon as you get out on the park, everything can kind of change. So for me at the moment, we've had a few sort of changes in the squad, and a couple of the younger girls have come up. So for me, it's just more learning, about them and looking at what they can do and seeing how or where they all fit into the squad and how all the pieces fit together.
A few more meetings?
Few more meetings, yeah. We've got a training session this Sunday. So again, I'll be sort of going down with my notepad, having a little look around and yeah. But it's great. Got a really good relationship with John Batty as well. So we've had a number of phone calls and just sort things out like that.
Yeah, with JB, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he obviously captained here. So to have a guy like that as well, who knows the pressures and knows because at times you can get caught up in so much of other people's stuff, you forget about your own game. So he's an ideal guy to have alongside, isn't he? Yeah,
and he's super calm as well, really level-headed. Anytime you're sort of feeling stressed about things, he's a really good person to go to, just grounds you, and that's just performance-wise. So yeah, definitely really handy to have someone like him on board just to talk through certain things, certain ideas, and I think as long as we've got both of our plans kind of married together, I think hopefully it'll be a successful season.
Danny, under contract now, what difference has that made for you? Or already, what sort of difference has that made?
Mainly the contact time. Obviously in training a lot more now than I was on the pay-to-play contract. So just having that time with the coaches and with the other players, especially these guys, it's been so beneficial, obviously learning from them. And even just asking the questions of the coaches, just having been able to have those conversations about my game is obviously only going to help that improve. Obviously more time bowling the ball, more time hitting the ball, obviously catching the ball. It's just been really beneficial, especially for my confidence, knowing that I've got the full backing of them and the team, and just that training time. Hopefully I can obviously put performances in the match. Yeah,
we spoke about this earlier, but obviously bowling, batting, catching is important.
Massively.
But also it gives you a chance to concentrate on fitness and other parts of your game that you wouldn't have had the time to do before.
100%. Obviously the physical side is a massive side of it. Without that, we're not going to be able to put the performances in on the pitch. Obviously when you're under fatigue, you need to be able to still perform. So obviously having that time in the gym and the time to do my conditioning sessions, yes, it may be gruelling. Guy puts us through our paces, but I definitely say I'm in probably the best physical shape I've been in for a while. So hopefully that benefits me on the pitch.
Hamish, there is so much cricket for you now, in so many different competitions and everything. How important is it to sort of, it's one of these buzzwords these days, isn't it? Compartmentalise. But compartmentalise each form of the game that you're going to be playing.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and I think last year was a challenge that me personally I didn't deal massively well with. I think we were moving between 50 over and 20 over within a few days, and then sort of switching back between the two. But it was a great learning curve for sure, and I think now you've got the 3 different formats, 3 different teams. We've got the Surrey Women, South East Stars, and then people go off to the 100. I think it's quite nice, quite refreshing going into that new team and then just having to reset your mindset and everything. But I just think it makes you better as a cricketer. I mean, every team that I play in, I've got a different role. So that can kind of be challenging. In one team I'm opening the batting, in another team I might be batting at 4. And it sort of, it's something that it just makes you develop into a better cricketer over time. I think, like I said, last year it didn't work out massively well for me and I was struggling with it, but then I learnt so much from that I'm hoping this year I can, take what those learnings forward, and hopefully it will be a bit of a better season.
Danny, the thing I've always thought with all of you is you're incredible at juggling so many different things that are going on, and obviously now under contract, but and the same with Ailish, you know, there's plenty of other things that you're doing going on. How beneficial is that you're so used to juggling so many different things, going into one comp and coming out of another?
Yeah, it definitely makes a big impact. Obviously juggling my university studies alongside the cricket has made me got to be very organised, and obviously keep those communication channels open with everyone so they know obviously what's going on. So in terms of quick switches between formats and that kind of thing, you're definitely prepared for the unknown effectively. So yeah, it definitely gives me an advantage on that one.
Okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot with a final question. I think you overheard what I did with Bryony and with Ailish. So Ailish, talk me through Danny Gregory. Now the one we all remember, London Cup, 2 years ago. As I've said to Danny before, the great thing for me was I was on commentary when it went viral. How talented is this one?
Oh, massively. And I think, you know, Danny's someone always reliable. We bring her on to take wickets. She's, you know, takes wickets regularly, can bowl a 10 over spell, and we know that the batters at the other end aren't going to have much fun. But I just think for me, just seeing Danny grow from the last sort of 3 years that we've got to know each other better, and just see how much she's come on is just, yeah, really impressive. And now it's great to have someone like her in our team. You know, we're looking for that someone to take a wicket or to slow the run rate down, and we've got that one person who we can put on and know that they're going to be reliable every week.
Danny, I always describe your new captain as the glue in the side when I'm on commentary. There's always that calmness when she walks out to bat, and when she's at backward point, you know, don't go either side of her. How would you describe your new captain?
I think you've hit the nail on the head, to be fair, with the glue in the team. She's very calm and level-headed, especially when she goes to walk out to bat. We all have full faith in her. You know, even if it's a sticky situation in the match, she'll get you out of it. And she's a very diligent person, very professional around the squad. So she's a great person for the younger girls to look up to, really good role model. So very much so in the new captain spot she's got. I think she'll do a very, very good job.
Let me start with you, Bryony. I'll come to you in a sec about Australia, but how's your winter been?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been kind of a winter of two halves. Kind of before Christmas it was preparing for Oz, and then since coming back it's been nice to, I guess, put some learnings from Oz into my training before starting for Stars and Surrey this year.
How was it?
Yeah.
You lost with England.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was a great learning curve, and I guess it's great. It kind of allows you to compare the gap between where I am now and the England team at the moment. So it's definitely a great learning curve, and you can learn lots of little bits from just being around the girls.
Was it nice as well because the end of last season was a bit of a whirl, wasn't it? You know, as I said, every time I turned up somewhere, you were winning something. But was it nice to get a bit of a break as well, and just have a think about how last season went for you?
Yeah, I did quite a lot of reflecting over what the season was, and like you said, it was a bit of a whirlwind, kind of during the 100 and after the 100. But yeah, I was able to reflect quite a lot, and also, I guess, get ready for Australia and try and cram in as much schoolwork as I can so I can have as full a season as possible.
We'll talk about schoolwork later. Bryony, how was your winter? Because obviously you were out there in Oz as well.
Yeah, as Alice said, it actually broke up my winter really nicely. Just being able to get out in the sun and play some cricket during those months, which is quite a struggle in England, you know, when you're dragging yourself to training and it's snowing and raining. But no, I really enjoyed it, and you know, as Alice said, just being able to be around that England environment again is something that was really beneficial, and just to experience. I was talking to you earlier about the test match out there, just to be able to be there and experience that was fantastic.
Hunger's a good thing. How hungry has it made you to get involved in all that again?
Yeah, really hungry. I've always wanted to get back in an England shirt, and being in the A team has really pushed me on, and being able to see what the first team girls are doing has just given me a bit more of a bit more hunger to be like, actually, this is where I want to be and this is the level I want to be playing at.
And Surrey-wise, how much are you looking forward to the summer coming up?
Yeah, it's a really busy summer. I was disappointed last year in terms of I wasn't able to play for Surrey because of injury, but hopefully this year we can, we only start in a few weeks, so hopefully we can hit the nail running and win some games.
Yeah, Alice, same question to you, because as Bryony says, you're not far off starting with Surrey, are you? So how much are you looking forward to getting started?
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. I think I've been to a few of the training sessions, and there's a really exciting group. There's a lot of younger girls coming up, and yeah, like Bryce said, it's not too far away now, so it'll be great to get outside playing some cricket again with a great team.
Yeah, and of course South East Stars as well. Now you're off to Desert Springs, aren't you? You mentioned the weather there, but how good's that going to be to get out somewhere warm, have a bit of a heat, and be outside in good conditions before you come back and start the summer?
Yeah, it's going to benefit us a lot. Obviously we're out there to play cricket, but actually to get the whole squad together, all 15 of us, for a week is going to, we've all been in and out a little bit this winter. Obviously we've been away, and a lot of the girls still have full-time jobs as well. But to get everyone for 4 or 5 days together all day, every day is going to be really beneficial.
How are you fitting everything in? But first of all, to you, we mentioned Alice's schoolwork. How are you managing to fit everything in?
Yeah, well, I tried to get as much done before Australia, and then I went out with great intentions to do schoolwork out there. That didn't necessarily happen. I did a bit, but I didn't do as much as I wanted to. So I've been working hard since coming back. And like you said, it's hard to fit everything around. Obviously, cricket and schoolwork, they're two quite big priorities of mine. So I've been to all my training and then just doing the schoolwork around it, travelling, getting here on the train, so doing schoolwork on the train, that kind of thing. But yeah.
So are you taking schoolwork to Desert Springs? That's the big question.
That is the big question. It depends how the next 2 weeks go.
And Bryony, sort of from a Surrey perspective, sort of what are the aims for this season? It's always at the start of the season is lovely, isn't it? It's a blank piece of paper. But what are the aims for Surrey sort of for this season?
I think definitely get out there and compete. It's a bit of a new competition style this year, but yeah, definitely go out. Look to get to that finals day in the main final. I know it's all changed, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. But and then we've obviously got the London Cup here again, and I've never won it, so I'm hoping that this year we can get out in front of a pretty decent crowd, hopefully here at the Oval, and get that trophy back.
Yeah, and Surrey is so important, isn't it? I'll be honest with you, obviously with all the other competitions going on, not that it gets forgotten about, but there's so much spotlight on everything now. And as you just said, structures change and everything, but it is so important for you, isn't it, the Surrey stuff?
Oh yeah, it is massively. I think at the end of the day, the Surrey cricket they're the ones bringing players up through the county age group and getting them ready for regional cricket and any higher cricket. So to be able to play in a Surrey team and to have this kind of season that's about to start, it's great not only to, like Bryce said, compete, but also to see the younger girls coming up, and hopefully they can learn a bit from us and also just have a bit of fun, because you play best when you're enjoying it, don't you? So it'll be good to start going with the girls.
Okay, final question. I'm going to put you both on the spot here. Alice Capsey, talk me through Bryony Smith and what a player this one is. So just talk me through Bryony Smith, please, Alice Capsey.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously been part of the same team for quite a few years. I've been fortunate enough to go on a few tours with her. I think she's taken up captaining the Stars really well. She's just someone that kind of everyone, what's the word? Gravitates towards, just because of her kind nature. And yeah, she's just really easygoing, but hardworking. You can see the hunger and what she really wants to achieve in her training. So no, it's great to be able to train and play with her.
Bryony Smith, talk me through this one. Because come on, last year, talk about from going from there to there. That's exactly what this one did. Talk me through Alice Capsule, please.
Oh, she's a bit of a superstar, isn't she? You know, I've known her since she was, well, in my eyes, she's still about 12. So she's just the way she approached the 100 last year. I found it really impressive. I remember watching the first game on TV I was with the Fire, so I had new people around me, and I was like, it won't phase her at all. And you saw first ball, I think you came down the wicket and hit Hartley over her head for 4. So, you know, for me, I've also coached her, so we all knew what she could do. But to be able to show it on the big stage like that was fantastic. And, you know, she won games for us for the Stars, and she's been a big part of the Surrey system as well. So I'm sure she's all right, isn't she?
Lovely.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent and the Surrey live stream. And tea break is done and dusted. Our umpires Robinson and Milnes are making their way back out into the middle. And Surrey at tea, 212 for 2. Hashim Amla on 67, Ollie Pope on 55. Hampshire winning the toss, sticking Surrey in this morning, and the 2 wickets to have gone. Rory Burns caught by Liam Dawson off Holland in the morning session for 21. That was 39 for 1 in the 13th. And then Ryan Patel after lunch, hooking a short ball from Fuller, his second ball of his spell actually, and straight to Mohammed Abbas, who took the catch, and that was 119 for 2. But since then, Amla and Pope played very nicely. Hashim Amla, a couple of big LBW shouts, and dropped by Liam Dawson in the slips after lunch on 20. Ollie Pope's 50 coming off 73 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. So Surrey very much in the box seat on this first day. Kevin James is alongside. Varun Chopra will be back with us in a bit. I think he's got so many people to go and say hello to.
Yeah.
Having worked out who's here, Mr. Chopra. But yes, Kevin James. Hampshire slightly staring down the barrel at the moment, aren't they, in terms of sort of runs on the board type scenario?
Well, I think at the moment it's easy to say it doesn't look a great decision, having given Surrey first use of this pitch. I'm sure there's a few factors out there. It'd be interesting when I have a chat with the Hampshire camp at the end of the day as to exactly what was the thinking. But I think overall the wicket hasn't quite done as much as Hampshire thought, especially this morning. But I think there's also been some good batting. And Ryan Patel, I thought, played particularly nicely for his 58. Only wicket to fall since lunch, or between lunch and tea. I thought he was very good the way he judged the ball on or around or just outside off stump. And, well, Amla is just Hashim Amla. A man who's just Varun Chopra alongside me. Varun, welcome back. It's been 2 sessions that belong to Surrey.
Yeah, I think they'll be certainly the happy of the 2 camps at the moment. Just come back from the Hampshire dressing room actually. And yeah, a few tired bodies there.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Here's Abbas, who's switched ends now from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to Ollie Pope on 55 outside the off stump, and Pope leaves alone. If you were captain in this side, and at 212 for tea, fielding side, having won the toss and put the opposition in, what would you be saying to the team?
I think for the next hour or so until the new ball, they'll be trying to hopefully pick up one wicket, just try and keep things as tight as possible. If they can set themselves a target of perhaps 40 for 1 of the next hour, I think that will be a very good effort by the Hampshire bowlers on this surface against these two players. So try and pick up one more wicket, keep it tight to new ball, and then have a good dip in the last hour.
Yeah, hopefully the new ball brings a couple of wickets at least. It's on the line of leg stump, whipped away by Ollie Pope to backward square leg. So Surrey underway in this evening session, 213 for 2, and Pope moves on to 56, and this partnership is now worth 94 by my reckoning. So another useful partnership between these two, which mirrored the huge partnership these two put on against Hampshire last year, 257. I have to say, from a Hampshire point of view, I hope we don't see anything like that again that we saw last year, although of course it's a good partnership. 257, that's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. I'm sure a lot of Surrey fans would like to see that again. It's quite dispiriting, isn't it, when you've taken 2 wickets having put the opposition in?
Yeah, I think there might be a slightly split dressing room at the moment, but these things happen in cricket, and you've just got to get on with it. Like, you don't have a crystal ball in your hand as captain at the toss. And Surrey have played well. You've got to give them credit. They hit you up the new ball and applied themselves pretty well. Yeah,
I have to say they have. There's a bit of extra bounce there as Amler takes his bottom hand off the bat as that's turned away behind square on the leg side, fielded by Ian Holland. 214 for 2. Do you think there's anything more that Hampshire could have done bowling wise?
I think Dawson actually bowled quite nicely, didn't he? I think perhaps he could have been used from one end a little bit earlier, just to apply the brakes and create pressure from one end, because there's a bit too much movement from the seamers out there. But other than that, no, they've rotated. Obviously Fuller's got something different about him to the other bowlers, and he's had 2 spells. So
the best again, this time to Pope, comes forward and pushes that out into the covers, Gubbins Fields.
And Barker's come around the wicket, over the wicket, varied his angles of attack. So I think Hampshire have toiled away. Unfortunately, the conditions are just in the batsman's favour at the moment.
Has it surprised you that the wicket has played the way it has so far?
No.
Not at all?
No. I was very surprised to bowl first.
Yeah, so you would, if you'd won the toss, you'd have batted?
Yeah, I mean, I called it a 10:30 coming in.
Yeah.
So it was nice, sun's out of the oval.
Abbas bowls, that's flicked away by Pope. Again, it's gone too deep backward square leg, all along the ground, perfectly safe. He'll keep the strike. Moves on to 57. 215 for 2 now. Surrey having been put into bat at 10:30 this morning. That's interesting, isn't it, really? And I really am, I'm not sure looking forward is the right word, but I'll be interested to hear the thoughts of Hampshire after the game as to why. Maybe, well, as you say, you've been in that Hampshire dressing room. I mean, what was their thinking? Have you asked that question, or?
No, I didn't.
No, probably just as well not to, really.
Just saying hello to a few old friends.
Yeah, Graham Welsh, of course.
Yeah, Keith Barker was there just getting a little rub as well. And,
yeah.
A few from Jimmy Adams now as the coach. So I had some good battles with Hampshire over the years, and generally a nice set of lads down there.
They're all right. As Fuller is going to switch ends back to his original end where he took the wicket of Ryan Patel. He had a spell before tea from the pavilion end, and here he is from the Vauxhall end. Right arm over and comes in and bowls to Pope. Gets one, it just bounces a fraction. Defensively played back to the bowler. Fuller has 7 overs, 1 for 38. Always the slightly more expensive of the Hampshire bowlers when he plays, but the way things have been going for him, it does pick up useful wickets, and certainly the way Ryan Patel played this afternoon, it was a surprise when he was out for 58. And of course last week when the Somerset second innings was digging in, picked up 3 quick wickets, and he edged through to the keeper. No, not quite, my word, that bounced and left Pope. He had a little tickle. Ben Brown diving high to his right takes it. I thought that had edged initially, but extra bounce there from Fuller.
Yeah, that's what Fuller can do. Runs in hard, hits the wicket hard, and then he said that just lifting off back of the length, dangerously close to Pope, who just tried to guide it down to third man. Luckily for him, didn't get any bad on it.
if you're watching the live stream, the way the ball deviated, you would have thought straight away that was an edge, but that really did go. Fuller's in again, and that's pulled away. Another short delivery, but this time Pope plays that nicely, rolls his wrists as it goes out quickly along the ground, out to deep backward square leg, and Pope moves on to 58 now, 216 for 2. It needs something different at the moment, doesn't it, for Hampshire?
Yeah, and Fuller can provide that. He's bowling with a split field, so he's got a fine leg, a deep backward square, a mid wicket, mid on, and then also like a third man or a deep backward point. So he's got an in-out field, so expect him to be quite short and aggressive here.
Yeah, that man on the hook, a deep backward square leg, just short of a length, bounces on Amla, keeps it down well as it goes out on the leg side. And I guess Surrey just bat, don't they? I mean, they don't do anything different, do they?
No, Surrey are happy, just going into the end of the play with as few wickets down as possible, and it'll be a great day for them. Obviously they're going to have to work out how to get 20 wickets themselves on this track, but after being put in, they'll be more than happy with the outcome so far.
There's still a little bit there, isn't there? From time to time.
Bounce,
yeah.
Sure.
Considering the ball's 66 overs old now, or nearly 66 overs old. Amla keeps that one down as he plays it out behind square on the leg side. He moves on to 69. 217 for 2 now, Surrey. Rory Burns for 21 before lunch. Ryan Patel for 58 after lunch. The only 2 wickets to fall. Ian Holland picked up Burns, and Fuller picked up Patel. The only 2 wicket takers, which means Barker and which means Abbas and Abbott are both wicketless, as well as Barker, of course. Which maybe surprises 1 or 2. You would have thought by now at least one of them might have picked up a wicket. Not to be. Fuller comes in again. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's worked into the gap by Pope. It's gone quite quickly down there behind square on the leg side. Only 1. Surrey dealing exclusively in singles at the moment, but they're keeping the scoreboard ticking along. Pope moves on to 59, and it's 218 for 2. You only with us today, Farron, did you say?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, a few other commitments, unfortunately, with the 2 young boys at home and Easter weekend.
Yeah, oh, of course, I keep forgetting actually. Yeah,
try and keep them entertained somehow.
Where's home for you, roughly?
Chigwell.
Oh right, yeah, Chigwell, yeah, nice.
About 45 minutes drive on a decent run. Just over Tower Bridge, and down the A12 or the A13.
Yeah. Abbas from the pavilion end to Pope, length ball. Pope pushing forward out towards extra cover. Are you sort of? I know you've retired now, but are you sort of still looking to play at all, or is that it? Is that game, set, and match?
That's my bag's firmly in the loft, hidden away somewhere. No plans of coming down.
Really?
Yeah, that's it for me.
I mean, you're still only what, 34?
Yeah, I think 34. But my body doesn't feel so good, but.
Oh really?
Nah, I'm still alright. I'm enjoying what I'm doing at the moment.
Sure.
No itchy boots.
Outside the off stump and left alone. I mean, Chigwell haven't come calling at the very least, have they? And
I think that might be Paul Newman's team. I think he might be chairman or president of Chigwell Cricket Club.
Paul Newman, that rings a bell.
The journo
from way back.
The Mail? No, he's still.
Oh no, that Paul Newman. Sorry, I thought. God, there was a Paul Newman played at Derbyshire many moons ago. I think it was Derbyshire.
Not much hair.
Right. Oh right, he's there.
Boxes, yeah.
I can't believe they won't try and get you to play there. Here comes Abbas and bowls, and that's played neatly and very fine by Pope down towards the third man boundary. He's done that once or twice, just used the pace of the ball and played it as late as possible to find the gap down at third man. There is a man at almost deep backward point really, so there's no point in sort of whacking the cover off it. There's a 100 partnership between these two, 103. That's come off 176 balls between Amla and Ollie Pope for the 3rd wicket, 103 unbeaten.
Yeah, Ollie Pope just using his experience of the conditions here, just knows the bounce and the pace of this oval track and knows how to just manipulate the field, and lovely guide down to third man, beating a very square third man who's...
Yeah, no chance really. Hampshire tried to plug that gap a little bit. I mean, Ian Holland at gully. That's outside the off stump. Pope leaves alone. So still 2 slips, but Ian Holland is very fine gully. Maybe to make Pope think again about playing that late cut shot.
Yeah, it's a 7-2 offside field now. So just Keith Barker mid-on and I think Weatherly deep back with square leg on the leg side, and everybody else on the offside here. So it's going to be a hanging outside the line attack from Abbas, you'd imagine. Doesn't want to get too straight.
Abbas again then comes in and bowls, and Pope cuts, but actually gets it well past Ian Holland's right hand, goes quickly down to that square third man position, which Felix Organ occupies, and Pope moves on to 64, 223 for 2 now. Surrey, little happening out there at the moment, and the new ball is due in 13 overs after this. So it'll be interesting to see how many overs Abbas bowls before maybe he's whipped out of the attack and has a bit of a break. Hampshire really relying on this second new ball to drag things back a little bit. Here comes Abbas again, and Amla's in behind that. Plays that out backward of square. End of the over. 223 for 2. 69 to Amla. 64 to Ollie Pope. And these two have put on 11 since the tea break. And as this ball gets older, there's little happening, although Fuller's every now and then getting one to just bounce a little bit more. We saw that the previous over to Ollie Pope. You can see there the almost a full cloud cover over the ground, but they're all quite high. No chance or no problems as regards the weather. As Fuller starts a new over. Short, and Pope tries to pull that one away and misses. Goes through to Ben Brown. Slightly leg stumpish. Got inside, got outside the line there, Ollie Pope.
Yeah, just has to be a little bit careful. He's got a square leg next to the umpire, and then a deep back square and a fine leg, both 10 yards in off the boundary for that top edge. So Fuller's going to persist with this short of the length attack.
Has to really, doesn't he? Try something a bit different, I guess. Comes in again and bowls. It's back of a length, and Pope on his toes pushes that up towards mid-on, fielded by Kyle Abbott. I mean, the field is set, isn't it, for the short one, with a deep backward square leg. Pope looks like he's going to take it on. Not try and hit it too hard, though, by the looks of it.
I mean, we know Pope's a busy player, isn't he? He's gone quickly to 64 off 91 deliveries already, and even with this short ball attack with the field out, you'd expect he's still going to take it on.
Yep. Fuller comes in again, and that's a length ball. Pope plays that late and out square on the offside. I have to say, I've been quite impressed with James Fuller today. Into his 9th over. He has been a little more expensive, as he normally is, but I think on the whole, he's looked probably as dangerous as any of the Hampshire bowlers, such as it's been.
Yeah, he's slightly different, isn't he, to the other 3-seamers or 4-seamers who are a bit more medium-paced and seam bowlers.
I think I sort of tried to touch on it earlier, and I probably got sidetracked onto something else. There's a short delivery which is pulled away in front of square by Ollie Pope. He was waiting for that, kept it down nicely. It's gone through mid-wicket, and it's 4 runs. When you've faced James Fuller, how did you sort of find him over the years?
You feel he's always got a good ball in him, but at the same time he will provide you opportunities to score. So it was just about, I guess, patience with him and trying to keep out his good one, and then just being in a position to try and pick off the bad one, as Ollie Pope did. Just a banging delivery, but no real oomph behind it, and it just kind of sat up on this over wicket. You know, the ball's in its 68th over now. It's getting soft.
Yeah.
And it just asked to be hit, which Pope did.
Here's Fuller again. Length ball on the line of middle and leg, and that's tucked away behind square by Pope, who's keeping the scoring rate a bit too high for Hampshire's liking. 228 for 2. Pope moves on to 69, and Amla also has 69, and this partnership now has moved on and is worth 109. Remember, the second wicket partnership between Patel and Amla realised 80. That was 119 for 2. Rory Burns was out when the score was 39 for 1 this morning after 55 minutes. That seems ages ago now, as Fuller comes in again, bounces a bit on Amla, but keeps that down nicely as it goes out on the offside. 228 for 2 then Surrey. Just wonder if we might see Dawson come back, Varun, just to keep things tight at this Vauxhall end. And as we wait for the second new ball, I'm sure Surrey are quite happy whenever that comes along. Hampshire will want that second new ball to come pretty quickly. There are 12 overs until it's available to James Vince. Have to take second new ball, don't they?
Yeah, it's worth a try with Fuller. Trying something a bit different, trying the short ball attack, but he hasn't quite got it short enough in many ways. It's just kind of been belly button height deliveries and not around the neck region.
Well, got to get it high, haven't you, in this situation? As Abbas bowls, it's a length ball, worked up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker.
Yeah, the only fielder there on the ring on the leg side, and just picked him out, Ollie Pope. Abbas can just afford to just hang it wide here. You know Ollie Pope will come after you. He's not going to leave too many deliveries alone like Hashim Amla will. So he just needs to make sure his line and his sort of that fifth or sixth stump, a little bit of shape and hold his length.
He's been fairly economical, hasn't he? He's only conceding just over 2 and over. Comes in again. He's always economical, as that's driven up to mid-on. I'm going to have to probably change mid-over in a minute. I've just looked at the time. And in fact, I might go now. So another comment from Varun Chopra, and then it'll be Mark Church.
Yeah, Hashim Amla and Ollie Pope just having a little get-together out in the middle. Quick punch at the gloves. Just making sure, just reminding him, just to Hashim Amla's experience there again, just coming to him. Just telling Ollie Pope not to go searching for the ball, just let it come. Be patient.
Pope settles again over his bat. 3 slips in there as Abbas is over the wicket to him, and Pope's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. Taken by Ben Brown, moving away to his right hand side. I've just had a very nice sit and listen to you and Mr. James. Sat in another box, and very interested. And you know, you've captained sides before, Mr. Chopra, and James Vince would have had his reasons about having a bowl this morning, but he will be stood there at first slip now thinking, oh no. And especially with Amla and Pope again, as I say, it's a bit like deja vu this. 257 they put on last year for the 4th wicket. Now this partnership already 109 as Abbas comes in over the wicket. Oh, Ollie Pope looks to drive, thickish edge down towards that sort of 4/3 slip position. Tumbling stop, and there is no run. But yeah, you're sort of already at this point on day 1 after tea, 228 for 2. You're just thinking, how long is this going to go on for?
Yeah, it could be a 500 place 500.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
We saw Chelmsford last week and a few high scoring draws around the country.
It'd be interesting to see a bit later in the game if more happens, as over the wicket comes Abbas, and this one's left alone by Ollie Pope. Outside is off stump, and Ollie Pope wanders off towards square leg. Amla again there just gives him a thumbs up down at the non-striker's end. Abbas comes walking back towards us with a grin on his face. Of course, he played in that game here last year, Mohamed Abbas, and was coming off the back of, I think, 4 championship games where he bowled beautifully but was a bit tired. And again today, game 2 of this season, doing a lot of work from that pavilion end as over the wicket he comes and just nips that one back a touch on Ollie Pope. Good leave from Ollie Pope, and taken by Ben Brown, and Pope with a grin on his face walks down, punch of gloves with Hashim Amla. 228 for 2. As you said, we might see a bit more of Liam Dawson a bit later on, because he kept it pretty tight from this Vauxhall end, but you sort of know what the state of play is in the fact that Liam Dawson on this first day has already been doing quite a bit of bowling.
Yeah, it's probably 4 overs from Fuller and then 4 overs from Dawson to take us to the new ball, and then I guess it'll be a choice by Hampshire and Vince if they take the new ball immediately, or if they just, obviously it'll be 16 overs with the new ball. Do they maybe limit it to 8 or 12, just so that the ball is still in a decent condition for the morning? Perhaps a bit more overcast. Although I think the weather's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's going to be 3 days of sun. From tomorrow, as Fuller's going to come round the wicket, short stuff now for Amler because he's got short leg slip in there. 2 men back on the pull shot, coming round the wicket to try and tuck Amler up a touch, and the first one Amler ducks underneath. So you can see what's coming here from Fuller. He's the one, I suppose. Well, Abbott could do it as well, but Fuller's going to be the one here who does this back-breaking job. Neil Wagner's brilliant at this, isn't he?
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant at this.
Another former teammate of mine.
Of course, at Essex, yeah, absolutely, of course.
But he was brilliant at exploiting the short ball theories, and the amount of wickets he took with it was remarkable.
That's round the wicket once again. Is Fuller. That's too short and wide outside the off stump though, and that's just put away by Hashim Amla. He's just waiting for that. No cover point. Just put bat on it. It's whistled away to the cover point boundary row. Amla's on to 73 now. Surrey move on to 232 for 2. I saw a fascinating interview with Neil Wagner, who said that in that New Zealand attack he had to come up with something different because, you know, Bolt, Southey. And he said it was that was what he came up with, and he's brilliant at it. Absolutely brilliant. When nothing's happening, he'll just run in. Because he said, really, what I am is that I'm a left-arm swing bowler, but I had to come up with something as a point of difference. As round the wicket again goes Fuller, another short one, and then behind it comes Hashim Amla. Plays this one down into the leg side, and you've seen him do it. You've been on the same side as him, and it's a clever trick.
Yeah, and he's just relentless with it. It's a great skill actually to bowl a short ball, but to bowl it well. You know, every ball is directed where it needs to be, and some bowlers can do it for an over or two. I mean, he's got an unbelievable engine. He does it sometimes for 8-9 overs at a time, and you just think, when's he going to stop? But just keeps going and going and going, hammering the wicket, and he's got great heart as a bowler.
Unbelievable. As Fuller comes round the wicket once again to Amler. Fuller of length this time from Fuller, and that's turned into the leg side by Hashim Amler, and there's no run. Yeah, great bloke to have in your dressing room as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, he didn't sort of get the wickets of a Poulter or a Cook or a Harmer, but his just impact on the team was, I guess, measured in a slightly different way rather than the wickets. Just his attitude and his desire to just want to run in when it was tough, day in, day out, was remarkable.
Yeah, great heart. As Fuller is round the wicket once again to Amler. That's just down the leg side, climbing on him, and Amler's just getting inside that and then watching it all the way into the gloves of Ben Brown, moving away to his left hand side. So when I was listening in, you managed to get around and see a few people then.
Yeah,
well done.
Saw Pop Welsh, my old travel buddy. We used to drive to all the away games together, make our plans as captain coach. Keith Barker was on the physio bed. So another former England under-15 teammate of mine and good friend. We used to have hours of playing FIFA together in the evenings.
It's amazing.
PlayStations after days play.
Well, the thing is, you guys spend so much time together. As Fuller's round the wicket once again. Oh, now then, Hashim Amla's had a little fence at this one outside his off stump, and it kept going away from him. It wasn't taken cleanly by Ben Brown, but it just kept going and going. And Hashim Amla there was sort of, I think, thinking, oh, here we go again, I'll just punch this one through cover point, and it just kept going at him, and Ben Brown flung himself to his right. End of the over, 232 for 2, but yeah, because you just spend so much time together, don't you?
That's right, and we used to actually live in the same apartment block as well for a period in Edgbaston, so yeah, we both couldn't cook, so it was takeouts and FIFA on most occasions, to be honest.
Well, I got the shock of being an old man now. I was lucky enough to speak to Pope, Burns, Folkes and Curran on the India tour, and it was when they were in their quarantine as well, so they had 10 days of being in their hotel rooms. As Holland from the pavilion end is going to come in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's cutting down towards third man, and throw comes in over the top of the stumps. I had a chat with R.J. Burns, and claimed he was reading books, I think, but got to folks Curran and Pope and said, "And how are you spending your time, boys?" We were playing a lot of cod. Yeah, I had no idea what they were talking about. I genuinely thought they'd been out for fish and chips, but yes, but they had a big league going on where they were. In fact, halfway through it, Sam disappeared to continue cod, as this one's down the leg side to Amler from Holland, and Amler gets nothing on it. With my 12-year-old daughter, with the old FIFA, it's just embarrassing. She's just brilliant. We had the FA Cup final the other day. I think it was Crawley against Tottenham. She seems to be a Tottenham fan now because of Harry Kane. I think I was 10-0 down in the first half. As in, over the wicket once again comes Holland, and Amler, has he gone? He has. Amler's had a cut at this one. And Hampshire will be delighted with that. Hashim Amler looking to cut, gets an outside edge, and Hashim Amler goes for 73, and the partnership is broken, and there'll not only be delight, there'll be some relief there as well for Hampshire, because Hashim Amler gone for 73, and it's 233 for 3.
Huge wicket there for Hampshire. Holland, who perhaps had him once or twice earlier in the day, gets his man in the end. 73 for Amler. He was a little bit scratchy early on, but would feel a lot better after his time at the crease, and expect him to build on this start now for the season for Surrey fans. But great timing for Hampshire, wicket just before the new ball, 10 overs to go. If they can potentially eke out one more before the new ball, and then go bang bang with that new ball, it could suddenly be a very different outlook on the game.
Absolutely. So Hashim Amler makes his way back towards the dressing room. Ripple of applause. Of course, Holland had those two big shouts for LBW early on with Hashim Amler, but gone for 73, and that brings Ben Folkes out to the middle. And Ben Folkes up at Edgbaston, just jumping into my notebook, 132 not out from 263 balls with 18 fours and 1 6. So Ben Folkes makes his way to the middle with 100 under his belt already this season. 233 for 3, but as I say, Varun, that not only would there have been a bit of delight, there would have been a bit of relief there as well for Hampshire. It sounds a strange thing to say, but sort of 73 from Amler there. He sort of, we honestly thought he was going to go on and possibly do another double 100, so they'll be delighted with that, Hampshire.
And Holland's deserved it. He's probably been the pick of the Hampshire bowlers. Just got a little bit out of the track. So a couple of close LBW shouts against Amler early on in these innings, and then manages to pick him up with a wide delivery, which Amler's wafted at and just got a fine nick on.
Yep, Ben Brown doing the rest. So a couple for Holland today. Picked up the wicket of Rory Burns this morning as well for 21. So the right-handed Ben Folkes is out there in the middle. Couple of slips and a short mid-wicket catching, 2 back on that leg side boundary rope. Keith Barker there, and the backward point. There's the cover, mid-off and the mid-on. But as I say, it was a lovely innings from Ben Folkes at Edgbaston. Really got his head down, played the Ben Folkes way, and now he joins Ollie Pope, who's on 70. So Ben Folkes getting ready for his first delivery from Ian Holland. He's got 2 for 34 now as Holland is in, and Folkes just turned round a touch by his first delivery. Good line, good length from Holland there, straight away to Ben Folkes, and that going down towards backward point, and there is no run. So yeah, Pope 58 off 85 balls at Edgbaston, and then Folkes 132 not out of 263, 18 fours and 1 6. Now he has to start again as Holland is into him, and beats him with a beauty on a goodish length that's just climbed on Ben Folkes. That's a cracking delivery from Ian Holland, and as you say, if they could nick out another one before the new ball comes, then that could change the sort of complexion of this first day. Surrey's still in a great position after being stuck in, of course, at 233 for 3. A bit more cloud cover now as over the wicket comes Holland to Folkes. Folkes pushes off that back foot out into the offside, so good over from Holland. Gets that big wicket of Hashim Amla for 73. Folkes yet to get off the mark. Pope has 70. James Vince will be feeling a lot happier about things now, seeing the back of Amla. Still a lot of batting to come in this Surrey lineup though. After Folkes, Jamie Smith at 6, Will Jacks at 7, Jordan Clark at 8. Then I'd have thought it would be Jamie Overton, Kemar Roach and James Taylor. So even Jamie Overton coming in at 9. You know, they do bat a long way down, Surrey. Jack's sort of playing at 7 and as the off spinner at the moment. Really does add length to that batting lineup. As Fuller continues, short ball. First up from the Vauxhall end to Ollie Pope, who's pulling that one away out towards deep backward square. Pope will take the single. One more to the total. Pope on to 71, 234 for 3.
Is Verdi out of favour at the moment?
Well, I think what they're doing is they're sort of waiting for that time of the year where it's always fun. Verdi and Moriarty sort of go together, but I think the thinking at the moment is with the bat. Will Jacks is a very tidy off spinner, very tidy off spinner, and also with his batting, of course. And he sort of showed that up at Edgbaston. It's a big part of his game, I think, in terms of the red ballers. This is down the leg side as Folkes got something on that. They've gone up behind the stumps. Absolutely not a squeak from Fuller. Folkes just looking to nudge that one down towards fine leg because Amar's been playing in the second team. But I get quite excited when you do get Verdi and Moriarty going together because they work very nicely in tandem. But interesting what you were saying about sort of the championship winning sides. They always have a spinner who does something. And 2018 it was Amar. You know, he did pick up wickets in that 2018 season when Surrey won the championship. Absolutely is. In over the wicket once again comes Fuller. That's a lovely way to get off the mark from Ben Folkes. Just slightly over pitched by James Fuller. And just drove the ball elegantly away. Did Ben Folkes. That's whistled into the boundary rope. So Folkes off the mark in lovely fashion.
It's the shot of a man off 100, isn't it?
Not off. It's just lent on that. Absolutely whistled off.
Just lean into the ball, as you say.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that, actually, that 2018 season, Gareth didn't play a championship game. Amar played the whole season as the spinner. As in over the wicket once again is Fuller. Rory Burns was captaining then in 2018. So yeah, Amar was part of that. It was a bowling attack that Mornay Morkel helped as well. Jade Dernbach did a brilliant job for them. R. Clark as well. And then Amar was the spinner in the side.
Yeah, I just look at this lineup now, and you've got Smith, who's obviously a good player at 6. Jordan Clark's an all-rounder, could probably slot in at 7, and then Overton's a more than useful number 8. So there is argument to say just pick your best bowlers to take the wickets. Whether Jacks is bowling as well as Verdi at the moment, I'm not too sure, but perhaps he is. He's obviously had good success in white ball cricket, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I think the thing, Amar would be your frontline spinner without a shadow of a doubt. But I think as well with Will Jackson, it's probably that time of the year thing as well, isn't it? I think for Will Jackson in terms of the red ball, I think his off spin is still a work in progress and has been seen a lot in the white ball stuff. And I think it's a big part of his game. I think it's more that whole time of the year thing as much as anything. As over the wicket comes Fuller, and this is turned by Ben Folkes into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. Personally, you know, I'd love to see Moriarty and Verdi play every game, but I completely understand why they're not. But when they do, it is great fun. I have to say, it really is great fun to have one going from one end left arm spin and the off spinner going from the other end. And was it last year, or there was a game here against Gloucestershire where they both played, and it was like, you don't see it very often now in county cricket to have two good spinners working together in tandem, and they sort of enjoy each other's company, I think. But I think as the season wears on, you'll see a lot more of those two. But sort of Jacks is a pretty handy off spinner to have to bowl you some overs of spin if you want them, really.
And I see Surrey's dilemma as well, where
as Holland is in. to Ollie Pope, and Pope turns this ball up the ground, and Abbas will do the fielding.
His Jax is too good not to play, really, as well.
That's the other thing.
So
they want him playing some red ball.
Yeah, he does need to play red ball cricket for his own development, because he's definitely capable. And as you say, it's a tough call, but perfectly reasonable at this stage of the season.
As over the wicket once again comes Holland, and this is turned into the leg side by Ollie Pope, and this time he does take the single, just didn't try, and previous delivery sort of timed it up towards mid on that one, just waited a bit longer and just dropped it down and then takes his single. Good bit of batting that from Ollie Pope. He'll move on to 72. Ben Folkes comes on to strike on 4. Were you playing for Essex in Amar's first? I'm trying to remember from memory. It was at Chelmsford. His first wicket was James Foster. As forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one out into the offside.
Yeah.
That's a very good question, Mr. Chopra. Might have been 2017, 2016?
16,
No, 17, yes. I think you were. And I just remember he sort of came into the side at Chelmsford, and his first wicket absolutely ripped one at James Foster, which made everybody sort of sit up and take note, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Folkes. He's a good bowler, Amar Verdi. I think he sort of said in pre-season he tried too hard last year, and he said because he'd sort of been in the England bubbles for a lot of the winter, he sort of almost tried a bit too hard last season. But he's got all the skills, he really has. And Moriarty's an interesting one. As over the wicket once again then comes Holland. This is an open face from Ben Folkes, running it off down towards third man. They'll take the single, and they'll in fact get back for 2. It's good running from Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes, both pretty quick between the wickets. Tore back for the second, so 241 for 3. So bonus point wise, 1 bowling point for Hampshire and 1 batting point for Surrey, but they're 9 runs away now from a second batting point. Holland in again over the wicket, and forward goes Ben Folkes, pushes this one out into the offside. End of the over, 241 for 3. Folkes has 6, Pope has 72. The 2 that you mentioned that you've played with spinner wise, Jeeton, unbelievable bowler, and then Harmer of course at Essex, and I could watch those 2 bowl all day, to be honest with you. And being on the same side as them as well must have been a lot of fun, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was great, and fielding like leg slip and places like that. You're always in the game, every ball. It's really fun. When you do have a quality spinner on your side, it just helps so much. Even on days like this, where it's in the batting side's favour, not much is happening, they would still bowl 20 overs, 1 for 50 on day one, tie up one end, pick up the odd wicket. And crucially, that'd be so good to left-handers in particular. Which really tied them up.
Yeah, Jeeton, talking about there was the game at Edgbaston a couple of years ago where between them, Batty and Jeeton, Patel at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire won that game. This might have been 2019, I think they picked up 28 of the wickets themselves. It was ridiculous, really. As over the wicket once more comes Fuller, short one, and this is pulled in front of square by Ollie Pope out towards the boundary rope, and he'll get a couple here as Felix Organ. He's certainly done his steps today, his 10,000 steps today, Felix Organ, and he'll pick up a couple of runs there. Will Ollie Pope? He moves on to 74, and Ben Folkes on 6. And then there was well, of course, I always forget this, Ravi Ashwin played a game for Surrey last season, but then there was a game at Trent Bridge where they were perfectly understandably trying to stave off relegation, and they produced an absolute Bunsen for Ashwin against Verdi as short ball, and this one is pushed away by Ollie Pope down towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. And I think everybody was in, and genuinely everybody was in agreement that Verdi actually out-bowled Ashwin on that occasion up at Trent Bridge on a spinning wicket. But yeah, when you see a really good one, it is a lot of fun. It really is. 244 for 3. And of course, we probably lost the greatest a few weeks ago in Shane Warne, which was so sad. But actually, you know, the sort of and Hampshire, of course, Mr. Warne captaining Hampshire as forward goes. Ben Folkes pushes this one down towards backward point, but sort of watching the highlights again of his. And I watched the documentary actually on Netflix of Shane Warne's documentary. Wow! And the other thing that I was thinking was, if you think he picked up all those wickets and there wasn't DRS, imagine what he might have got had there been DRS as well. Extraordinary, really.
But yeah, it would have been fascinating to see.
Yeah.
Certainly one of my idols growing up. I was a wannabe Shane Warne for a few years
Yeah.
in my youth.
As over the wicket once again comes Fuller. This is cut by Pope. Well, you'd have faced him as well.
Yeah.
How tough was that?
I never actually faced him.
Oh, did you not?
I played against him,
Mhm.
but I didn't face him. It was just, I must have been about 17 at the time when he was at Hampshire, just sort of finishing up. But great, what a character, what a bowler.
Yeah.
Just sort of revolutionised spin bowl. Yeah, made leg spin cool.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? He made it cool. He was cool.
Yeah, I mean, he lived a good life, and
But that was all part of it. That was all.
Yeah.
But that was part of the Shane Warne that we all loved. As forward goes Ben Folkes, and that's thick inside edge. There was a brilliant story, end of the over from that 2005 Ashes series. Where have you seen the one with Andrew Strauss in at Silly Point when Ashley Giles was bowling, and he shouted something like, and Warne was facing Giles. Come on, this fella's struggling, and so Andrew said he doesn't know why he said it. To which Warne replied, "There's only one bloke struggling here, mate, and that's you." And then he said for some reason he chirped again, and he went, "One more word from you. Next ball's going for 6." And Andrew Strauss went, "Yeah, whatever." Next ball, down on one knee, slog sweep, went about 20 rows back over mid-wicket off Ashley Giles. As over the wicket once more then is Holland from this pavilion end, and Ollie Pope will just pick up another single, just nudges this one into the leg side. One more to the total, 247 for 3. Far too soon and far too young, but wow. He said that he packed in 4 lives into that one, and
have some stories, wouldn't he?
woof. And at the memorial service, his dad, the last line was lovely. As in over the wicket comes Holland, forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up to mid on, and there's no run. I smoked a bit, I drank a bit, and I bowled a little leg spin, and that just, it was a lovely way to end it, really. But what an entertainer, and he's obviously fondly remembered here as well for that 05 Ashes series. Unbelievable. As in over the wicket once again. Here's Holland, and forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I think you know you're special when that news broke, and it was everywhere, wasn't it? Everywhere, and it wasn't just cricket, it was outside of cricket, absolutely. I don't think anybody could really. As in over the wicket once more comes Holland, and forward goes Ben Folkes to a good length delivery, just pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, looks confident, doesn't he, Ben Folkes? Fresh off 100 last week at Edgbaston, just picking up where he's left off, and obviously the man in possession of the gloves now for the England Test side, looking to get off to a good start this summer and have a good summer with the gloves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Been waiting a long time.
Yeah, well, he's not played. I was saying last week, as forward goes Folkes, he'll get a single here, down towards fine leg as he just rolls the wrists on that. He hasn't played a test match yet in this country. All his tests have been away from home. And of course he was meant to be playing. I think everybody was expecting him to play against New Zealand, and then he picked up that strange injury where he basically tore his hamstring when he turned round on the dressing room carpet. So, you know, he'll be keeping his fingers crossed that he gets a run this summer at home. As forward goes Ollie Pope. That's just come back a touch at him from Holland. And there is no run. Varun Chopra, thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. We'll bring back Kevin James, who's lurking over my right shoulder at the moment. And Mr. James has been updating next door. And Varun Chopra, thank you very much indeed. Absolute joy to have Varun here today. And here is Kevin James. Lovely to see Varun Chopra today. Now we're getting Liam Dawson into the attack down below us, so Al Dawson comes back into the attack. Of course, there's a new ball due in 5 overs time, and Keith Barker's been having a bit of a stretch and a bit of a warm-up, I noticed, away in the distance. So Liam Dawson, 8 overs, 1 maiden so far. Picked up a wicket but kept it very tight. Liam Dawson, left arm round the wicket he comes then to Ben Folkes, who's forward and pushing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. 248 for 3, Surrey. 2 runs away from what would be a second batting point. Ben Folkes 8 not out. Slip in there for Dawson, as this one's a little more tossed up by Liam Dawson. He's forward and just pushing that one away out into the offside. Ollie Pope's just rehearsing his forward defence down there at the non-strikers end. Welcome back, Kevin James, as in round the wicket comes Dawson once again. And looking to work around that front pad is Ben Folkes. I'm sure you've spoken about it a lot, but it's the first time I've seen you since Mr. Warne. And
yes.
yeah, and just obviously a shock and far too soon, but what a cricketer that man was. And I was just saying there to Varun, as in round the wicket comes Dawson, and forward goes Ben Folkes. But you think about the amount of wickets he might have picked up if they'd been DRS as well. You know, unbelievable. And of course, much love at Hampshire as well. There's a stand down at the Aegeus Bowl after Mr. Warner's. Left arm around the wicket again comes Dawson, and this is turned off the pads into the leg side, and there's no run.
Just came out of the blue, didn't it? The whole news. My sports editor phoned me. I wasn't actually working on the day, and he phoned me and he said, "Have you heard the news?" And I wondered what on earth he was talking about. I didn't know.
Absolutely the same, as Dawson's round the wicket once again, and forward goes Folkes. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch. End of the over, maiden over from Liam Dawson first up, 248 for 3. I was, funny enough, heading off to the Stoop to do a Harlequins game, and I knew something was up because my phone, I've missed about 3 or 4 calls from the office, and I thought it's not normal, and then they told me, and just an absolute shock. But what a cricket, what a character, and sort of just saying there to Varun, you know you're special when it's not just your sport that are leading the tributes. It was the whole world was leading tributes.
In Holland from the pavilion end, Pope works that away in front of square on the leg side to the short boundary side. That's to our left. And he moves on to 78, 249 for 3. 1 run away from another bonus point. Surrey. Yeah, and I did a couple of media interviews. I did about 3, I think, in total. And I'm thinking, well, I'm not sure I'm that qualified to be talking about him. You know, there are many others that know him better than I did. And yet I found myself doing 3 interviews with various organisations. That's cut away, and that's in the gap in front of square. That'll be 4. Short and wide there for me in Holland. Maybe getting to that point of the day where the bowlers just every now and then just put in a tired delivery. That looked like one. 253 for 3. That's another point for Surrey.
Yeah, it was. He's bowled well today.
He has, very well.
That's Holland. He's probably the pick, I think, of the Hampshire bowlers, but that one was a little short and a little wide, and was just nicely put away by Ben Folkes for 4. But that new ball around the corner, and just watching Barker getting warmed up, I suppose if you're Hampshire, you think to yourself, well, if we take it, we've got to use it well tonight.
Yeah. Here's Holland again then. That's a length ball which is straight and it's turned away on the leg side by Folkes. Moves on to 12, moves on to 13, I tell a lie. 2.54 for 3, and the new ball will be available in 3 overs, or 3.5 overs time. Yeah, so I mean, I had a few stories, I guess, about him, which I guess is what they wanted to hear, but I did feel as though there might have been others that could have. But, you know, I mean, what hasn't been said, that hasn't, that's been said already, but there are very few players, as Pope works that up to wide mid-on, fielded by Barker, who, whether they walk into bat or whether they come on to bowl, you feel that you have to watch and keep your attention on the game, and you don't want to miss a delivery. And he was one of very few, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean, I remember him bowling at Whitgift School. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, isn't it funny you mentioned that one?
I think he got his career best one-day figures there or something. As Folkes pushes that out on the onside off the front foot, just absolutely bamboozled.
But
Surrey.
do you remember that game finished early because he bamboozled Surrey, and then he sat behind a table with a queue going round the boundary rope, just signing autographs. Didn't just leave. Sat down, sat behind a table. Must have been for a good hour and a half, and just signed autographs.
Terrific, wasn't it?
Yeah, amazing.
Holland bowls, and that's worked on the onside by Ollie Pope. He moves on to 79 now, 2.55 for 3. Yeah, he was always very good at that.
And I think, you know, those are the bits that people don't see. But yeah, just amazing, genius, absolute genius. 2.55 for 3, as Kevin James says. Pope 79, Folkes 13, Burns 21, Patel 58, Hamler 73. So, sort of contributions from everybody so far. Without anybody going on.
No.
And we were just saying that this is a long old batting line-up for Surrey with Overton. I would have thought coming in at 9. As left arm round the wicket, then comes Dawson, and Ollie Pope's played this from the crease, and it's just skipped on to him, and Pope's jagged the bat down on that, playing it as late as possible, and that squirted out. I thought he was through him there for a second, but Ollie Pope's in, and such a good eye, playing it as late as possible. Dawson once again will bounce in left arm round the wicket to Pope, and Pope's using the feet and tucks this one down to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. They'll take the new ball, won't they?
Got to.
Got
no option.
Yeah, absolutely. Breeze sort of going right to left across the ground at the moment as Dawson is in. Forward goes Pope, nudges this one back down the pitch. Got to use it. That's the thing tonight. If these two get through to stumps against the new ball as well, then with the sun out tomorrow, could be a long day. As Dawson round the wicket he comes once again. That's short and cut by Ollie Pope behind square on the offside. He'll take the single. Well, Ollie Pope, Sean Abbott out there doing the fielding in his sunglasses. 256 for 3. Folkes comes back on to strike on 13. 18 overs left today after this one. A couple of overs until that new ball will be due, as Dawson's in now and Folkes is forward and punching this one off the front foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I think already for me it's a good game for Hampshire to win from here, to be honest. It's just how many Surrey get in their first innings as to how much pressure they put on Hampshire.
It's funny, isn't it? I'm already thinking about one Surrey bowler as forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one up towards mid-off. And there's no run. You know what I'm going to say, and mainly because of last year, and it was just end of the over, 256 for 3, picked up 8 for I think in the second innings, wasn't it? And he just suddenly got the ball, conventionally just a swing, and it was a terrific spell of bowling. It really was, and it was also he was getting it to duck back in, and then he had the one that didn't swing, and LBW or caught in the slips or behind, wasn't it?
8 for 40 in the second innings, 179 all out Hampshire.
But it was proper spell of quick bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, again, one of those spells where he just looked like he was going to take a wicket with every ball he bowls. I really hope that doesn't happen again, but I think you'll think differently. Yes, that's a length ball from Ian Holland, starting his 16th over here. 2 wickets for 46 for the medium pacer. I got a tweet earlier. Actually, I know. Sorry, you were just going to butt in there. Go on.
No. All I was going to say was with that spell of bowling from Kemar Roach.
Yeah.
It was actually take Surrey, take Hampshire out of it, just to see a bloke like that suddenly crank it up and do what he did was very special.
It was. Live long in the memory. There's another delivery from Holland. Sees Pope pushing that up towards mid-on. I missed this tweet a little early. Apologies from Pete at Summit Sport. It says, greetings from San Marino.
Oh.
I assume he's still listening and watching from there. Wondering if anyone's taken the cricket feed from here. I can't think of anybody from San Marino that's taken cricket there from there before. They may have done. Not sure how much is played over there. I'm not even sure if they're associate or affiliate members. San Marino.
Do you remember when they went 1-up against England in that World Cup game?
Yes.
Qualifier thing. Yeah, wasn't it the quickest goal or something? It was from the kick-off. Just remember Stuart Pearce sort of falling over, and after about 20 seconds, I think it was.
Actually, that was on TV recently, I think, somewhere, as that's turned away through mid-wicket. But Abbott's out there. Is that Abbott?
It is indeed, I think. Yep.
Yeah. I think he's fielding on the short boundary side because he doesn't have to do too much running. I'm just having a look to see where San Marino sit in terms of members of the ICC, or if indeed they are members of the ICC.
Going a long way down that page.
Yeah, I'm at the S's. St Helena. I suppose they'd be there if they were going to be.
Yeah.
Holland was going to bowl, but just pulls out of his action. I can't see.
I've got an awful confession to make. Where is San Marino? Sort of near.
Isn't that the bottom of France?
Is it there? It's there, is it?
I think. I'm going to show myself up with that as well, isn't it?
I don't know.
Actually, that's turned away by Folkes, and Abbott's got a little bit more work to do. As well, actually moves to his left on that deep mid-wicket boundary, although it's not that deep, of course. Pope moves on to 82. I think that should be. The scoreboard's just slightly behind. 259 for 3, although the scoreboard's still showing 258. Am I ahead of myself?
Yeah, I think it was
Pope's back on strike.
Folkes, yeah, with that single to Abbott, so Pope back onto strike.
Yeah, 258. Here's Holland again. He's still got a couple of slips in, actually. So he's going to take a quick single up to mid-on, and Barker was just on his heels a fraction there, although he had to move a bit to his left. That would be the end of the over. Now, where are we in terms of overs? 79 completed, so one more over to go, and that second new ball will be available. I'm having a double check. No, I don't think San Marino are members at all of any description of the ICC, and in terms of where they are, I'm just going to check that as well.
Excellent. Yeah, my geography's dreadful, to be honest with you. It's always been awful. I've got no sense of direction. As Ollie Pope on 82, as round the wicket comes Dawson to him, and Pope's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It's in Italy, is it?
Is it really? We're not doing very well here, are we?
It's in the middle of Italy.
Oh, there you are. Good job you didn't go on holiday there. You'd have been at the bottom of France, J-Mo.
That's embarrassing. That's Monaco, isn't it? Of course.
As round the wicket, which you do go to quite a lot, as this one's whipped by Ollie Pope up towards mid-on to your yacht. Yeah. One more to the total. Pope moves on to 83. 260 for 3. Yes, because of course there is the San Marino Grand Prix as well, isn't there?
Yes.
Yes. As in round the wicket goes Dawson to Folkes. Forward, thickish inside edge, just potters into the leg side, and they'll stroll another single. And that will move Surrey on to 261 for 3.
Thank you, Dominic Smith, who says San Marino's in Italy, lads, near Rimini.
Oh, thank you, Dominic. As I say, I get lost trying to get the train back tonight. in a dreadful sense of direction. As Pope waits again. Dawson tosses this one up. Ollie Pope is forward and just punching this out into the offside. Nick Gubbins comes scampering across to do the fielding. And there's no run.
I'm glad that wasn't the £1 billion question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yes, absolutely.
And I would have dropped down to 32,000 or something.
Yeah. In round the wicket again goes Dawson. Forward goes Pope. Well, let's be honest. If it had been the £1 million question was who was Kevin James's hat-trick victim when he took 4 in 4 against India, you wouldn't have known the answer to that.
I'd have struggled a bit.
Yes. So now you're meant to know where San Marino is beyond me. As Dawson is in again, round the wicket, and forward goes Ollie Pope. Just drops this one into the leg side. So new ball becomes available now for Hampshire. 16 overs left today. Ollie Pope on 83, Ben Folkes on 15, and Surrey are 261 for 3. And here comes Carl Abbott. So Carl Abbott to take this new ball, I think I said Sean Abbott earlier, didn't I? Because of course he played one game for Surrey last season. Yes. Sean Abbott. He actually bowled very nicely, but then poor chap pulled a hamstring. But no, Carl Abbott, of course, into the attack from the pavilion end. So this becomes an important 16 overs, really, doesn't it, in the context of this?
Yeah. They certainly don't want to leak runs, which sometimes the second new ball does. But at the very least, they need to at least pick up a wicket at a minimum and try and keep the run rate down to a premium. Have they actually taken the new ball? I don't think they have yet. Kyle Abbott may bowl a ball or two with the old one, I think.
Yeah, just having a look on the live stream there. Looks like the old ball still. Nope, there's the signal. He's just having a bit of a practice with the old ball, I think. Now he's bowled it down towards the dressing rooms as Carl Abbott, so they're going to take it straight away. Understandably here, Hampshire.
Peter Allen is already sounding defeatist. Solentcricket@gmail.com says, let's hope we can get 700 as well. Blimey.
It's a bit early for that.
There was me sort of calling out the Somerset fans last week who after one day were saying, oh, here we go, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking it's one day, it's the opening day of the season. But,
it's a long old season.
It is a long one. Here's Abbott then with the second new ball, and that's tucked away by Ben Folkes. Now that's raced off the bat, and it's picked up just inside the backward square leg boundary by Ian Holland, who did well there. And they only get a single out of all that. That's incredible. Normally when you hit it out into that area and it looks like it's bisecting two fielders, you get a comfortable 2, but they couldn't do it there. That shows you how short the boundary is. Towards the gasometer side here. Is that still a working gasometer? I think I've asked that question before.
No, I'm not sure it is anymore. Hello to John in San Francisco, who's got a new job, a new commute, but he's still listening to us. Oh, lovely, John.
Great. Abbott. Forward is Pope out on the onside, and there's a single. So the first 2 balls of the second new ball has brought 2 singles, and the total moves on to 263 for 3. Stephen Eason says it's Andorra, which is at the bottom end of France near the Spanish border. That's probably what I was thinking about, Stephen. Thank you very much for showing us, or showing me up especially, where San Marino is. I can't speak for Churchy. If he wants to admit it.
No. I had no idea.
It's bad, really, isn't it? As forward is Folkes to a length ball, and that's played out into the covers. I feel quite embarrassed about that, really.
No, I don't. I didn't know where it was. Yeah, I don't know where many places are really. Getting back to Victoria
San
Station.
Sebastian.
Is that a band, is it? Yeah, I'll get lost walking back to Victoria tonight.
Abbott again from that pavilion end then. Bit of sunshine around. Forward is Folkes comfortably there as it goes out into the covers once more.
On a serious point though, we're doing this job for a while, but before the old sat-navs, I used to get so nervous about not getting to the ground because I had reams and reams of paper about come off at junction with big map of England. Whereas now, of course, you just pop it into the old sat-nav. But sometimes the old sat-nav takes you around the houses.
Does get it wrong there. I was going somewhere in the winter and it got wrong. Forgetting where that was. There's a nice drive down the ground. That's going up towards the pavilion. That'll be 4 runs. Over pitch from Kyle Abbott. Folks taking full value for that shot. He moves on to 20 and it's 267 for 3 now.
That's a lovely shot from Ben Folkes. He's in form. He's coming off the back of an unbeaten 100, of course, and just again slightly over pitch from Kyle Abbott. And that new ball's going to whistle off the bat. That flew off down to the boundary rope for 4.
Abbott still looking for his first wicket of the day, of the innings. Whipped away through deep mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders out there. Fuller is the one who fields on that occasion. Nothing happening for Kyle Abbott in that over. First over with a second new ball. And that over cost 7. 268 for 3. And Pope continuing to torment Hampshire with his batting.
I wonder what his average is against Hampshire. Ollie, but I reckon it's up over 100.
Well, it comfortably in the last 2 or 3 years. To
Absolutely.
be honest, I don't want to know. So if you are checking it out, which I know many of you do and like to when we bring things up, don't bother tweeting me or emailing me. Just send it to @backandacross.
Yep, you're more than welcome.
I don't want to. I actually don't want to know.
Kevin James doesn't want to know. No. He didn't know where San Marino was, like me, as well. But the old sat-navs. But do you remember that before the sat-nav? I used to have my big atlas. I used to sit there the night before and use post-it notes, because then you go to, and then you'd be on page 30, wouldn't you? And you go off page 30, but you had to go on to page 73, whichever the way they do this. And it's God, a number of times sort of pulling over to try and work out where on earth I was. But then the old sat-navs, they have their moments as well. They can send you around in circles, or you go up a road and it's no longer there or something. 3 slips in there for Abbas. Coming in over the wicket to Ben Folkes with this new ball. That's just hopped a touch on Ben Folkes. Bottom hand comes off the bat. Rolls away out into the covers. And there is no run.
Is there a Surrey branded sat-nav at all? There are any of the cricket clubs got branded sat-navs?
I suppose if they did, you'd always end up back at the ground, wouldn't you? I suppose that's the only way that would work.
If you press the home button.
Yes, exactly. So that you could have your branded cricket sat-nav, but whenever you press the home button, you always ended up back at the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway, see if anybody's out there listening to that. Not sure they'd sell that well. As in over the wicket once more comes Abbas, and this is turned leg side by Ben Folkes. They'll pick up a single. I think better than that, what you could have is, because you have the person on it, don't you, saying in the next junction turn right. You could have your favourite player doing that for you, their voice telling you.
You plug in whatever player you want to hear, male or female.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
I think I should quickly patent that.
Yeah, that's a good idea, that, because you can't
and
you?
Football clubs.
Yeah,
I could do it all.
Yeah, as in over the number of impressions Kevin James does. As forward goes Ollie Pope, plays this one off a goodish length out towards cover point.
But it would be ideal,
no
wouldn't it? You know, it would automatically, and all the grounds that you would potentially go to, you just press that button and it takes you to it, and it would say, I don't know, whatever ground, you know, on your way to Derby. We have beaten them 56 times out of 170 games.
Interesting.
Things like that.
Interesting.
Just a little line.
Yeah, interesting. As Abbas is in, and forward goes Pope, plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside, and there's no run. I have to say, on the sat-nav I've had to turn the lady off now.
Have you?
Yes. She was quite scary, number one. Sort of tended to shout at me at times, it seemed.
Really?
Yes.
If you went the wrong way?
Very sort of demanding. And I'm never great anyway. So with her shouting at me, turn left at the next junction, That absolutely terrified me, to be honest. I've turned that off now. As Abbas is in, and forward goes Pope, pushes this one away out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, I think it's got merits. I really do. You know, a personalised sat-nav for each county cricket club with a player of your choice. Or of course the women's regional sides or counties, whatever, you know, all of them, and you can just decide on any particular day which voice you want to hear.
Very good. Might take a bit of recording that though, mightn't it? Yeah, you'd be sort of stuck in a booth for a while with a microphone. As over the wicket comes Abbas again. Forward goes Pope. Plays that pretty well, because again Abbas with the new balls just getting it to bounce a touch, but Ollie Pope, bottom hand comes off the bat, and that rolls away down to backward point, and Ollie Pope will pick up a single and keep the strike. One more to him. He's on to 85, 270 for 3 then, Surrey. On this opening day, if you're just coming in, Hampshire winning the toss and sticking Surrey in. And Rory Burns was the first to go, caught by Liam Dawson off Ian Holland for 21. After lunch, Ryan Patel caught by Abbas off Fuller pulling for 58, and Hashim Amla caught behind off the bowling of Holland for 73, but Ollie Pope has 85 and Ben Folkes is on 22.
Yeah, another partnership developing. What are we looking at? 37, I think, already. For the 4th wicket, as Abbott's just changing the field in conjunction with captain James Vince. There's extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, so it looks like it's going to be fairly full here, and that's whipped away quite quickly out to deep forward square leg, where fortunately Fuller's right behind that one. Otherwise I think that would have been 4 runs, a couple of yards either side of him. And Pope moves on to 86 now, 271 for 3 with just under 14 overs left in the day's play. Surrey legend on the tweets. I knew we'd get one comment about the sat-navs. Here we go. As that's pushed out into the covers by Folkes. Joe at Silent Sports says, who would you have voicing the Barbados one?
Oh,
Barbados one.
That's a good one. What?
Well, it would have to be Gary
Cigarfield. That'd be amazing.
You'd have to pay him a lot of royalties, though, wouldn't you?
Cigarfield on your sat nav would be fantastic, wouldn't it? That would be cool. That would be good.
Yeah. Be a prized one. I think that would be in a collection. That would be a prized. Cut away by Folkes, just backward at point past the diving fielder, and that's gone out to backward at point. That's, Phoenix Organ diving there. Surrey legend says, I'm not sure a Hampshire branded sat nav would be any good. It would just keep on collapsing when it arrives.
Oh, now come on.
Come on. That's a dig, isn't it?
Come on. Richard saying, if your sat nav lady told you you've gone the wrong way, could you review it? Yes, that's good. And the great Emily Windsor's in touch saying that she feels that I need an update to my sat nav app. No wonder you get to the grounds at 7 a.m. It's a very good point, that, Emily Windsor.
Abbott bowls. Folkes drives up to mid-on, fielded by Barker.
Emily Windsor.
Yeah. You're quite chuffed that she's going to play for the Oval Invincibles.
She's coming. Yeah. She's coming to the capital.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Emily Windsor. Hope all is well. 273 for 3.
Folkes back on strike. 2 slips still. Vince has always kept 2 slips in at least, hasn't he, all day? Here comes Abbott again. Folkes drives, well fielded by Barker. Pope's dived back into the crease. It was hit with some venom, and I think Abbott has been hit on his wrist, arm, toe, boot. I'm not quite sure. It happened all quite quickly. He's okay. He's walking back to his mark. It's been a tough day for Kyle Abbott today. No wickets to his name as yet. I mean, he's bowled more in a day, but for me, just hasn't really had an impact, has he? Really, there hasn't been a spell where you thought, oh, this is Abbott in his groove. I mean, he bowled some good balls at Ryan Patel, didn't he? Coming round the wicket, angled in, which nipped away, and he missed a couple of times. But other than that, I can't really think of much else. Comes in and bowls, and Folkes is well forward, pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. I've got, I think it's a little bit behind. No, 14 overs, none for 65 for the South African. That's right, yeah, that's up to date. End of the over, 273 for 3, 13 left in the day.
Yep, and you've got to go and do your updates in a couple of minutes. Yes, of course you have. Yeah, absolutely. So, Abbas, it's early for Kevin Jones to be sticking 2 fingers up at me, but I think that was a couple of minutes to go. As Abbas then, from the Vauxhall end, getting ready to come into Ollie Pope on 86. Abbas over the wicket he comes. Pope's, oh, lovely shot, just waiting for this and then rolling the wrists on it, working it away through the leg side. The chase is on and they will pick up a couple. Of course, it's Carl Abbott who has to go chasing after it, and he's lost his sunglasses there as well as the throw comes in. So 3 more to Pope. He'll move on to 89 now, and Surrey moving on to 276 for 3.
Big divot for the ground staff to replace at the end of the day.
Yeah, it always worries me when a bowler does that, or a fielder, and then he gets stuck in the Simon Jones. I always remember that on that Ashes series. Horrific. As Mohamed Abbas is in, and that's a good one. That beats Ben Folkes. Nod from Ben Folkes there to Abbas. Drinks being brought on. Gubbins is obviously, looks like he's in the desert over there, doesn't it?
Looks like September.
Yeah, it does. He's getting a drink on board in between deliveries, which is sensible. And Mr. James is nipping next door to do his update at 5:30 for BBC Radio Solent. About an hour of play to go today on this first day. 2 slips and a gully for Abbas as over the wicket he comes to Folkes. Folkes is in behind a short one. Gets up on his toes, punches this ball up towards Keith Barker under his white floppy sun hat. Still a good number in. A few more people in that middle tier of the MAR Galadari stand, but very nice to see everybody. Of course, the opening game here in South London. Both these sides have had a game already. As Abbas is over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Ben Folkes, just going away from him and taken by Ben Brown up above his right shoulder. I must say, the one thing I have noticed is our chairs in here have got a bit squeakier over the winter months. Sort of those revolving chairs, which are always quite fun, but a little bit squeakier than normal. 2 slips and a gully. Cover point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the long leg as Abbas is over the wicket to Folkes. Folkes forward he comes and plays this off the stumps up towards mid-on. Carl Abbott does the fielding in there. Ollie Pope 11 away from what would be a first 100 of this summer. Folkes, of course, already has one this summer. Keith Barker signalling away. Wants something from the 12th man. As over the wicket comes Abbas, and this is left alone. Outside is off stump by Ben Folkes. End of the over. So we've got 12 overs remaining on this first day. Surrey 276 for 3. Pope has 89. Folkes has 24. Those two get together for a bit of a natter about everything out there, but they'll just sort of be saying to themselves, just keep going the way you are at the moment, because Surrey are already in a very, very good position on this opening day. Hampshire will be hoping that they can pick up some wickets with this new ball, as Carl Abbott comes in over the wicket, and this is whipped into the leg side by Ollie Pope out there towards deep mid wicket. Now Stroll another single, that take Pope into the 90s, so on to 90 he goes. Ollie Pope, and Sorry, move on to 277 for 3. Ben Folkes comes back onto strike on 24. Vince and Dawson are those 2 slips. James Vince at first slip, Liam Dawson at second. Is running away from the pavilion is Kyle Abbott, and this is a check drive from Ben Folkes, right-handed of course. Ben Folkes in shirt-sleeved order, and that's whistling up towards the mid-on fielder, which is Keith Barker. Have a little look at some other scores from around the country. Of course, the opening day of this round of championship matches in both the first and the second division, of course, of the county championship. Gloucestershire 227 all out against Yorkshire as Kyle Abbott is in. Oh, and folks, I think he's looking to open the face on that and get that to the left, a backward point, and it's got an inside edge onto his back pad, and that rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. So Gloucestershire all out for 227. Yorkshire will have a bat tonight. Kenton Lancashire 304 for 4. Croft 102. Villas has 124. So a pretty good day that for Lancashire so far, as Abbott is in. Forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this good length delivery out into the offside. Alistair Cook's just gone past 25,000 first class runs, because Essex are 80 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 109 all out. So Somerset all out for 109. Derbyshire 300 for 2 against Sussex on the opening day at Derby in Division 2. Durham 292 for 4 against Leicestershire, and Nottinghamshire 264 for 7 against Glamorgan, as Kyle Abbott is in, and this one's pushed by Ben Folkes off a goodish length out into the offside, and there's no run. Welcome back Kevin James, who's just done his update for BBC Radio Solent as to what is going on here in South London. And Kyle Abbott's turning once more in front of the pavilion. Comes in over the wicket to Folkes. Folkes driving uppishly, but he's timed this beautifully again with that new ball, and that has whistled off down to the long off boundary rope for 4 more. That'll take Ben Folkes on to 28 and move Surrey on to 281 for 3. And I think we've got 11 overs left in the day, Kevin James.
Second new ball's done very little, hasn't it?
I know, I haven't done anything actually.
That's probably more accurate.
Nice. Yeah. That is your worry, isn't it? Yeah, the new ball, Kyle Abbott, length delivery, and Ben Folkes has just gone bang straight back down the ground for 4. Yeah, with 11 overs to go, Surrey are already in a good position. Been a fantastic position by Stumps with 11 overs left.
Yeah, if they can keep 7 wickets intact going into tomorrow, commanding position outside the off stump, and Pope, I don't think, plays at that one.
Good use of the word commanding.
Thank you.
That's what I always think of when you enter the commentary box, Kevin James. Commanding. The commanding presence of Kevin James. We've been doing a lot of your stats today. 8,000 first class runs. 4 in 4 against India. Mr. Chopra with his 10,000 first class runs, but Sir Alistair's just gone past 25,000 first class runs. That's a lot of first class runs, isn't it?
He still seems keen. He's like the Essex version of Amler. That's cut and just short of second slip.
That's a weird one, isn't it?
It was. Did that come off
the
glove or something?
I
It didn't carry at all, did it?
No, I think it's nipped back at Ollie Pope as he went to cut it. It's just hit his glove.
Took all the pace out of it. Alex Pryor, who's tweeted at Solent Sport, who says, who's your tip for the county championship this season? Surrey, perhaps? Or are you fearful that Hampshire could be relegated based on this performance with the ball? Oh, God.
Oh, it's a bit early for all of that.
It's absolutely amazing, isn't it? Where, one average day or one average session or what have you, and all of a sudden it's like, that's it. It's a long season. length ball which Pope works towards mid-wicket. It doesn't necessarily mean, because Surrey have had a 2 3/4 good sessions, that they are going to be county champions. This I don't know, Alex, if that's a bit of a wind-up on Twitter. I don't know, but there is a long way to go. Both these sides will have good days, both these sides will have bad days. They'll probably both have bad games, and I say that plural. You've only got to look at Hampshire mid-season last year. They were not playing very well at all, which started actually from this game onwards, and yet came within 1 wicket of winning the championship. It's a lot of different things to take into account. Thick outside edge through the vacant gully area, races down towards third man, will be picked up, and Pope with that single moves on to 91, continuing his fine form in recent seasons against Hampshire. He loves a Hampshire bowling attack. 282 for 3. So don't get too down, don't get too high. Worry about things come middle of September.
Yes. Little punch of gloves there. Well, not that Mohammed Abbas is wearing gloves, obviously, but just a little punch there on the glove of Ollie Pope. I think they were talking about that ball hit back at him and hit his glove. Then nice to see.
Abbas bowls and Folks gets a length ball. I don't think Hampshire bowled particularly bad at all today.
No.
I just think that
it's a good pitch.
It's a better pitch than they thought.
Good pitch to bat on this on the first day. But what Hampshire will say to themselves is, you know, the sun's coming out as well, so it will stay. It'll stay a good pitch to bat on, I would have thought. It will. Something will start happening at some point, because with the sun out. But Hampshire might enjoy batting on this as well.
That's a length ball again, which which Folks pushes back to the bowler. That's the end of Abbas is over, and he hasn't looked particularly threatening at all today. 19 overs, none for 42. He's kept it tight, which is good. That's what he always does. But for me, I don't know, you would have expected a wicket or two from him at some point throughout the day, but it just does not happen for him at all, does it? They haven't come close to looking to happen for him.
And but we'll continue from that pavilion end. Oh, Holland's been the pick of the bowlers today. He really has. Actually, no, there's a change of plan. Keith Barker's going to have a bowl. So Keith Barker coming into the attack now. A change of plan. Umpire Milnes is having a long old chat with Carl Abbott out there about something. 13 overs, 4 maidens, none for 38 today for Keith Barker. And we have got 10 overs remaining in the day's play. Ollie Pope bouncing around on his toes. 91 not out is Ollie Pope. Survey of the field. And, well, Vince and Dawson have swapped positions now, so Dawson at first slip, Vince at a sort of third slip, as Keith Barker on a length straight away, just going across Ollie Pope, who shoulders arms there. Ollie Pope, he's gone past 3,000 first class runs for Surrey today, as Ollie Pope, so well done to him. And as I was saying, Sir Alistair is past 25,000. I was looking, actually, Mr. Dawson isn't too far away from 8,000 first class runs for Hampshire. Ollie Pope's had a go at this one that's going across him. He's really cross with himself there, just hung it out there, did Keith Barker, and from left arm over on that angle, that's always going away from Ollie Pope, and he's had a right old flash at that. And then he just rehearses letting the ball go outside his off stump, but he'd have been livid with himself if he got a little nick on that. That would have been a bonus for Hampshire. And now he's just getting those feet going again. Ollie Pope might have just had a quiet word with himself there, as Barker is in once more to Pope, and better looking shot, driving, but again just hopped a touch on him, I think, from Keith Barker. That rolls out there towards cover point, and there's no run. You'd have been in these positions before, Mr. James. Been a long old day, hasn't it?
Yeah, you just want to get off, really. Well, I mean, 9 overs, you know, even if there's a couple of wickets, and there's no reason to think, well, there might not be, but would help. But yeah, you just think, oh, to come back tomorrow and hopefully things will be different.
Barker in again. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. It's actually the other thing I would say here today is at least it's not freezing cold. That's the other thing. You know, if you're going to have you always talk about the long days in the dirt and all that good stuff, but last week was absolutely Baltic, and it was no fun.
Should be starting the season this week, weather-wise anyway.
Yes. Keith Barker is in once more to Pope. Pope lets this one go outside his off stump. Interesting this from Ollie Pope, and the fact that he had that flash.
Yeah.
Now he's reined it back in again, hasn't he?
Well, he's refocused him. And you know, sometimes you don't get that luxury as a batter because you edge it and then you walk back to the pavilion and you spend the next however long replaying the shot, saying, "Oh, what have I done?" and giving it away, blah 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 blah. But he's on this occasion he's given another chance. But you know, I think whilst Hampshire haven't beaten the bat a lot today, certainly not as much as we would have thought.
As Barker's in, and this one's left alone again by Ollie Pope outside his off stump.
You know, I do think maybe on another day, one or two of those would have caught the edge. So, you know, it has been one of those days for Hampshire. I think on the whole, they've been fairly disciplined with their bowling. I'm sure they'll probably say, well, there's a couple of areas where we could have tightened up. But I don't think there was any obvious areas where they've let scoring get away from them and what have you. I think they've kept it there or thereabouts throughout the day. I think it's just one of those days where it hasn't quite happened for them. The pitch hasn't quite turned out the way they thought, and also, and I probably put this top of the list, I think there's been some good Surrey batting.
Yeah, there has, and it's a good Surrey batting lineup.
Yeah.
You know, as I keep laboriously saying, if you've got Jamie Overton coming in at 9, it's not the worst.
That's right. Here's Abbas to start a new over in the evening sunshine. It's beaten the bat. There's a classic example there where focuses forward and that ball has just straightened on him off the deck and it hasn't caught the edge.
It's big grin back.
Yeah. But as I say, there hasn't been as much of that today.
No, there
as
hasn't.
I thought
There really hasn't been. And look, it's an interesting. Thank God Hampshire didn't bowl badly, because this is one of those where if you didn't bowl that well, the game could be away from you before you've even blinked.
Yeah. I still think there's a bit in it for the Surrey bowlers, even when they begin to bowl. I think fresh bowlers get a little bit out of it. Here comes Abbas again to Folkes. Length ball, which Folkes punches up towards mid-off. Don Topley, our friend Don Topley is on the
yes.
That's Solent Sport. Dad of Reese.
Hello, Toppers.
Evening, gents, he says. I'm listening in today, but hoping Sir Alistair bats really big so I can do commentary down in Taunton for days 3 and 4.
He'll probably still be batting, won't he?
Amazed by Somerset's recent batting. Perhaps not championship potential. Always controversial, is Don. Kiss the deck bowlers look the most dangerous at the Oval. Here comes Abbas. That's a length ball again, which is pushed out towards that extra cover. I think all the bowlers have got a little seam movement to varying degrees.
I think, and so you just go back to last year, and okay, it did do a bit, but when Roach took that 8 for whatever it was, that was just high quality, fast swing bowling, just from nowhere. I just remember him conventional, wasn't it? And getting it just to duck back at the right-hander, and then the one that just kept its line.
Yep. Here's Abbas again. Fuller on leg stump, and that's turned away by Folkes just in front of square on the leg side. Holland's after it. They'll pick up 2. 284 for 3 now, and Folkes moves on to 30.
Yeah, nicely played again by Ben Folkes. Just a little roll of the wrists. He looks in good nick, doesn't he? You can see he's coming off the back of 100. 30 not out. No fuss, no bother. 284 for 3. Actually, back on the old sat-nav voiceover thing, I'd quite like you to be on my sat-nav, I think. Yes, I think so. Quite soothing.
Oh, outside the off stump. That's a good leave from Folkes. Well, that's very kind of you.
You can, I think, am I not right in saying there's some clever app somewhere that enables you to download voices onto your sat-nav? So you could have, I don't know, so Ian McKellen sort of in the voice of Gandalf telling you to turn left on the B364 to Basingstoke.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I may have just made that up. And if I have, someone somewhere is going to make an absolute fortune if they're listening in. Yeah.
It's a good idea. Abbas Focuses on the back foot, punches that out towards extra cover, and there is no run. 284 for 3. Pope has 91. He'll face the next delivery, the next over. Folkes is 30, and there are 8 overs left in the day. I still think, personalised sat-navs is the way forward as a cricket fan.
Yeah.
Imagine Kevin Peterson telling you where to go.
Oh, that'd be magnificent, wouldn't it? That would be magnificent. You could have them in the sort of the colours of your county as well, couldn't you? On the old sat nav. There's waiting over his bat once more is Ollie Pope. As in over the wicket then goes Keith Barker from the pavilion, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Because sometimes when you go to the old fun fair or one of these Thorpe Park or one of them other sort of amusement places are available, I believe. But you sometimes on the rides get a famous voice telling you,
yes,
sort of in a space ship that when the dinosaurs and all that stuff, it's normally sort of Judi Dench or somebody like that, isn't it? So maybe you could have that with your cricketing sat nav as in over the wicket once more. Comes Barker. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope, just slightly over pitched by Keith Barker and just driven away by Ollie Pope for 4, and that'll move Ollie Pope on to 95, and that moves Surrey on to 288 for 3.
I haven't been to Disneyland Paris for a long time. Other amusement parks around the world available.
Not in Paris.
No. Well, there is. Oh no, it's not in Paris. It's that Asterix Park, or that's not in Paris. Yeah. And is it Jeremy Irons used to voice this?
He's in The Lion King, wasn't he, Jeremy Irons?
Yeah, but it wasn't the main park, it was the other one next to it.
As in over the wicket comes Barker to Pope on 95, and Pope will move on to 96. He wants 2 here, he'll move on to 97. That's great running from Ollie Pope. That's where he is so good, in the fact that he knew exactly what he was up to there. Just dropped it and was immediately shouting at Ben Folkes he wanted 2. And Ollie Pope moves on to 97 here, and it's 290 for 3.
Again, I haven't been through the Channel Tunnel for quite a while, but my old boss at BBC Radio Solent was the voice for that.
What, the voice of the Channel Tunnel?
Yes, he was.
As Ollie Pope, 97 not out, as Barker is in and up on his toes. Goes Pope and turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. What a thing to be, that is.
Well, I remember sort of, because you don't really take much notice, do you, of those safety things that go on for ages before you actually take off in your car. And I remember thinking, this voice sounds familiar, and then when I got back to the radio station and that, I said, is that you? He said, oh yeah, I did that years ago. And it's still going.
What a great job that is. What do you want to be? I'll be the voice of the Dartford Tunnel, please. Keith Barker. He's going to come left arm round the wicket now to Ollie Pope. Deep backward square. And a long leg. Pope 97 not out. Barker's round the wicket to him, and Ollie Pope picks this one up, flicks it leg side. This will be the 100 for Ollie Pope, because Mohammed Abbas won't get round to that. And Ollie Pope moves to 100 yet again here in South London. It's his first one of the summer, and Ollie Pope 101 not out of 151 deliveries with 11 fours and 1 6, and he gets a warm round of applause from his home faithful. But it's been a nice innings this from Ollie Pope. He moves on to 101, and Surrey move on to 294 for 3, and he settles himself down over his bat once more as Barker's round the wicket to him, and Pope lets this one go outside his off stump end of the over. So Ollie Pope, his first 100 of the summer, and it's 294 for 3.
Well, it's a tremendous 100 for lots of reasons, and it keeps his run going against Hampshire in this competition on this ground. 2018 145, 2019 221 not out. They didn't play here in 2020, but last year 131, and here he is again with another 100.
Yeah, and again, let's see what happens tonight before stumps. But the other thing that will worry Hampshire is they know what this lad's like, and as I say, he is a greedy little when he gets in. He really is. And it's been a nice innings this from Ollie Pope. So yeah, first one of the summer for him. Do him good to get the first one under his belt early as well. 7 to go tonight. Carl Abbott's having a go now from the Vauxhall end.
Just one more wicket of something for Hampshire to cling on to. With 7 overs left, as you say. That's outside the off stump to Ben Folkes, who watches that go by to Ben Brown. Yeah, tough day for Hampshire. A good day for Surrey, which at the moment, from what we're seeing, no reason to think that won't continue for the next, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or so that we've probably got left in the day's play.
I think it's either 12 or 13 first-class hundreds now for Ollie Pope.
Wow. Folkes works that to mid-wicket, no run there.
And I would hazard a guess that at least of that, 7, 8 have been here, I would have thought. His first-class 100.
He must be back over 100 now, averaging here, isn't he?
Oh, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, he does. He just loves batting here. He really does. A lot of people do, but his record's extraordinary.
Here's Abbott. Runs away from us and bowls to Folkes. Folkes leaves that one alone. Outside the off stump once more. Can't be tempted.
He's got a fairly good lick as well, 151 balls. But he's always busy, isn't he? That's the thing with Ollie Pope, he's always busy at the crease.
Chanceless. Here comes Abbott again then to Folkes, and again it's left alone outside the off stump. Phil Brown has tweeted at Solent Sport, says, just catching up on the live feed. At 10:30 this morning I heard that Hampshire had won the toss and elected to field. Immediately I thought, why? Surely bat first 90% of the time. Any discussion on this? Well, Phil, to be honest, we've kind of talked about it all day really. Well done Ollie Pope, it says PS. It's I suppose it's easy to say, isn't it, when you look at the scoreboard and say, well, that was a bad decision.
Not bowled badly.
No, as we said, that's the thing, isn't it? They haven't actually bowled that badly. Outside the off stump and left alone, it really is, just to repeat if you're just joining us, that it's been a mixture of perhaps the wicket not doing quite as much as Hampshire thought, but also some very good disciplined batting.
Oh, that's the thing, and that's what will please Gareth Batty again. That's that he doesn't want spectacular, he just wants solid. Because with this batting lineup, if you're solid, spectacular will turn up at some point.
Yeah. If you were the batting coach of this side, you would be happy with today, wouldn't you? That's pushed towards mid-on. Your job's safe for a while.
Well, Jay
after
Troughton,
a day like today.
Of course, Jay Troughton's in charge of sort of the batting now.
He'll be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you want that sort of neat and tidy. I think it's a phrase often, well, I often be a bit business-like, and I think Surrey have been business-like today, haven't they?
Yeah.
Nothing spectacular, just solid. Taking advantage of the fact that, it happens. It hasn't done as much as I think Hampshire expected. But they've taken advantage of that fact. And 294 for 3. I just want to get through these 6 overs and then come back tomorrow and sort of looked about once in this game. That'll be the thing now from a Surrey perspective, won't it?
Definitely.
As Barker is continuing from the pavilion end, coming in left arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's on 101. Doesn't really time this, looking to drive down the ground. Good evening to Nathan out there in Singapore. He says he's late tuning in tonight, but nice to have you with us, Nathan. Hope all's well, my friend, with you. Ben Folkes having a little wander down there at the non-striker's end as Barker is in once again, and Ollie Pope's had a nibble outside his off stump. Feet didn't really go anywhere. He's looking to run that off down towards third man. He sort of played that as if it kept low on him, but it didn't. His feet didn't go anywhere. Naughty shot from Ollie Pope, but again, Nothing on it.
No. It's been his only fault today, really, hasn't it? That a couple of times just outside the off stump, he's just looked a bit ugly, isn't he, with the bat a long way away from the body.
It's a massive strength of his, is that get the ball down there towards third man and manoeuvre it, but also it can get him into trouble as forward he comes here. Solid looking shot that. Plays it out into the offside, but yet definitely there he was just looking to open up that face and run it off down towards third man. And a little bit of a naughty shot. Ben Folkes just wandered down to have a quiet word with Ollie Pope. Played very nicely for this 101.
I'm nitpicking a little bit though.
As Barker comes in to him. That's a good ball. It's got to play at that. That's gone from Barker. That's the interesting thing. There has been the odd one that has zipped. And that did zip from Barker, didn't it? Lovely bit of bowling. That's to a fella on 101. Genuinely played at that, did Ollie Pope. And that went past his outside edge and taken by Ben Brown. Liam Dawson's using his boots there to get rid of some dirt round his studs. Clever trick, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Pope again, just climbing a touch on him. Now I couldn't do that because I'm old, but he sort of sat down, Mr. Dawson, there, and he's put both his boots together with the studs and then rubbed them together to get rid of all the dirt around his studs. I'm not sure I could do it. Well, if I did attempt that, you'd be getting a crane to get me up again, I can assure you. I'd pull a muscle somewhere, I'm sure. As in over the wicket again comes Barker, left alone again by Ollie Pope outside his off stump. 5 to go this evening, and Surrey are 294 for 3.
Well, we saw Barker this morning open up and got the new ball to swing into the right hander away to the left handers, because he was bowling to Burns and to Ryan Patel, but most definitely here angling the ball across the right hander quite deliberately. Nothing coming back in at all to Ollie Pope. Just got to see the odd one come back in, which might actually make Pope prod it a few more outside off stump, but there's no swing for Barker at all. It's just angled across, and he's coming over the wicket again, which suggests that with a thought about tomorrow morning with Felix Organ coming into play with his off spin. Wrapped on the pad there is Folkes as it goes out on the leg side. Start of a new over from Abbott. 294 for 3, the start of the last of the 5 overs here on day 1, which has most definitely belonged to the home side.
Yeah, the bowlers will sleep well tonight. Get back to the hotel, feet up.
Come again tomorrow.
Yep.
Got no choice.
Yeah,
this is where 4-day games get tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a bowler. Abbott bowls, and that's turned away towards mid-wicket by Folkes. I know a lot of people say, oh yeah, they train a lot and they do this and that. But 4-day games are tough when you start to go, and it looks as though, we're going to go well into day 2 with this innings, the way things are. And that's when you really start to feel it as a bowler. And it's not so much on the day, although you do feel it. It's 3 or 4 days later.
Or even sometimes it's that next morning thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
can you get yourself going again?
It's tough. And Barker bowls again. It's a length ball to Folkes, who's forward.
What
up to extra cover.
What I've learned over the years is if and poor players, if this is the case, I'm in the same hotel as them, and they've had a long day in the field. The bowlers always just don't queue up behind them if you're going for the breakfast buffet, because it takes them a while, doesn't it? After a really long day, always a little slower than normal at the breakfast buffet. A couple of pano raisins for me this morning.
Oh really?
Kevin James, very exotic.
Is that healthy? I can't remember. It's come back, but it's left alone outside the off stump.
Pastry.
Yeah.
I'm partial to the old pano raisin.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Sort of it's happened over the winter months. I have to say I wasn't a big pano raisin fan, but I am now.
Because of?
Well, I like pastry and I like raisins. So it sort of works out quite well, really, with that combination. So yes,
let's put that one to bed.
Well, exactly. I didn't really realise that they existed, though, if I'm honest.
Did you not?
No.
Here's Abed again. It's full and it's driven up to mid-on, fielded by Mo Abbas. It's a perfect combination then, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. But
that's one of the more exciting conversations I've had on commentary over the years.
Well, it's been a long winter. The highlight of my day, that is getting off the train, getting lost, finding a well-known coffee establishment and having one of them, their Patel raisins. Genuinely like, wow, this, yeah. Look forward to that idea.
Here comes Abed again. That's driven a little bit quicker this time, and Abbas doesn't pick it up cleanly at mid-on, but saves a run being taken. And I'm still thinking about you scoffing those pastries. 294 for 3. That was a very interesting couple of minutes. That
keeps the listener happy, doesn't it? Folks, 30.
We assume.
Pope 100. Well, that's probably turned off now. Pope 101. 294 for 3 here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent. And well, I'm sure you're staying up in the capital, and a bit of a walk in the morning for you, Kevin James, along the Thames.
Minute,
Lovely.
Long Bill Bank this morning.
Weather will be nice in the morning for a stroll.
Well, I did look at the weather forecast before I came up, and I thought, am I going to get away with walking each day? And it looks like I will be.
Good. Barker continuing from the pavilion end, and this is driven by Ollie Pope down towards long off. Oh, Carl Abbott's chasing again. Isn't it always the way? And they'll pick up 3. See the Surrey coaching staff down there waiting for the end of play to pick up their bits and pieces from the bags, taking all 5 of them, it looks like, as this is driven nicely by Pope, isn't it, when you see it on the replay there. And that moves Ollie Pope onto 104, and Surrey actually now are a 3rd run away, or 3 runs away from a 3rd batting point.
I get very inspired walking through London.
Nah, you do.
There's just something about the atmosphere and what have you, and it's ideal. Walking back tonight, walking here this morning. It's.
I've found myself now. I'm at that age where I take photos.
Do you?
Yeah. Yesterday it was Westminster Abbey, as in round the wicket goes Keith Barker, and folks has got something on this, I think. Otherwise that has swung a long way. Yeah, that's buys, because that kept swinging from Barker, and that is the 300 up for Surrey. So this is a very solid day now for Surrey. 3rd batting point, and Surrey 301 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a very good day. Just each milestone now that goes by just emphasises just how well Surrey have done. There is a big monumental church or something very near where I'm staying, and I didn't really have time this morning to actually investigate, but I will.
Excellent. It's round the wicket once again. Comes Barker, forward goes Folks, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, of course, Good Friday tomorrow, so there'll be a lot of people heading to church.
Will there?
Well, you're going in the other direction.
I'll be walking straight past.
But no, yeah, got a lovely photo yesterday of Westminster Abbey.
Very nice.
Thank you. That make a difference when the sun's out as well. As in round the wicket comes Barker to Folks, and Folks is forward and playing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. So a 3rd batting point for Surrey. 301 for 3. Hope on 104, Folks on 30. Partnership between these two now is worth 68, I think that is.
It's been the feature, isn't it, of the innings, there's big partnerships virtually all the way down.
And that's
14 for the last wicket.
That's what I mean about a solid day. As in round the wicket comes Barker, and Folks just lets this come to him, opens up the face of the bat, guides it off down towards 3rd man. Back goes Felix Organ. They'll get back for 2. That'll be 2 more to Ben Folks. He moves on to 32, 303 for 3.
You can tell that my mind's switching off on the day's play now, can't you? Because I'm talking about all sorts of things other than the cricket. Only because it's been a tough day for Hampshire, and starting to think about other things now.
What day is it? Thursday. Thursday. It's normally some
Maundy Thursday.
Indeed, Maundy Thursday. As in round the wicket comes Barker again. This is drilled back down the ground from Ben Folks up there towards mid-off. End of the over, so 3 to go tonight. 303 for 3 then Folks has 32, Pope has 104. It's usually something good on the telly on a Thursday. So and it's bank holiday. We're going into that, so there'll be a good film on tonight and tomorrow. There normally is over the old bank holiday weekend.
Okay.
That's something to look forward to as well tonight once you get back.
Tremendous.
Yep.
Do we know what Maundy Thursday stands for?
It should do, but I must admit, I don't.
Also known as Holy Thursday. I'll come back to that as Abbott starts a new over. One of the last three that's to be bowled, and it's driven past Abbott. I think got half a hand on that. Goes back behind the stumps. Pope facing. Is a day marked by Christians across the world and forms part of the Easter celebrations. Holy Week is a series of days from when Jesus Christ entered Jerusalem, in brackets Palm Sunday, to his crucifixion, Good Friday, and his resurrection on Easter Sunday. Anyway. Happy Maundy Thursday. Do you say that? I don't know. Here comes Abbott again on the line of leg stump. It wraps Pope on the pads as it goes out to Holland at short mid-wicket.
Actually, when the weather's...
sorry. Yeah, go on.
When the weather's like this, though, as talking about walking, I actually enjoy a walk to the station. Whereas in the winter, when it's all cold... It's not much fun. No, but on a nice evening like this... It's quite nice just to wander back to the station, find none of the trains are running. Well, that's a point. Bank holiday trains.
But again, driven, it's gone through the inside edge, I think, and only just missed the off stump. Great take from Ben Brown, because that really took off from a length. Went quickly. Ben Brown had to move smartly to his left. And how that has missed the off stump, let alone the inside edge, I do not know. Drew Pope into the drive. End of the over. There is still a bit there from time to time. Just watch that again on the replay. In fact, the replay was a little bit after all the action had happened. There is a better explanation for Maundy Thursday. It's the day during Holy Week that commemorates the washing of the feet and Last Supper of Jesus Christ.
Well, the Last Supper,
of
course, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, sorry, that's a better description. Length ball, which Pope plays late, pushes that behind square on the offside. Pope moves on to 105, 304 for 3 now.
Oh, well, Mike's saying it's a great day as well because it's his birthday. So there you are, Mike. Happy birthday to you, sir. And he says it was lovely and warm today. And MasterChef's on the telly. Yeah. Mike's saying if Hampshire Manor had been given LBW, it might have been a better day, but it's his birthday, so well done.
Yeah. It's happened to Ben Folkes, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and Dominic Smith at Sunday Sport says Maundy Thursday so named when you have a Thursday so bad that it feels like a Monday. Another Hampshire supporter.
Your MasterChef.
Oh yes, MasterChef.
Still going,
yes.
is it?
Do you like that? Are you into that?
No.
Right. There you go. Another great radio moment.
There you are. It's sort of the same every week, isn't it? Someone's cooking something.
That's the name of the show. As that's pushed out towards extra cover, it'd be a bit bizarre if they were doing something else, wouldn't it?
I do quite like the old Bake Off, though.
Do you?
Yeah, I do enjoy that one. That's always quite fun, I think. But no, I'm not big into the old MasterChef. You can do the old celebrity one now, can't you? Where you, I don't know, you watch Mo Farah make a spaghetti bolognese for 1 hour. That's always fun. 304 for 3.
Always fun.
Yeah, other people some celebs make a career out of it now, don't they? Being on sort of reality celebrity shows. It's Keith Barker from the pavilion end coming in left arm over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope, shot boy, driving away. I do apologise, I just morphed into Mark Nicholas there, and that whistles away over the boundary rope for 4. But it is a lovely shot from Ollie Pope, just slightly over pitched by Keith Barker and driven handsomely away through the covers by Ollie Pope. And Pope moves on to 109, and 308 for 3.
Well, he threatened to play that shot a few times, hasn't he, in the last few overs, especially off Keith Barker, who sort of kept that ball outside his off stump, and that's the shot that he's been looking for.
Yeah, that absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Barker in once again, and a bowled. He's got Ollie Pope playing at that one. It's gone past the edge, and that's the interesting thing. We're into the penultimate over of the day. You've got a batsman there on 109, and he's actually genuinely beaten him there. So that's what keeps this interesting, I think.
But I don't particularly want to see a side who are 308 for 3 and a guy playing nicely for 109 seeing balls that are nipping away off the seam. I don't really want to see it at this stage.
No, it's like me and MasterChef. As here is Barker once again, left arm over the wicket, and that's left alone by Ollie Pope, just going across him. Taken by Ben Brown, moving away to his right hand side.
In this situation, I want to see the wicket miraculously turn white overnight and become so dead that even to get the ball past the outside edge is a minor miracle.
Yeah, that's the thing. 109 not out, and still getting that ball to just nip past the edge was Keith Barker. As in over the wicket he comes once again. Forward goes Ollie Pope, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run.
I mentioned minor miracle because I just wanted to keep the religious theme going, really. I haven't talked so much about religious events and that ever on as much as we have in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. Well, it's Easter weekend, of course. The other thing, of course, is someone's got to bring your Easter egg in for you tomorrow, because you were
the moment's been lost.
Utterly devastated this morning, weren't you?
The moment's been lost, unfortunately.
As in over the wicket again comes Barker. Forward once more goes Pope and pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It's a bit like getting a belated birthday card. It doesn't mean anything afterwards.
No.
It means nothing.
No. Talking birthdays, Daniel Norcross's birthday today as well. He did say he might pop in, but I think he's probably got waylaid elsewhere in the ground, to be honest with you, on his birthday. But a happy birthday to Daniel Norcross, wherever he is. As Barker, his last ball of the day, is driven again by Ollie Pope. Very nicely. Crisp shot this again from Ollie Pope. Felix Organ's done a lot of running today, and they'll pick up 3 here as Gubbins relays the throw in. And that's Keith Barker's bowling done for today. Hasn't bowled badly, Keith Barker, at all, but just sorry about it. I think just very solidly here. Really, oh my lord, very solidly. 311 for 3. And there we are, there back on the screen there. Kevin James famously took a record equalling 4 wickets in 4 balls versus India in 1996, followed by 100.
And Mark Church plays cricket in the garden.
Yes, basically had a nervous breakdown live on social media.
Last over of day 1, and sees Ollie Pope work that behind square on the offside, down towards square his third man, and he moves on to 113 now. 312 for 3. Yes, we saw ourselves on the main scoreboard, didn't we, just to our right a moment ago, flash up on the big screen.
Well, thank you, Nat. I might not read that out, Nathan, but thank you very much for that as well. That the night between the 14th and 15th of April might just bring the theme down a touch, but thank you for that, Nathan, in Singapore.
Yes. But again, wrapped on the pads, coming forward there, Ben Folkes. Big shout late in the day. No doubt, says the umpire.
Oh, Hampshire, not happy again. The only thing it can be is he's got himself outside the line. You would have thought.
There's the replay on the live feed.
It's tight, isn't it?
Outside the line?
Just about, I reckon. Just about benefit.
For me, that's not as close as either of Amler's.
No. But it's also that other thing that Hampshire desperately wanted to get a wicket tonight, and hit it, but I think just outside the line.
But close and definitely worth a shout. But folks coming forward just got him out of jail there a little bit. Here's Abbott again, runs away from us, gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down leg, probably a little bit high as well. This tweet from Dominic Smith, totally with Churchy, bake-off as humour. MasterChef is like standing in a kitchen for an hour for no apparent reason.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And the other thing about MasterChef, they don't get to taste any of it. That's the other thing.
Well, they do. The crew.
They
eat all of it
do. I
after the
don't. When
show.
I'm sat at home watching it for an hour, do I?
Well, you don't on Bake Off either.
That's actually a valid point.
Here's Barker. Here's Abbott, and that's a length ball to Ben Folkes, which is pushed up to mid-off, and we have one ball left in the day's play. This partnership's worth 79. Was it 2 balls to bowl?
2 balls to bowl.
Apologies.
Yeah. Although with the old bake-off, if you do fancy something, it's a bit easier, isn't it? Because you might have, I don't know, a Victoria sponge in the cupboard. Whereas if someone's gone on there and cooked mussels with whatever and what, it's going to take hours.
Here's Abbott again, length ball to Folkes, pushes that out into the covers. So 1 ball left.
And don't get me wrong at all, a lot of the celebrities on there I'm a huge admirer of, but Floella Benjamin doing her favourite volleyball is not,
Is it not? It's not what?
It's not entertainment.
It's not a volleyball.
To me, that. It's not entertainment to me, that.
No. Well, I think a lot of celebrities will be pretty pleased to hear that you are fans of them.
Yeah.
At the very least, if not, they're cooking. 3-12 for 3 then. Here's the last ball. It's Abbott to Folkes. Folkes plays and misses outside the off stump. Again, that is so close to hitting the outside edge. It's been a little bit of a day like that, but take nothing away from the Surrey batting. It's been disciplined throughout the 96 overs, ever since they were put into bat this morning. Hampshire disappointed that they can only take 3 wickets, 1 each session. But Ollie Pope leading the way with 113 not out. He's back tomorrow to torment Hampshire once more. Ben Folkes 32 not out. Just the 3 batters out today. Rory Burns for 21 this morning, Ryan Patel for 58 this afternoon, Hashim Amla for 73, the only batsman out in the evening session, and he was dropped on 20 in the slips by Liam Dawson. Costly miss, could have been more costly, but even so, the day definitely belongs to Surrey.
Yep, and they'll be very happy in there tonight from a Hampshire point of view. One of them days, and have a chat about it, put your feet up, come back tomorrow morning. But solid day that for Surrey with the bat, I think it's fair to say. We'll all be back with you tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock. Thank you for your company as always. But the news tonight, Surrey, after being stuck in by Hampshire, 312 for 3, Ben Folkes 32, Ollie Pope 113 from myself, from Varun Chopra as well, of course, who's been with us today, and from Kevin James. It's a very good night to one and all.